Volume 2, Chapter 5 of the Seaboard Parish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Hawryluk. The Seaboard Parish by George MacDonald. Chapter 5. Mr. Percivale. When I reached home, I found that Connie was already on her watchtower. For while I was away, they had carried her out that she might see the lifeboat. I followed her and found the whole family about her couch, and with them Mr. Percivale, who was showing her some sketches that he had made in the neighbourhood. Connie knew nothing of drawing, but she seemed to me always to catch the feeling of the thing. Her remarks therefore were generally worth listening to, and Mr. Percivale was evidently interested in them. Winnie stood behind Connie, looking over her shoulder at the drawing in her hand. "How did you get that shade of green?" I heard her ask as I came up. And then Mr. Percivale proceeded to tell her, from which beginning they went on to other things, till Mr. Percivale said, "But it's hardly fair, Miss Walton, to criticize my work while you keep your own under cover." "I wasn't criticizing, Mr. Percivale, was I, Connie?" "I didn't hear her make a single remark, Mr. Percivale," said Connie, taking her sister's side. To my surprise, they were talking away with the young man as if they had known him for years, and my wife was seated at the foot of the couch, apparently taking no exception to the suddenness of the intimacy. I am afraid, when I think of it, that a good many springs would be missing from the world's history if they might not flow till the papas gave their wise consideration to everything about the course they were to take. "I think, though," added Connie, "it is only fair that Mr. Percivale should see your work, Winnie. Then I will fetch my portfolio, if Mr. Percivale will promise to remember that I have no opinion of it. At the same time, if I could do what I wanted to do, I think I should not be ashamed of showing my drawings even to him." And now I was surprised to find how like grown women my daughters could talk. To me they always spoke like the children they were. But when I heard them now, it seemed as if they had started all at once into ladies experienced in the ways of society. There they were, chatting lightly, airily, and yet decidedly, a slight tone of badinage interwoven, with a young man of grace and dignity, whom they had only seen once before, and who had advanced no farther, with Connie at least, than a stately bow. They had, however, been a whole hour together before I arrived, and their mother had been with them all the while, which gives great courage to good girls, while, I am told, it shuts the mouths of those who are sly. But then it must be remembered that there are as great differences in mothers as in girls. And besides, I believe wise girls have an instinct about men that all the experience of other men cannot overtake. But yet again, there are many girls foolish enough to mistake a mere impulse for instinct, and vanity for insight. As Winnie spoke, she turned and went back to the house to fetch some of her work. Now, had she been going a message for me, she would have gone like the wind. But on this occasion she stepped along in a stately manner, far from devoid of grace, but equally free from frolic or eagerness, and I could not help noting as well that Mr. Percivale's eyes followed her. What I felt or fancied is of no consequence to anybody. I do not think, even if I were writing an autobiography, I should be forced to tell all about myself. But an autobiography is further from my fancy, however much I may have trenched upon its limits, than any other form of literature with which I am acquainted. She was not long in returning, however, though she came back with the same dignified motion. "There is nothing really worth either showing or concealing," she said to Mr. Percival, as she handed him the portfolio, to help himself, as it were. She then turned away as if a little feeling of shyness had come over her, and began to look for something to do about Connie. I could see that, although she had hitherto been almost indifferent about the merits of her drawings, she had a new-born wish that they might not appear altogether contemptible in the eyes of Mr. Percival. And I saw, too, that Connie's wide eyes were taking in everything. It was wonderful how Connie's deprivations had made her keen in observing. Now she hastened to her sister's rescue even from such a slight inconvenience as the shadow of embarrassment in which she found herself, perhaps from having seen some unusual expression in my face, of which I was unconscious, though conscious enough of what might have occasioned such. "Give me your hand, Wynnie," said Connie, "and help me to move 1 inch further on my side. I may move just that much on my side, mayn't I, papa?" "I think you had better not, my dear, if you can do without it," I answered, for the doctor's injunctions had been strong. "Very well, papa, but I feel as if it would do me good. Mr. Turner will be here next week, you know, and you must try to stick to his rules till he comes to see you. Perhaps he will let you relax a little." Connie smiled very sweetly and lay still, while Wynnie stood holding her hand. Meantime, Mr. Percival, having received the drawings, had walked away with them towards what they call the Storm Tower, a little building standing square to the points of the compass, from little windows, in which the coastguard could see with their telescopes along the coast on both sides and far out to sea. This tower stood on the very edge of the cliff, but behind it there was a steep descent, to reach which apparently he went round the tower and disappeared. He evidently wanted to make a leisurely examination of the drawings, somewhat formidable for Wynnie, I thought. At the same time it impressed me favourably with regard to the young man that he was not inclined to pay a set of stupid and untrue compliments the instant the portfolio was opened, but, on the contrary, in order to speak what was real about them, would take the trouble to make himself in some adequate measure acquainted with them. I therefore, to Wynnie's relief, I fear, strolled after him, seeing no harm in taking a peep at his person, while he was taking a peep at my daughter's mind. I went round the tower to the other side, and there saw him at a little distance below me, but further out on a great rock that overhung the sea, connected with the cliff by a long narrow isthmus, a few yards lower than the cliff itself, only just broad enough to admit of a footpath along its top, and on one side going sheer down with a smooth, hard rock face to the sands below. The other side was less steep, and had some grass upon it, but the path was too narrow and the precipice too steep for me to trust my head with the business of guiding my feet along it. So I stood and saw him from the mainland, saw his head at least bent over the drawings, saw how slowly he turned from one to the other, saw how, after having gone over them once, he turned to the beginning and went over them again, even more slowly than before, saw how he had turned the third time to the first. Then, getting tired, I went back to the group on the down, caught sight of Charlie and Harry turning heels over head down the slope toward the house, found that my wife had gone home, in fact, that only Connie and Wynnie were left. The sun had disappeared under a cloud, and the sea had turned a little slaty. The yellow flowers in the short down grass no longer caught the eye with their gold, and the wind that bent their tops had just a suspicion of an edge in it. And Winnie's face looked a little cloudy too, I thought, and I feared that it was my fault. I fancied there was just a tinge of beseeching in Connie's eyes as I looked at her, thinking there might be danger for her in the sunlessness of the wind. But I do not know that all this, even the clouding of the sun, may not have come out of my own mind, the result of my not being quite satisfied with myself because of the mood I had been in. My feelings had altered considerably in the meantime. Run, Winnie, and ask Mr. Percivale, with my compliments, to come and lunch with us. More to let her see I was not displeased. However I might have looked, than for any other reason, she went, sedately as before. Almost as soon as she was gone, I saw I had put her in a difficulty, for I had discovered very soon after coming into these parts that her head was no more steady than my own on high places, for she had never been used to such in our own level country, except, indeed, on the stair that led down to the old quarry and the well, where I can remember now she always laid her hand on the balustrade with some degree of tremor, although she had been in the way of going up and down from childhood. But if she could not cross that narrow and really dangerous isthmus, still less could she call to a man she had never seen but once across the intervening chasm. I therefore set off after her, leaving Connie lying there in loneliness between the sea and the sky. But when I got to the other side of the little tower, instead of finding her standing hesitating on the brink of action, there she was on the rock beyond. Mr. Percivale had risen, and was evidently giving an answer to my invitation. At least, the next moment she turned to come back, and he followed. I stood trembling almost to see her cross the knife back of that ledge. If I had not been almost fascinated, I should have turned and left them to come together, lest the evil fancy should cross her mind that I was watching them, for it was one thing to watch him with her drawings, and quite another to watch him with herself. But I stood and stared as she crossed. In the middle of the path, however, up to which point she had been walking with perfect steadiness and composure, she lifted her eyes, by what influence I cannot tell, saw me, looked as if she saw a ghost, half lifted her arms, swayed as if she would fall, and, indeed, was falling over the precipice when Percivale, who was close behind her, caught her in his arms, almost too late for both of them. So nearly down was she already that her weight bent him over the rocky side, till it seemed as if he must yield, or his body snap, for he bent from the waist and looked as if his feet only kept a hold on the ground. It was all over in a moment, but in that moment it made a sun picture on my brain, which returns ever and ever again, with such vivid agony that I cannot hope to get rid of it till I get rid of the brain itself in which lies the impress. In another moment they were at my side, she with a wan, terrified smile, he in a ruddy alarm. I was unable to speak, and could only, with trembling steps, lead the way from the dreadful spot. I reproached myself afterwards for my want of faith in God, but I had not had time to correct myself yet. Without a word on their side either, they followed me. Before we reached Connie, I recovered myself sufficiently to say, "Not a word to Connie," and they understood me. I told Winnie to run to the house and send Walter to help me carry Connie home. She went, and, until Walter came, I talked to Mr. Percivale as if nothing had happened. And what made me feel yet more friendly towards him was, that he did not do as some young men wishing to ingratiate themselves would have done. He did not offer to help me to carry Connie home. I saw that the offer rose in his mind, and that he repressed it. He understood that I must consider such a permission as a privilege not to be accorded to the acquaintance of a day, that I must know him better before I could allow the weight of my child to rest on his strength. I was even grateful to him for this knowledge of human nature, but he responded cordially to my invitation to lunch with us, and walked by my side as Walter and I bore the precious burden home. During our meal he made himself quite agreeable, talked well on the topics of the day, not altogether as a man who had made up his mind, but not the less, rather than the more, as a man who had thought about them, and one who did not find it so easy to come to a conclusion as most people do, or possibly as not feeling the necessity of coming to a conclusion, and therefore preferring to allow the conclusion to grow instead of constructing one for immediate use. This I rather liked than otherwise. His behaviour, I need hardly say, after what I have told of him already, was entirely that of a gentleman, and his education was good. But what I did not like was, that as often as the conversation made a bend in the direction of religious matters, he was sure to bend it away in some other direction as soon as ever he laid his next hold upon it. This, however, might have various reasons to account for it, and I would wait. After lunch, as we rose from the table, he took Winnie's portfolio from the side table where he had laid it, and with no more than a bow and thanks returned it to her. She, I thought, looked a little disappointed, though she said as lightly as she could, "I'm afraid you have not found anything worthy of criticism in my poor attempts, Mr. Percivale. On the contrary, I shall be most happy to tell you what I think of them if you would like to hear the impression they have made upon me," he replied, holding out his hand to take the portfolio again. "I shall be greatly obliged to you," she said, returning it, "for I have had no one to help me since I left school, except a book called Modern Painters, which I think has the most beautiful things in it I ever read, but which I lay down every now and then with a kind of despair, as if I never could do anything worth doing. How long the next volume is in coming? Do you know the author, Mr. Percivale?" "I wish I did. He has given me much help. I do not say I can agree with everything he writes, but when I do not, I have such a respect for him that I always feel as if he must be right whether he seems to me to be right or not. And if he is severe, it is with the severity of love that will speak only the truth." This last speech fell on my ear like the tone of a church bell. "That will do, my friend," thought I, but I said nothing to interrupt. By this time he had laid the portfolio open on the side table, and placed a chair in front of it for my daughter. Then, seating himself by her side, but without the least approach to familiarity, he began to talk to her about her drawings, praising, in general, the feeling, but finding fault with the want of nicety in the execution. At least, so it appeared to me from what I could understand of the conversation. "But," said my daughter, "it seems to me that if you get the feeling right, that is the main thing." "No doubt," returned Mr. Percivale. "So much the main thing that any imperfection or coarseness or untruth which interferes with it becomes of the greatest consequence." "But it can really interfere with the feeling." "Perhaps not with most people, simply because most people observe so badly that their recollections of nature are all blurred and blotted and indistinct, and therefore the imperfections we are speaking of do not affect them. But with the more cultivated it is otherwise. It is for them you ought to work, for you do not thereby lose the others. Besides, the feeling is always intensified by the finish, for that belongs to the feeling too, and must, I should think, have some influence even where it is not noted." "But is it not a hopeless thing to attempt the finish of nature?" Not at all, to the degree, that is, in which you can represent anything else of nature. But in this drawing now you have no representative of, nothing to hint at or recall the feeling of exquisiteness of nature's finish. Why should you not at least have drawn a true horizon line there? Has the absolute truth of the meeting of sea and sky nothing to do with the feeling which such a landscape produces? I should have thought you would have learned that, if anything, from Mr. Ruskin. Mr. Percivale spoke earnestly. Wynnie, either from disappointment or despair, probably from a mixture of both, apparently fancied that, or rather felt as if, he was scolding her, and got cross. This was anything but dignified, especially with a stranger, and one who was doing his best to help her. And yet, somehow, I must with shame confess I was not altogether sorry to see it. In fact, my reader, I must just uncover my sin, and say that I felt a little jealous of Mr. Percivale. The negative reason was that I had not yet learned to love him. The only cure for jealousy is love. But I was ashamed, too, of Wynnie's behaving so childishly. Her face flushed, the tears came in her eyes, and she rose, saying, with a little choke in her voice, "I see it's no use trying. I won't intrude any more into things I am incapable of. I am much obliged to you, Mr. Percivale, for showing me how presumptuous I have been." The painter rose as she rose, looking greatly concerned, but he did not attempt to answer her. Indeed, she gave him no time. He could only spring after her to open the door for her. A more than respectful bow as she left the room was his only adieu. But when he turned his face again towards me, it expressed even a degree of consternation. "I fear," he said, approaching me with an almost military step, much at variance with the shadow upon his countenance, "I fear I have been rude to Miss Walton, but nothing was farther." "You're mistaken entirely, Mr. Percivale. I heard all you were saying, and you were not in the least rude. On the contrary, I consider you were very kind to take the trouble with her you did. Allow me to make the apology for my daughter which I am sure she will wish made, when she recovers from the disappointment of finding more obstacles in the way of her favourite pursuit than she had previously supposed. She is only too ready to lose heart, and she paid too little attention to your approbation, and too much in proportion, I mean, to your criticism. She felt discouraged and lost her temper, but more with herself and her poor attempts, I venture to assure you, than with your remarks upon them. She is too much given to despising her own efforts. But I must have been to blame if I caused any such feeling with regard to those drawings, for I assure you they contain great promise. I am glad you think so. That I should myself be of the same opinion can be of no consequence. Miss Walton at least sees what ought to be represented. All she needs is greater severity in the quality of representation, and that would have grown without any remark from onlookers. Only a friendly criticism is sometimes of great help. It opens the eyes a little sooner than they would have opened of themselves. And time," he added, with a half sigh, and with an appeal in his tone, as if he would justify himself to my conscience, "is half the battle in this world. It is over so soon." "No sooner than it ought to be," I rejoined. "So it may appear to you," he returned. "For you, I presume to conjecture, have worked hard and done much." "I may or may not have worked hard. Sometimes I think I have, sometimes I think I have not. But I certainly have done little. Here I am nearly 30, and have made no mark on the world yet." "I don't know that that is of so much consequence," I said. "I have never hoped for more than to rub out a few of the marks already made." Perhaps you are right, he returned. Every man has something he can do, and more, I suppose, that he can't do. But I have no right to turn a visit into a visitation. Will you please tell Miss Walton that I am very sorry I presumed on the privileges of a drawing master, and gave her pain. It was so far from my intention that it will be a lesson to me for the future." With these words he took his leave, and I could not help being greatly pleased both with them and with his bearing. He was clearly anything but a common man. End of chapter 5. Volume 2, Chapter 6 of the Seaboard Parish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Hawryluk. The Seaboard Parish by George MacDonald. Chapter 6. The Shadow of Death. When Winnie appeared at dinner, she looked ashamed of herself, and her face betrayed that she had been crying. But I said nothing, for I had confidence that all she needed was time to come to herself, that the voice that speaks louder than any thunder might make its stillness heard. And when I came home from my walk the next morning, I found Mr. Percivale once more in the group about Connie, and evidently on the best possible terms with all. The same afternoon, when he went out sketching with Dora, I had no doubt that she had made some sort of apology to Mr. Percivale. But I did not make the slightest attempt to discover what had passed between them. For though it is of all things desirable that children should be quite open with their parents, I was most anxious to lay upon them no burden of obligation. For such burden lies against the door of utterance, and makes it more difficult to open. It paralyzes the speech of the soul. What I desired was that they should trust me so that faith should overcome all difficulty that might lie in the way of their being open with me. That end is not to be gained by any urging of admonition. Against such, growing years at least, if nothing else, will bring a strong reaction. Nor even, if so gained, would the gain be at all of the right sort. The openness would not be faith. Besides, a parent must respect the spiritual person of his child, and approach it with reverence, for that too looks the Father in the face, and has an audience with him into which no earthly parent could ever enter, even if he dared to desire it. Therefore I trusted my child, and when I saw that she looked at me a little shyly when we next met, I only sought to show her the more tenderness and confidence, telling her all about my plans with the Bells, and my talks with the Smith and Mrs. Combs. She listened with just such interest as I had always been accustomed to see in her, asking such questions, and making such remarks as I might have expected. But I still felt that there was the thread of a little uneasiness through the web of our intercourse. Such a thread of a false colour as one may sometimes find wandering through the labour of the loom, and seek with pains to draw from the woven stuff. But it was for Winnie to take it out, not for me, and she did not leave it long, for as she bade me good night in my study, she said suddenly, yet with hesitating openness, "Papa, I told Mr. Percivale that I was sorry I had behaved so badly about the drawings." "You did right, my child," I replied. At the same moment a pang of anxiety passed through me lest, under the influence of her repentance, she should have said anything more than becoming. But I banished the thought instantly as faithfulness in the womanly instinct of my child. For we men are always so ready and anxious to keep women right, like the wretched creature, Laertes, in Hamlet, who reads his sister such a lesson on her maidenly duties. but declines almost with contempt to listen to a word from her as to any correlative obligation on his side. And here I may remark in regard to one of the vexed questions of the day, the rights of women, that what women demand is not for men to withhold. It is not their business to lay the law for women, that women must lay down for themselves. I confess that, although I must herein seem to many of my readers old-fashioned and conservative, I should not like to see any woman I care much for either in Parliament or in the anatomical classroom. But on the other hand, I feel that women must be left free to settle that matter. If it is not good, good women will find it out and recoil from it. If it is good, then God give them good speed. One thing they have a right to, a far wider and more valuable education than they have been in the way of receiving. When mothers are well taught, the generations will grow in knowledge at a fourfold rate. But still the teaching of life is better than all the schools, and common sense than all the learning. This common sense is a rare gift, scantier in none than in those who lay claim to it on the ground of following commonplace, worldly, and prudential maxims. But I must return to my Winnie. And what did Mr. Percivale say? I resumed, for she was silent. He took the blame all on himself, papa. Like a gentleman, I said. But I could not leave it so, you know, papa, because that was not the truth. Well, I told him that I had lost my temper from disappointment, that I had thought I did not care for my drawings because I was so far from satisfied with them. But when he made me feel that they were worth nothing, then I found from the vexation I felt that I had cared for them. But I do think, papa, I was more ashamed of having shown them, and vexed with myself, than cross with him. But I was very silly. Well, and what did he say? He began to praise them then. But you know, I could not take much of that. For what could he do? You might give him credit for a little honesty, at least. Yes, but things may be true in a way, you know, and not mean much. He seems to have succeeded in reconciling you to the prosecution of your efforts. However, for I saw you go out with your sketching apparatus this afternoon. Yes, she answered shyly. He was so kind that somehow I got heart to try again. He's very nice, isn't he? My answer was not quite ready. Don't you like him, papa? Well, I like him, yes. But we must not be in haste with our judgments, you know. I have had very little opportunity of seeing into him. There is much in him that I like, but... But what? Please, papa. To tell the truth, then, Winnie, for I can speak my mind to you, my child, there is certain shyness of approaching the subject of religion, so that I have fears lest he should belong to any of these new schools of a fragmentary philosophy which acknowledge no source of truth but the testimony of the senses and the deductions made therefrom by the intellect. But is that not a hasty conclusion, papa? That is a hasty question, my dear. I have come to no conclusion. I was only speaking confidentially about my fears. Perhaps, papa, it's only that he is not sure enough, and is afraid of appearing to profess more than he believes. I'm sure, if that's it, I have the greatest sympathy with him. I looked at her, and saw the tears gathering fast in her eyes. Pray to God on the chance of his hearing you, my darling, and go to sleep, I said. I will not think hardly of you, because you cannot be so sure as I am. How could you be? You have not had my experience. Perhaps you are right about Mr. Percivale too. But it would be an awkward thing to get intimate with him, you know, and then find out that we did not like him after all. You couldn't like a man much, could you, who did not believe in anything greater than himself, anything marvelous, grand beyond our understanding, who thought that he had come out of the dirt and was going back to the dirt? I could, papa, if he tried to do his duty notwithstanding, for I am sure I couldn't. I should cry myself to death. You are right, my child. I should honour him too, but I should be very sorry for him, for he would be so disappointed in himself. I do not know whether this was the best answer to make, but I had little time to think. But you don't know that he's like that. I do not, my dear, and more, I will not associate the idea with him till I know for certain. We will leave it to the ignorant old ladies who lay claim to an instinct for theology to jump at conclusions, and reserve ours, as even such a man as we have been supposing might well teach us, till we have sufficient facts from which to draw them. Now go to bed, my child. Good night then, dear papa, she said, and left me with a kiss. I was not altogether comfortable after this conversation. I had tried to be fair to the young man both in word and thought, but I could not relish the idea of my daughter falling in love with him, which looked likely enough before I knew more about him, and found that more good and hope-giving. There was but one rational thing left to do, and that was to cast my care on him that careth for us, on the Father who loved my child more than even I could love her, and loved the young man too, and regarded my anxiety and would take its cause upon himself. After I had lifted up my heart to him, I was at ease, read a canto of Dante's Paradise, and then went to bed. The prematurity of a conversation with my wife, in which I found that she was very favourably impressed with Mr. Percivale, must be pardoned to the forecasting hearts of fathers and mothers. As I went out for my walk the next morning, I caught sight of the sexton, with whom as yet I had had but little communication, busily trimming some of the newer graves in the churchyard. I turned in through the nearer gate, which was fashioned like a lich gate, with seats on the sides and a stone table in the centre, but had no roof. The one on the other side of the church was roofed, but probably they had found that here no roof could resist the sea blasts in the winter. The top of the wall where the roof should have rested was simply covered with flat slates to protect it from the rain. "Good morning, Holmes," I said. He turned up a wizened, humorous old face, the very type of a grave digger's, and with one hand leaning on the edge of the green mound, upon which he had been cropping with a pair of shears the too long and too thin grass, touched his cap with the other, and bade me a cheerful good morning in return. "You're making things tidy," I said. "It takes time to make them all comfortable, you see, sir," he returned, taking up his shears again and clipping away at the top and sides of the mound. "You mean the dead, Holmes?" "Yes, sir, to be sure, sir." "You don't think it makes much difference to their comfort, do you, whether the grass is one length or another upon their graves?" "Well, no, sir. I don't suppose it makes much difference to them. But it looks more comfortable, you know, and I like things to look comfortable, don't you, sir?" "To be sure I do, Holmes, and you are quite right. The resting place of the body, although the person it belonged to be far away, should be respected. That's what I think, though I don't get no credit for it. I do believe the people hereabouts think me only a single hair better than Jack Ketch, but I'm sure I do my best to make the poor things comfortable." He seemed unable to rid his mind of the idea that the comfort of the departed was dependent upon his ministrations. "The trouble I have with them sometimes. There's now this same one as lies here, old Jonathan Giles. He have the gout so bad, and just as I come within a couple of inches of the right depth, out comes the edge of a great stone in the near corner at the foot of the bed. Thinks I, he'll never lie comfortable with that same under his gouty toe. But the trouble I had to get out that stone, I do assure you, sir, it took me nigh half a day. But this one be one of the nicest places to lie in all up and down the coast. A nice gravely soil, you see, sir, dry and warm and comfortable. Them poor things as comes out of the sea must quite enjoy the change, sir." There was something grotesque in the man's persistence in regarding the objects of his interest from this point of view. It was a curious way for the humanity that was in him to find expression. But I did not like to let him go on thus. It was so much opposed to all that I believed and felt about the change from this world to the next. "But Combs," I said, "why will you go on talking as if it made an atom of difference to the dead bodies where they were buried? They care no more about it than your old coat would care where it was thrown after you had done with it." He turned and regarded his coat where it hung beside him on the headstone of the same grave at which he was working, shook his head with a smile that seemed to hint a doubt whether the said old coat would be altogether so indifferent to its treatment, when it was past use, as I had implied. Then he turned again to his work, and after a moment's silence began to approach me from another side. I confess he had the better of me before I was aware of what he was about. "The church of Boscastle stands high on the cliff. You've been to Boscastle, sir?" I told him I had not yet, but hoped to go before the summer was over. "Ah, you should see Boscastle, sir. It's a wonderful place. That's where I was born, sir. When I was a boy, that church was haunted, sir. It's a damp place, and the wind in it awful. I do believe it stand higher than any church in the country, and have got more wind in it of a stormy night than any church whatsomever. Well, they said it was haunted, and sure enough every now and then there was a knocking heard down below. And this always took place of a stormy night, as if there was some poor thing down in the low vaults, and he wasn't comfortable and wanted to get out. Well, one night it was so plain and so fearful it was that the sexton he went and took the blacksmith and a ship's carpenter down to the harbour, and they go up together, and they hearkened all over the floor, and they opened one of the old family vaults that belongs to the Penhaligans, and they go down with a light. Now the wind it was a-blowing all as usual, only worse than common. And there to be sure what do they see but the vault half full of sea water, and nows and thens a great spout coming in through a hole in the rock, for it was high water and the wind off the sea, as I tell you. And there was a coffin afloat on the water, and every time the spout come through, it set it knocking again the side of the vault, and that was the ghost." "What a horrible idea!" I said, with a half shudder at the unrest of the dead. The old man uttered a queer long-drawn sound, neither a chuckle, a crow, nor a laugh, but a mixture of all three, and turned himself yet again to the work which, as he approached the end of his narration, he had suspended, that he might make his story tell, I suppose, by looking me in the face. And as he turned he said, "I thought you would like to be comfortable then as well as other people, sir." I could not help laughing, to see how the cunning old fellow had caught me. I have not yet been able to find out how much of truth there was in his story. From the twinkle of his eye I cannot help suspecting that if he did not invent the tale, he embellished it, at least in order to produce the effect which he certainly did produce. Humour was clearly his predominant disposition, the reflex of which was to be seen, after a mild lunar fashion, on the countenance of his wife. Neither could I help thinking with pleasure, as I turned away, how the merry little old man would enjoy telling his companions how he had posed the new parson. Very welcome was he to his laugh for my part. Yet I gladly left the churchyard, with its sunshine above and its darkness below. Indeed, I had to look up to the glittering vanes on the four pinnacles of the church tower, dwelling aloft in the clean sunny air, to get the feeling of the dark vault and the floating coffin and the knocking heard in the windy church out of my brain. But the thing that did free me was the reflection with what supreme disregard that this incarcerated spirit would look upon any possible vicissitudes of its abandoned vault. For in proportion as the body of man's revelation ceases to be in harmony with the spirit that dwells therein, it becomes a vault, a prison, from which it must be freedom to escape at length. The house we like best would be a prison of awful sorts if doors and windows were built up. Man's abode, as age begins to draw nigh, fares thus. Age is in fact the mason that builds up the doors and the windows, and death is the angel that breaks the prison house and lets the captives free. Thus I got something out of the sexton's horrible story. But before the week was over, death came near indeed, in far other fashion than any funeral tale could have brought it. One day, after lunch, I had retired to my study and was dozing in my chair, for the day was hot, when I was waked by Charlie running into the room with the cry, "Papa, Papa, there's a man drowning." I started up and hurried down to the drawing room, which looked up over the bay. I could see nothing but people running about on the edge of the quiet waves. No sign of human being was on the water, but the one boat belonging to the pilot was coming out from the shelter of the lock of the canal where it usually lay, and my friend of the coast guard was running down from the tower on the cliff with ropes in his hand. He would not stop the boat even for the moment it would need to take him on board, but threw them in and urged to haste. I stood at the window and watched. Every now and then I fancied I saw something white heave up on the swell of a wave, and as often was satisfied that I had but fancied it. The boat seemed to be floating about lazily, if not idly. The eagerness to help made it appear as if nothing was going on. Could it, after all, have been a false alarm? Was there, after all, no insensible form swinging about in the sweep of those waves, with life gradually oozing away? Long, long as it seemed to me, I watched, and still the boat kept moving from place to place, so far out that I could see nothing distinctly of the motion of its crew. At length I saw something. Yes, a long white thing rose from the water slowly, and was drawn into the boat. It rowed swiftly to the shore. There was but one place fit to land upon, a little patch of sand, nearly covered at high water, but now lying yellow in the sun under the window at which I stood, and immediately under our garden wall. Thither the boat shot along, and there my friend of the coast guard, earnest and sad, was waiting to use, though without hope, every appliance so well known to him from the frequent occurrence of such necessity in the course of his watchful duties along miles and miles of stormy coast. I will not linger over the sad details of vain endeavour. The honoured head of a family, he had departed and left a good name behind him. But even in the midst of my poor attentions to the quiet, speechless, pale-faced wife who sat at the head of the corpse, I could not help feeling anxious about the effect on my Connie. It was impossible to keep the matter concealed from her. The undoubted concern on the faces of the two boys was enough to reveal that something serious and painful had occurred, while my wife and Winnie, and indeed the whole household, were busy in attending to every remotest suggestion of aid that reached them from the little crowd gathered about the body. At length it was concluded, on the verdict of the medical man who had been sent for, that all further effort was useless. The body was borne away, and I led the poor lady to her lodging, and remained there with her till I found that, as she lay on the sofa, the sleep that so often dogs the steps of sorrow had at length thrown its veil over her consciousness, and put her for the time to rest. There is a gentle consolation in the firmness of the grasp of the inevitable, known but to those who are led through the valley of the shadow. I left her with her son and daughter, and returned to my own family. They too were of course in the skirts of the cloud. Had they only heard of the occurrence, it would have had little effect, but death had appeared to them. Every one but Connie had seen the dead lying there, and before the day was over I wished that she too had seen the dead. For I found from what she said at intervals, and from the shudder that now and then passed through her, that her imagination was at work, showing but the horrors that belong to death. For the enfolding peace that accompanies it can be known but by the sight of the dead. When I spoke to her, she seemed, and I suppose for the time felt tolerably quiet and comfortable, but I could see that the words she had heard fall in the going and coming and the communications of Charlie and Harry to each other had made, as it were, an excoriation on her fancy, to which her consciousness was ever returning. And now I became more grateful than I had yet been for the gift of that gypsy child, for I felt no anxiety about Connie so long as she was with her. The presence even of her mother could not relieve her, for she and Winnie were both clouded with the same awe, and its reflex in Connie was distorted by her fancy. But the sweet ignorance of the baby, which, rightly considered, is more than a type or symbol of faith, operated most healingly, for she appeared in her sweet merry ways. No baby was ever more filled with the mere gladness of life than Connie's baby. To the mood in which they all were, like a sunny window in a cathedral crypt, telling of a whole universe of sunshine and motion beyond those oppressed pillars and low-groined arches. And why should not the baby know best? I believe the babies do know best. I therefore favoured her having a child more than I might otherwise have thought good for her, being anxious to get the dreary, unhealthy impression healed as soon as possible, lest it should, in the delicate physical condition in which she was, turn to a sore. But my wife suffered for a time nearly as much as Connie. As long as she was going about the house, or attending to the wants of her family, she was free. But no sooner did she lay her head on the pillow than in rushed the cry of the sea, fierce, unkind, craving like a wild beast. Again and again she spoke of it to me, for it came to her mingled with the voice of the tempter, saying, "Cruel chance," over and over again. For although the two words contradict each other, when put together thus, each in its turn would assert itself. A great part of the doubt in the world comes from the fact that there are in it so many more of the impressible as compared with the originating minds. Where the openness to impression is balanced by the power of production, the painful questions of the world are speedily met by their answers. Where such is not the case, they are often long periods of suffering till the child answer of truth is brought to the birth. Hence the need for every impressible mind to be, by reading or speech, held in living association with the original mind able to combat those suggestions of doubt and even unbelief, which the look of things must often occasion. A look which comes from our inability to gain other than fragmentary visions of the work that the Father worketh hitherto. When the kingdom of heaven is at hand, one sign thereof will be that all clergymen will be more or less of the latter sort, and mere receptive goodness, no more than the education and moral character, will be considered sufficient reason for a man occupying the high position of the instructor of his fellows. But even now this possession of original power is not by any means to be limited to those who make public show of the same. In many a humble parish priest it shows itself at the bedside of the suffering, or in the admonition of the closet, although as yet there are many of the clergy who, so far from being able to console wisely, are incapable of understanding the condition of those that need consolation. "It's all a fancy, my dear," I said to her. "There is nothing more terrible in this than in any other death. On the contrary, I can hardly imagine a less fearful one. A big wave falls on the man's head and stuns him, and without further suffering he floats gently out on the sea of the unknown. But it is so terrible for those left behind. Had you seen the face of his widow, so gentle, so loving, so resigned in its pallor, you would not have thought it so terrible. But though she always seemed satisfied, and no doubt felt nearly so, after any conversation of the sort, yet every night she would call out once and again, 'Oh, that sea out there!' I was very glad indeed when Mr. Turner, who had arranged to spend a short holiday with us, arrived. He was concerned at the news I gave him of the shock both Connie and her mother had received, and counselled an immediate change, that time might, in the absence of surrounding associations, obliterate something of the impression that had been made. The consequence was, that we resolved to remove our household for a short time to some place not too far off to permit of my attending to my duties at Kilkhaven, but out of sight and sound of the sea. It was Thursday when Mr. Turner arrived, and he spent the next 2 days in inquiring and looking about for a suitable spot to which we might repair as early in the week as possible. On the Saturday the blacksmith was busy in the church tower, and I went in to see how he was getting on. "You had a sad business here the last week, sir," he said, after we had done talking about the repairs. "A very sad business indeed," I answered. "It was a warning to us all," he said. "We may well take it so," I returned. "But it seems to me that we are too ready to think of such remarkable things only by themselves, instead of being roused by them to regard everything, common and uncommon, as ordered by the same care and wisdom. One of our local preachers made a grand use of it." I made no reply. He resumed. "They tell me you took no notice of it last Sunday, sir." I made no immediate allusion to it, certainly, but I preached under the influence of it, and I thought it better that those who could reflect on the matter should be thus led to think for themselves, than that they should be subjected to the reception of my thoughts and feelings about it. For in the main it is life and not death that we have to preach. "I don't quite understand you, sir. But then you don't care much for preaching in your church." "I confess," I answered, "that there has been much indifference on that point. I could, however, mention to you many and grand exceptions. Still there is, even in some of the best in the church, a great amount of disbelief in the efficacy of preaching, and I allow that a great deal of what is called preaching partakes of its nature only in the remotest degree. But, while I hold a strong opinion of its value, that is, where it is genuine. I venture just to suggest that the nature of the preaching to which the body you belong to has resorted has had something to do by way of a reaction in driving the church to the other extreme. How do you mean that, sir? You try to work upon people's feelings without reference to their judgment. Anyone who can preach what you call rousing sermons is considered a grand preacher amongst you, and there is a great danger of his being led thereby to talk more nonsense than sense. And then when the excitement goes off, there is no seed left in the soil to grow in peace, and they are always craving after more excitement. Well, there is the preacher to rouse them up again, and the consequence is that they continue like children, the good ones I mean, and have hardly a chance of making a calm, deliberate choice of that which is good, while those who have been only excited and nothing more are hardened and seared by the recurrence of such feelings as is neither aroused by truth nor followed by action. You daren't talk like that if you knew the kind of people in this country that the Methodists, as you call them, have got hold of. They tell me it was like hell itself down in those mines before Wesley came among them. I should be a fool or a bigot to doubt that the Wesleyans have done incalculable good in the country, and that not alone to the people who never went to church. The whole Church of England is under obligation to Methodicism, such as no words can overstate. I wonder you can say such things against them then. Now there you show the evil of thinking too much about the party you belong to. It makes a man touchy, and then he fancies when another is merely, it may be, analyzing a difference, or insisting strongly on some great truth that he is talking against his party. But you said, sir, that our clergy don't care about moving our judgments, only our feelings. Now I know preachers amongst us of whom that would be anything but true. Of course there must be, but there is what I say, your party feelings make you touchy. A man can't always be saying in the press of utterance. Of course there are exceptions. That is understood. I confess I do not know much about your clergy, for I have not had the opportunity. But I do know this, that some of the best and most liberal people I have ever known have belonged to your community. They do gather a deal of money for good purposes. Yes, but that is not what I meant by liberal. It is far easier to give money than to be generous in judgment. I meant by liberal, able to see the good and true in people that differ from you, glad to be roused to the reception of truth in God's name from whatever quarter it may come, and not readily finding offence where the remark may have chanced to be too sweeping or unguarded. But I see that I ought to be more careful, for I have made you, who certainly are not one of the quarrelsome people I have been speaking of, misunderstand me. I beg your pardon, sir. I was hasty, but I do think I am more ready to lose my temper since. Here he stopped. A fit of coughing came on, and, to my concern, was followed by what I saw plainly could be the result only of a rupture in the lungs. I insisted on his dropping his work and coming home with me, where I made him rest the remainder of the day and all Sunday, sending word to his mother that I could not let him go home. When we left on the Monday morning, we took him with us in the carriage hired for the journey, and set him down at his mother's, apparently no worse than usual. End of chapter 6. Volume 2, Chapter 7 of the Seaboard Parish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Hawryluk. The Seaboard Parish by George MacDonald. Chapter 7 At the Farm. Leaving the younger members of the family at home with the servants, we set out for a farmhouse some 20 miles off, which Turner had discovered for us. Connie had stood the journey down so well, and was now so much stronger that we had no anxiety about her so far as regarded the travelling. Through deep lanes with many cottages, and here and there a very ugly little chapel, over steep hills up which Turner and Winnie and I walked, and along sterile moors we drove, stopping at roadside inns, and often besides to raise Connie and let her look about upon the extended prospect, so that it was drawing towards evening before we arrived at our destination. On the way, Turner had warned us that we were not to expect a beautiful country, although the place was within reach of much that was remarkable. Therefore we were not surprised when we drew up at the door of a bare-looking, shelterless house, with scarcely a tree in sight, and a stretch of undulating fields on every side. "A dreary place in winter, Turner," I said, after we had seen Connie comfortably deposited in the nice white-curtained parlour, smelling of dry roses even in the height of the fresh ones, and had strolled out while our dinner was being got ready for us. "Not a doubt of it, but just the place I wanted for Miss Connie," he replied. "We are high above the sea, and the air is very bracing, and not, at this season, too cold. A month later I should not on any account have brought her here. I think even now there is a certain freshness in the wind that calls up a kind of will in the nerves to meet it. That is precisely what I wanted for you all. You observe there is no rasp in its touch, however. There are regions in this island of ours where even in the hottest day in summer you would frequently discover a certain unfriendly edge in the air, that would set you wondering whether the seasons had not changed since you were a boy, and used to lie on the grass half the idle day. I often do wonder whether it may not be so, but I always come to the conclusion that even this is but an example of the involuntary tendency of the mind of man towards the ideal. He forgets all that comes between, and divides the hints of perfection scattered here and there along the scope of his experience. I especially remember one summer day in my childhood, which has coloured all my ideas of summer and bliss and fulfilment of content. It is made up of only mossy grass, and the scent of the earth, and wild flowers, and hot sun, and perfect sky, deep and blue, and traversed by blinding white clouds. I could not have been more than 5 or 6. I think, from the kind of dress I wore, the very pearl buttons of which, encircled on their face with a ring of half spherical hollows, have their undeniable relation in my memory to the heavens and the earth, to the march of the glorious clouds, and the tender scent of the rooted flowers, and, indeed, when I think of it, must, by the delight they gave me, have opened my mind the more to the enjoyment of the eternal paradise around me. What a thing it is to please a child!" "I know what you mean perfectly," answered Turner. "It is as I get older that I understand what Wordsworth says about childhood. It is indeed a mercy that we were not born grown men, with what we consider our wits about us. They are blinding things, those wits we gather. I fancy that the single thread by which God sometimes keeps hold of a man is such an impression of his childhood as that of which you have been speaking." I do not doubt it, for conscience is so near in all those memories to which you refer. The whole surrounding of them is so at variance with sin. A sense of purity, not in himself, for the child is not feeling that he is pure, is all about him, and when afterwards the condition returns upon him, returns when he is conscious of so much that is evil and so much that is unsatisfied in him, it brings with it a longing after the high clear air of moral well-being. Do you think, then, that it is only by association that nature thus impresses us, that she has no power of meaning these things? Not at all. No doubt there is something in the recollection of the associations of childhood to strengthen the power of nature upon us, but the power is in nature herself, else it would be but a poor weak thing to what it is. There is purity and state in that sky. There is a peace now in this wide still earth, not so very beautiful, you own, and in that overhanging blue which my heart cries out that it needs and cannot be well till it gains in truth, gains in God, who is the power of truth, the living and causing truth. There is indeed a rest that remaineth, a rest pictured out even here, this night, to arouse my dull heart to desire it and follow after it. A rest that consists of thinking the thoughts of him who is the peace because the unity, in being filled with that spirit which now pictures itself forth in this repose of the heavens and the earth. True, said Turner, after a pause. I must think more about such things. The science the present day is going wild about will not give us that rest. No, but that rest will do much to give you that science. A man with this repose in his heart will do more by far, other capabilities being equal, to find out the laws that govern things, for all law is living rest. What you have been saying, resumed Turner, after another pause, reminds me much of one of Wordsworth's poems. I do not mean the famous ode. You mean the Ninth Evening Voluntary. I know, one of his finest and truest and deepest poems. It begins, had this effulgence disappeared. Yes, that is the one I mean. I shall read it again when I go home. But you don't agree with Wordsworth, do you, about our having had an existence previous to this? He gave a little laugh as he asked the question. Not in the least, but an opinion held by such men as Plato, Origen, and Wordsworth is not to be laughed at, Mr. Turner. It cannot be in its nature absurd. I might have mentioned Shelley as holding it, too, had his opinion been worth anything. Then you don't think much of Shelley. I think his feelings most valuable, his opinions nearly worthless. Well, perhaps I had no business to laugh at it, but do not suppose for a moment that I even lean to it. I dislike it. It would make me unhappy to think there was the least of sound argument for it. But I respect the men who have held it, and know there must be something good in it, else they could not have held it. Are you able then to sympathize with that ode of Wordsworth? Does it not depend for all its worth on the admission of this theory? Not in the least. It is necessary to admit that we must have had a conscious life before this life to find meaning in the words. But trailing clouds of glory do not come from God who is our home. Is not all the good in us his image? Imperfect and sinful as we are, is not all the foundation of our being his image? Is not the sin all ours, and the life in us all God's? We cannot be the creatures of God without partaking of his nature. Every motion of our conscience, every admiration of what is pure and noble, is a sign and a result of this. Is not every self-accusation a proof of the presence of his Spirit, that comes not of ourselves, that it is not without him? These are the clouds of glory we come trailing from him. All feelings of beauty and peace and loveliness and right and goodness we trail with us from our home. God is the only home of the human soul. To interpret in this manner what Wordsworth says will enable us to enter into perfect sympathy with all that grandest of his poems. I do not say this is what he meant, but I think it includes what he meant by being greater and wider than what he meant. Nor am I guilty of presumption in saying so, for surely the idea that we are born of God is a greater idea than that we have lived with him a life before this life. But Wordsworth is not the first among our religious poets to give us at least what is valuable in the notion. I came upon a volume amongst my friend Shepherd's books, with which I had made no acquaintance before. Henry Vaughan's poems. I brought it with me, for it has finer lines. I almost think that any in George Herbert's, though not so fine poems by any means as his best. When we go into the house, I will read one of them to you. Thank you, said Turner. I wish I could have such talk once a week. The shades of the prison house, you know. Mr. Walton are always trying to close about us and shut out the vision of the glories we have come from, as Wordsworth says. A man, I answered, who ministers to the miserable necessities of his fellows has even more need than another to believe in the light and the gladness. Else a poor Job's comforter will he be. I don't want to be treated like a musical snuff-box. The doctor laughed. No man can prove, he says, that there is not a being inside the snuff-box, existing in virtue of the harmony of its parts, comfortable when they go well, sick when they go badly, and dying when it is dismembered, or even when it stops. No, I answered, no man can prove it, but no man can convince a human being of it. And just as little can anyone convince me that my conscience, making me do sometimes what I don't like, comes from a harmonious action of the particles of my brain. But it is time we went in, for by the law of things in general, I being ready for my dinner ought to be ready for me. A law with more exceptions than instances, I fear, said Turner. I doubt that, I answered. The readiness is in everything, and that we constantly blunder in. But we had better see whether we are really ready for it by trying whether it is ready for us. Connie went to bed early, as indeed we all did, and she was rather better than worse the next morning. My wife, for the first time for many nights, said nothing about the crying of the sea. The following day Turner and I set out to explore the neighbourhood. The rest remained quietly at home. It was, as I have said, a high bare country. The fields lay side by side, parted from each other chiefly, as so often in Scotland, by stone walls, and these stones being of a laminated nature, the walls were not unfrequently built by laying thin plates on their edges, which gave a neatness to them not found in other parts of the country as far as I am aware. In the middle of the fields came here and there patches of yet unreclaimed moorland. Now in a region like this, beauty must be looked for below the surface. There is a probability of finding hollows of repose, sunken spots of loveliness, hidden away altogether from the general aspect of sternness, or perhaps sterility, that meets the eye in glancing over the outspread landscape. Just as in the natures of stern men you may expect to find, if opportunities should be afforded you, sunny spots of tender verdure, kept evergreen by that very sternness which is turned towards the common gaze, thus existent because they are below the surface, and not laid bare to the sweep of the cold winds that roam the world. How often have not men started with amaze at the discovery of some feminine sweetness, some grace of protection in the man whom they had judged cold and hard and rugged, inaccessible to the more genial influences of humanity. It may be that such men are only fighting against the wind, and keep their hearts open to the sun. I knew this, and when Turner and I set out that morning to explore, I expected to light upon some instance of it, some mine or other in which nature had hidden away rare jewels. But I was not prepared to find such as I did find. With our hearts full of a glad secret, we returned home, but we said nothing about it, in order that Ethelwyn and Wynnie might enjoy the discovery even as we had enjoyed it. There was another grand fact with regard to the neighbourhood about which we judged it better to be silent for a few days, that the inland influences might be free to work. We were considerably nearer the ocean than my wife and daughter supposed, for we had made a great round in order to arrive from the land side. We were, however, out of the sound of its waves, which broke all along the shore. In this part, at the foot of the tremendous cliffs. What cliffs they were, we shall soon find. End of chapter 7. Volume 2, Chapter 8 of the Seaboard Parish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Hawryluk. The Seaboard Parish by George MacDonald. Chapter 8. The Keeve. "Now, my dear, now, Wynnie," I said after prayers the next morning, "you must come out for a walk as soon as ever you can get your bonnets on." "But we can't leave Connie, papa," objected Wynnie. "Oh yes, you can, quite well. There's nursie to look after her. What do you say, Connie?" For some time now, Connie had been able to get up so early that it was no unusual thing to have prayers in her room. "I am entirely independent of help from my family," returned Connie grandiloquently. "I am a woman of independent means," she added. "If you say another word, I will rise and leave the room." And as she made a movement as if she would actually do as she had said, seized with an involuntary terror, I rushed towards her, and the impertinent girl burst out laughing in my face, threw herself back on her pillows, and laughed delightedly. "Take care, papa," she said. "I carry a terrible club for rebellious people." Then her mood changing, she added, as if to suppress the tears gathering in her eyes, "I am the queen of luxury and self-will, and I won't have anybody come near me till dinner time. I mean to enjoy myself." So the matter was settled, and we went out for our walk. Ethelwyn was not such a good walker as she had been, but even if she had retained the strength of her youth, we should not have got on much better for it. So often did she and Wynnie stop to grub ferns out of the chinks and roots of the stone walls. Now I admire ferns as much as anybody, that is, not, I fear, so much as my wife and daughter, but quite enough notwithstanding. But I do not quite enjoy being pulled up like a fern at every turn. "Now, my dear, what is the use of stopping to torture that harmless vegetable?" I say, but say in vain. "It is much more beautiful where it is than it will be anywhere where you can put it. Besides, you know they never come to anything with you. They always die. Thereupon my wife reminds me of this fern and that fern gathered in such and such places, and now in such and such corners of the garden or the greenhouse, or under glass shades in this room or that room, of the very existence of which I am ignorant, whether from original inattention or merely from forgetfulness. I do not know. Certainly, out of their own place, I do not care much for them. At length, partly by the inducement I held out to them of a much greater variety of ferns where we were bound, I succeeded in getting them over the 2 miles in little more than 2 hours. After passing from the lanes into the fields, our way led downwards till we reached a very steep, large slope, with a delightful southern exposure, and covered with the sweetest down grasses. It was just a place to lie in, as on the edge of the earth, and look abroad upon the universe of air and floating worlds. "Let us have a rest here, Ethel," I said. "I'm sure this is much more delightful than uprooting ferns. What an awful thing to think that here we are on this great round tumbling ball of a world, held by the feet, lifting up the head into infinite space, without choice or wish of our own, compelled to think and to be, whether we will or not. Just God must know it to be very good, or he would not have taken it in his hands to make individual lives without a possible will of theirs. He must be our Father, or we are wretched creatures, the slaves of a fatal necessity. Did it ever strike you, Turner, that each one of us stands on the apex of the world? With a sphere, you know, it must be so. And thus is typified, as it seems to me, that each one of us must look up for himself to find God, and then look abroad to find his fellows. "I think I know what you mean," was all Turner's reply. "No doubt," I resumed, "the apprehensions of this truth has, in otherwise ill-ordered minds, given rise to all sorts of fierce and grotesque fanaticism. But the minds which have thus conceived the truth would have been immeasurably worse without it. Nay, this truth affords at last the only possible door out of the miseries of their own chaos, whether inherited or the result of their own misconduct." "What's that in the grass?" cried Wynnie in a tone of alarm. I looked where she indicated, and saw a slow worm, or blind worm, lying basking in the sun. I rose and went towards it. "Here's your stick," said Turner. "What for?" I asked. "Why should I kill it?" "It is perfectly harmless, and to my mind beautiful." I took it in my hands and brought it to my wife. She gave an involuntary shudder as it came near her. "I assure you it is harmless," I said, "though it has a forked tongue," and I opened its mouth as I spoke. "I do not think the serpent form is essentially ugly." "It makes me feel ugly," said Wynnie. "I allow I do not quite understand the mysteries of it," I said. "But you never saw lovelier ornamentation than these silvery scales, with all the neatness of what you ladies call a set pattern, and none of the stiffness, for there are not two of them the same in form. And you never saw lovelier curves than this little patient creature, which does not even try to get away from me, makes with the queer long thin body of him. I wonder how it can look after its tail. It is so far off," said Wynnie. "It does, though, better than you ladies look after your long dresses. I wonder whether it is descended from creatures that once had feet, and did not make a good use of them. Perhaps they had wings even, and would not use them at all, and so lost them. Its ancestors may have had poisoned fangs. It is innocent enough. But it is a terrible thing to be all feet, is it not? There is an awful significance in the condemnation of the serpent. On thy belly shalt thou go, and eat dust. But it is better to talk of beautiful things. My soul at least has dropped from its world apex. Let us go on. Come, wife. Come, Turner. They did not seem willing to rise, but the glen drew me. I rose, and my wife followed my example with the help of my hand. She returned to the subject, however, as we descended the slope. Is it possible that in the course of ever so many ages wings and feet should be both lost? She said. The most presumptuous thing in the world is to pronounce on the possible and the impossible. I do not know what is possible and what is impossible. I can only tell a little of what is true and what is untrue. But I do say this, that between the condition of many decent members of society and that for the sake of which God made them, there is a gulf quite as vast as that between a serpent and a bird. I get peeps now and then into the condition of my own heart, which, for the moment, makes it seem impossible that I should ever rise into a true state of nature, that is, into the simplicity of God's will concerning me. The only hope for ourselves and for others lies in Him, in the power the creating Spirit has over the spirits He has made. By this time the descent on the grass was getting too steep and slippery to admit of our continuing to advance in that direction. We turned, therefore, down the valley in the direction of the sea. It was but a narrow cliff, and narrowed much towards a deeper cliff, in which we now saw the tops of trees, and from which we heard the rush of water. Nor had we gone far in this direction before we came upon a gate in a stone wall, which led into what seemed a neglected garden. We entered, and found a path turning and winding among small trees and luxuriant ferns, and great stones and fragments of ruins down towards the bottom of the chasm. The noise of falling water increased as we went on, and at length, after some scrambling and several sharp turns, we found ourselves with a nearly precipitous wall on each side, clothed with shrubs and ivy and creeping things of the vegetable world. Up this cleft there was no advance. The head of it was a precipice down which shot the stream from the vale above. Pouring out of a deep slit it had itself cut in the rock as with a knife. Halfway down it tumbled into a great basin of hollowed stone, and flowing from a chasm in its side, which left part of the lip of the basin standing like an arch of a vanished bridge, it fell into a black pool below, whence it crept as if half stunned or wearied down the gentle decline of the ravine. It was a perfect little picture. I, for my part, had never seen such a picturesque fall. It was a little gem of nature, complete in effect. The ladies were full of pleasure. Winnie, forgetting her usual reserve, broke out in frantic exclamations of delight. We stood for a while regarding the ceaseless pour of the water down the precipice, here shot slanting in the little trough of the rock, full of force and purpose, here falling in great curls of green and grey, with an expression of absolute helplessness and conscious perdition, as if it sheered to the centre, but rejoicing the next moment to find itself brought up boiling and bubbling in the basin, to issue in the gathered hope of experience. Then we turned down the stream a little way, crossed it by a plank, and stood again to regard it from the opposite side. Small as the whole affair was, not more than about 150 feet in height, it was so full of variety that I saw it was all my memory could do, if it carried away anything like a correct picture of its aspect. I was contemplating it fixedly, when a little stifled cry from Winnie made me start and look round. Her face was flushed, yet she was trying to look unconcerned. "I thought we were quite alone, papa," she said, "but I see a gentleman sketching." I looked whither she indicated. A little way down, the bed of the ravine widened considerably, and was no doubt filled with water in rainy weather. Now it was swampy, full of weeds and willow bushes. But on the opposite side of the stream, with a little canal from it going all around it, lay a great flat rectangular stone, not more than a foot above the level of the water, and upon a camp stool in the centre of this stone sat a gentleman sketching. I had no doubt that Wynnie had recognized him at once, and I was annoyed, and indeed angry, to think that Mr. Percivale had followed us here. But while I regarded him, he looked up, rose very quietly, and with his pencil in his hand, came towards us, with no nearer approach to familiarity than a bow, and no expression of either much pleasure or any surprise. He said, "I have seen your party for some time, Mr. Walton, since you crossed the stream, but I would not break in upon your enjoyment with the surprise which my presence here might cause you." "I suppose," I answered with a bow of some sort, for I could not say with truth that I was glad to see him. He resumed, doubtless penetrating my suspicion. "I have been here almost a week. I certainly had no expectation of the pleasure of seeing you." This he said lightly, though no doubt with the object of clearing himself. And I was, if not reassured, yet disarmed by his statement. For I could not believe, for what I knew of him, that he would be guilty of such a white lie as many a gentleman would have thought justifiable on the occasion. Still, I suppose he found me a little stiff, for presently he said, "If you will excuse me, I will return to my work." Then I felt as if I must say something, for I had shown him no courtesy during the interview. "It must be a great pleasure to carry away such talismans with you, capable of bringing the place back to your mental vision at any moment." "To tell the truth," he answered, "I am a little ashamed of being found sketching here. Such bits of scenery are not of my favourite studies. But it is a change." "It is very beautiful here," I said, in a tone of contravention. "It is very pretty," he answered, "very lovely, if you will. Not very beautiful, I think. I would keep that word for things of larger regard. Beauty requires width, and here is none. I had almost said this place was fanciful, the work of imagination in her play hours, not in her large serious moods. It affects me like the face of a woman only pretty, about which boys and guardsmen will rave. To me, not very interesting, save for its single lines." "Why, then, do you sketch the place?" "A very fair question," he returned, with a smile. "Just because it is soothing from the very absence of beauty. I would far rather, however, if I were only following my taste, take the barest bit of the moor above, with a streak of the cold sky over it. That gives room. You would like to put a skylark in it, wouldn't you?" "That I would if I knew how." "I see you know what I mean. But the mere romantic I never had much taste for. Though if you saw the kind of pictures I try to paint, you would not wonder that I take sketches of places like this, while in my heart of hearts I do not care much for them. They are so different, and just therefore they are good for me. I am not working now. I am only playing, with a view to working better afterwards, I have no doubt," I answered. "You are right there, I hope," was his quiet reply, as he turned and walked back to the island. He had not made a step towards joining us. He had only taken his hat off to the ladies. He was gaining ground upon me rapidly. "Have you quarrelled with our new friend, Harry?" said my wife as I came up to her. She was sitting on a stone. Turner and Winnie were farther off towards the foot of the fall. "Not in the least," I answered, slightly outraged. I did not at first know why by the question. "He is only gone to his work, which is a duty belonging both to the first and second tables of the law." "I hope you have asked him to come home to our early dinner, then," she rejoined. "I have not. That remains for you to do. Come, I will take you to him." Ethelwyn rose at once, put her hand in mine, and with a little help soon reached the table rock. When Percivale saw that she was really on a visit to him on his island perch, he rose, and when she came near enough, held out his hand. It was but a step, and she was beside him in a moment. After the usual greetings, which on her part, although very quiet, like every motion and word of hers, were yet indubitably cordial and kind, she said, "When you get back to London, Mr. Percivale, might I ask you to allow some friends of mine to call at your studio and see your paintings?" "With all my heart," answered Percivale. "I must warn you, however, that I have not much they will care to see. They will perhaps go away less happy than they entered. Not many people care to see my pictures twice." "I would not send you any one I thought unworthy of the honour," answered my wife. Percivale bowed, one of his stately, old world bows, which I greatly liked. "Any friend of yours, that is guaranteed sufficient," he answered. There was this peculiarity about any compliment that Percivale paid, that you had not doubt of its being genuine. "Will you come and take an early dinner with us?" said my wife. "My invalid daughter will be very pleased to see you." "I will with pleasure," he answered, but in a tone of some hesitation, as he glanced from Ethelwyn to me. "My wife speaks for us all," I said. "It will give us all pleasure." "I am only afraid it will break in upon your morning's work," remarked Ethelwyn. "Oh, that is not the least consequence," he rejoined. "In fact, as I have just been saying to Mr. Walton, I am not working at all at present. This is pure recreation." As he spoke he turned towards his easel, and began hastily to bundle up his things. "We're not quite ready to go yet," said my wife, loath to leave the lovely spot. "What a curious flat stone this is," she added. "It is," said Percivale. "The man to whom the place belongs, a worthy yeoman of the old school, says that this wider part of the channel must have been the fish pond, and that the portly monks stood on this stone and fished in the pond." "Then there was a monastery here?" I asked. "Certainly. The ruins of the chapel, one of the smallest, are on the top, just above the falls. Rather a fearful place to look down from. I wonder you did not observe them as you came. They say it had a silver bell in the days of its glory, which now lies in the deep hole under the basin, halfway between the top and bottom of the fall. But the old man says nothing will make him look, or let any one else lift the huge stone, for he is much better pleased to believe that it may be there than he would be to know it was not there. For certainly, if it were found, it would not be left there long." As he spoke, Percivale had continued packing his gear. He now led our party up to the chapel, and thence down a few yards to the edge of the chasm, where the water fell headlong. I turned away with that fear of high places which is one of my many weaknesses. And when I turned again towards the spot, there was Winnie on the very edge, looking over into the flash and tumult of the water below, but with a nervous grasp of the hand of Percivale, who stood a little farther back. In going home, the painter led us by an easier way out of the valley. left his little easel and other things at a cottage, and then walked on in front between my wife and daughter, while Turner and I followed. He seemed quite at his ease with them, and plenty of talk and laughter rose on the way. I, however, was chiefly occupied with finding out Turner's impression of Connie's condition. "She is certainly better," he said. "I wonder you do not see it as plainly as I do. The pain is nearly gone from her spine, and she can move herself a good deal more. I am certain that she could when she left. She asked me yesterday if she might not turn upon one side. 'Do you think you could?' I asked. 'I think so,' she answered. 'At any rate, I have often a great inclination to try. Only papa said I had better wait till you came. I do think she might be allowed a little more change of posture now.' "Then you have really some hope of her final recovery?" "I have hope, most certainly. But what is hope in me, you must not allow to become certainty in you. I am nearly sure, though, that she can never be other than an invalid. That is, if I am to judge by what I know of such cases." "I am thankful for the hope," I answered. "You need not be afraid of my turning upon you, should the hope never pass into sight. I should do so only if I found that you had been treating me irrationally, inspiring me with hope which you knew to be false. The element of uncertainty is essential to hope, and for all true hope, even as hope, man has to be unspeakably thankful." End of chapter 8.
Volume 2, Chapter 9 of the Seaboard Parish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Seaboard Parish by George MacDonald. Volume 2, Chapter 9. The Walk to Church. I was glad to be able to arrange with a young clergyman, who was on a visit to Kilkhaven, that he should take my duty for me the next Sunday, for that was the only one Turner could spend with us. He and I and Wynnie walked together 2 miles to church. It was a lovely morning, with just a tint of autumn in the air. But even that tint, though all else was of the summer, brought a shadow, I could see, on Wynnie's face. "You said you would show me a poem of Vaughan, I think you said, was the name of the writer. I am too ignorant of our older literature," said Turner. "I have only just made acquaintance with him," I answered, "but I think I can repeat the poem. You shall judge whether it is not like Wordsworth's ode. Happy those early days, when I shined on my angel infancy, before I understood the place appointed for my second race, or taught my soul to fancy aught but a white celestial thought, when yet I had not walked above a mile or two from my first love, and looking back at that short space could see a glimpse of his bright face, when on some gilded cloud or flower my gazing soul would dwell an hour, and in those weaker glories spy some shadows of eternity, before I taught my tongue to wound my conscience with a sinful sound, but felt through all this fleshly dress bright shoots of everlastingness. Oh, how I long to travel back!" But here I broke down, for I could not remember the rest with even approximate accuracy. "When did this Vaughan live?" asked Turner. "He was born, I find, in 1621, 5 years, that is, after Shakespeare's death, and when Milton was about 13 years old. He lived to the age of 73, but there seems to have been little known. In politics he was on the Cavalier side. By the way, he was a medical man, like you, Turner, an M.D. We'll have a glance at the little book when we go back. Don't let me forget to show it you. A good many of your profession have distinguished themselves in literature, and as profound believers too." I should have thought the profession had been chiefly remarkable for such as believe only in the evidence of the senses. As if having searched into the innermost recesses of the body, and not having found a soul, they considered themselves justified in declaring there was none? Just so. Well, that is true of the commonplace amongst them, I do believe. You will find the exceptions have been men of fine minds and characters, not such as he of whom Chaucer says, his study was but little of the Bible. For if you look at the rest of the description of the man, you will find that he was in alliance with his apothecary for their mutual advantage, that he was a money-loving man, and that some of Chaucer's keenest irony is spent on him in an off-hand, quiet manner. Compare the tone in which he writes of the doctor of physic, with the profound reverence wherewith he bows himself before the poor country parson. Here Wynnie spoke, though with some tremor in her voice. "I never know, papa, what people mean by talking about childhood in that way. I never seem to have been a bit younger and more innocent than I am." "Don't you remember a time, Wynnie, when the things about you, the sky and the earth, say, seemed to you much grander than they seem now? You are old enough to have lost something." She thought for a little while before she answered. "My dreams were, I know. I cannot say of anything else." I in my turn had to be silent, for I did not see the true answer, though I was sure there was one somewhere, if I could only find it. All I could reply, however, even after I had meditated a good while, was, and perhaps after all it was the best thing I could have said, "Then you must make good use of your dreams, my child." "Why, papa?" "Because they are the only memorials of childhood you have left." "How am I to make a good use of them? I don't know what to do with my silly old dreams." But she gave a sigh as she spoke that testified her silly old dreams had a charm for her still. "If your dreams, my child, have ever testified to you of a condition of things beyond that which you see around you, if they have been to you the hints of a wonder and glory beyond what visits you now, you must not call them silly, for they are just what the scents of paradise borne on the air were to Adam and Eve, as they delved and spun, reminding them that they must aspire yet again, through labour, into that childhood of obedience which is the only paradise of humanity, into that oneness which the will of the Father, which our race, our individual selves, need just as much as if we had personally fallen with Adam, and from which we fall every time we are disobedient to the voice of the Father within our souls, to the conscience which is his making and his witness. If you have had no childhood, my Wynnie, yet permit your old father to say that everything I see in you indicates more strongly in you than in most people, that it is this childhood after which you are blindly longing, without which you find that life is hardly to be endured, thank God for your dreams, my child. In him you will find that the essence of those dreams is fulfilled. We are saved by hope, Turner. Never man hoped too much, or repented that he had hoped. The plague is that we don't hope in God half enough. The very fact that hope is strength, and strength the outcome, the body of life, shows that hope is at one with life, and the very essence of what says I am, yea, of what doubts and says am I, and therefore is reasonable to creatures who cannot even doubt, save in that they live. By this time, for I have of course only given the outlines, or rather salient points, of our conversation, we had reached the church, where, if I found the sermon neither healing nor inspiring, I found the prayers full of hope and consolation. They, at least, are safe beyond human caprice, conceit, or incapacity. Upon them, too, the man who is distressed at the thought of how little of the needful food he had been able to provide for his people may fall back for comfort, in the thought that there at least was what ought to have done them good, and what it was well worth their while to go to church for. But I did think they were too long for any individual Christian soul to sympathize with from beginning to end, that is, to respond to, like an organ–tube to the fingered key, in every touch of the utterance of the general Christian soul. For my reader must remember that it is one thing to read prayers, and another to respond, and that I had had very few opportunities of being in the position of the latter duty. I had had suspicions before, and now they were confirmed, that the present crowding of services was almost inexpedient, and as I pondered on the matter, instead of trying to go on praying after I had already uttered my soul, which is but a heathenish attempt after much speaking, I thought how our Lord had given us such a short prayer to pray, and I began to wonder when or how the services came to be so heaped the one on the back of the other as they now were. No doubt many people defended them. No doubt many people could sit them out. But how many people could pray from beginning to end of them? On this point we had some talk as we went home. Wynnie was opposed to any change of the present use on the ground that we should only have the longer sermons. Still, I said, I do not think even that so great an evil. A sensitive conscience will not reproach itself so much for not listening to the whole of a sermon, as for kneeling in prayer and not praying. I think myself, however, that after the prayers are over, every one should be at liberty to go out and leave the sermon unheard, if he pleases. I think the result would be in the end a good one both for parson and people. It would break through the deadness of this custom, this use and wont. Many a young mind is turned for life against the influences of church-going, one of the most sacred influences when pure, that is, unmingled with non-essentials, just by the feeling that he must do so and so, that he must go through a certain round of duty. It is a willing service that the Lord wants. No forced devotions are either acceptable to him, or other than injurious to the worshipper, if such he can be called. After an early dinner, I said to Turner, "Come out with me, and we will read that poem of Vaughan's, in which I broke down to-day." "Oh, papa," said Connie, in a tone of injury, from the sofa. "What is it, my dear?" I asked. "Wouldn't it be as good for us as for Mr. Turner?" "Quite, my dear. Well, I will keep it for the evening, and meantime Mr. Turner and I will go and see if we can find out anything about the change in the church service." For I had thrown into my bag as I left the rectory a copy of the clergyman's Vade Mecum, a treatise occupied with the externals of the churchman's relations, in which I soon came upon the following passage: "So then it appears that the common practice of reading all three together is an innovation, and if an ancient or infirm clergyman do read them at 2 or 3 several times, he is more strictly conformable. However, this is much better than to omit any part of the liturgy, or to read all 3 offices into one, as is now commonly done, without any pause or distinction." "On the part of the clergyman, you see, Turner," I said, when I had finished reading the whole passage to him, "there is no care taken of the delicate women of the congregation, but only of the ancient or infirm clergyman. And the logic, to say the least, is rather queer. Is it only in virtue of his antiquity and infirmity that he is to be upheld in being more strictly conformable? The writer's honesty has its heel trodden upon the fear of giving offence. Nevertheless, there should perhaps be a certain slowness to admit change, even back to a more ancient form." "I do not know that I can quite agree with you there," said Turner. "If the form is better, no one should hesitate to advocate the change. If it is worse, then slowness is not sufficient. Utter obstinacy is the right condition." "You are right, Turner, for the right must be the rule, and where the right is beyond our understanding or our reach, then the better, as indeed not only right compared with the other, but the sole assent towards the right." In the evening I took Henry Vaughan's poems into the common sitting-room, and to Connie's great delight read the whole of the lovely, though unequal, little poem called The Retreat, in recalling which I had failed in the morning. She was especially delighted with the white celestial thought, and the bright shoots of everlastingness. Then I gave a few lines from another yet more unequal poem, worthy in themselves of the best of the other. I quote the first strophe entire. Childhood. I cannot reach it, and my striving eye dazzles at it as at eternity. Were now that chronicle alive, those white designs which children drive, and the thoughts of each harmless hour, with their content too in my power, quickly would I make my path even, and by mere playing go to heaven. And yet the practised worldlings call business and weighty action all, checking the poor child for his play, but gravely cast themselves away. An age of mysteries, which he must live twice that would God's face see, which angels guard, and with it play, angels which foul men drive away. How do I study now, and scan thee more than e'er I studied man, and only see through a long night thy edges and thy bordering light. Oh, for thy centre and midday, for sure that is the narrow way. For of such is the kingdom of heaven, said my wife softly as I closed the book. May I have the book, papa? Said Connie, holding out her thin white cloud of a hand to take it. Certainly, my child, and if Wynnie would read it with you, she will feel more of the truth of what Mr. Percivale was saying to her about finish. Here are the finest, grandest thoughts, set forth sometimes with such carelessness, at least such lack of neatness, that, instead of their falling on the mind with all the power of loveliness, they are like a beautiful face disfigured with patches, and, what is worse, they put the mind out of the right, quiet, unquestioning, open mood, which is the only fit one for the reception of such true things as are embodied in the poems. But they are too beautiful, after all, to be more than a little spoiled by such a lack of the finish with which art ends off all her labours. A gentleman, however, thinks it of no little importance to have his nails nice, as well as his face and his shirt. End of chapter 9.
Volume 2, Chapter 10 of the Seaboard Parish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Hawryluk. The Seaboard Parish by George MacDonald. Chapter 10. The Old Castle. The place Turner had chosen suited us all so well, that after attending to my duties on the 2 following Sundays at Kilcaven, I returned on the Monday or Tuesday to the farmhouse. But Turner left us in the middle of the 2nd week, for he could not be longer absent from his charge at home, and we missed him much. It was some days before Connie was quite as cheerful again as usual. I do not mean that she was in the least gloomy, that she never was. She was only a little less merry. But whether it was that Turner had opened our eyes, or that she had visibly improved since he allowed her to make a little change in her posture, certainly she appeared to us to have made considerable progress, and every now and then we were discovering some little proof of the fact. One evening, while we were still at the farm, she startled us by calling out suddenly, "Papa, Papa, I moved my big toe. I did indeed." We were all about her in a moment, but I saw that she was excited, and fearing a reaction, I sought to calm her. "But, my dear," I said as quietly as I could, "you are probably still aware that you are possessed of 2 big toes. Which of them are we to congratulate on the first stride in the march of improvement?" She broke out in the merriest laugh. A pause followed in which her face wore a puzzled expression. Then she said all at once, "Papa, it is very odd, but I can't tell which of them," and burst into tears. I was afraid that I had done more harm than good. "It is not of the slightest consequence, my child," I said. "You have had so little communication with the twins of late, that it is no wonder you should not be able to tell the one from the other." She smiled again through her sobs, but was silent, with shining face, for the rest of the evening. Our hopes took a fresh start, but we heard no more from her of her power over her big toe. As often as I inquired, she said that she was afraid she had made a mistake. for she had not had another hint of its existence. Still I thought it could not have been a fancy, and I would cleave to my belief in the good sign. Percivale called to see us several times, but always appeared anxious not to intrude more of his society upon us than might be agreeable. He grew in my regard, however, and at length I asked him if he would assist me in another surprise which I meditated for my companions, and this time for Connie as well, and which I hoped would prevent the painful influences of the sight of the sea from returning upon them when they went back to Kilkhaven. They must see the sea from quite a different shore first. In a word, I would take them to Tintagel, of the near position of which they were not aware, although in some of our walks we had seen the ocean in the distance. An early day was fixed for carrying out our project, and I proceeded to get everything ready. The only difficulty was to find a carriage in the neighbourhood suitable for receiving Connie's litter. In this, however, I at length succeeded, and on the morning of the glorious day of blue and gold, we set out for the little village of Trevenna, now far better known than at the time of which I write. Connie had been out every day since she came, now in one part of the fields, now in another, enjoying the expanse of earth and sky, but she had had no drive, and consequently had seen no variety of scenery. Therefore, believing she was now thoroughly able to bear it, I quite reckoned of the good she would get from the inevitable excitement. We resolved, however, after finding how much she enjoyed the few miles' drive, that we would not demand more of her strength that day, and therefore put up at the little inn, where, after ordering dinner, Percivale and I left the ladies and sallied forth to reconnoitre. We walked through the village and down the valley below, sloping steeply between hills towards the sea. The opening closed at the end by the blue of the ocean below and the more ethereal blue of the sky above. But when we reached the mouth of the valley we found that we were not yet on the shore, for a precipice lay between us and the little beach below. On the left a great peninsula of rock stood out into the sea, upon which rose the ruins of the keep of Tintagel, while behind on the mainland stood the ruins of the castle itself, connected with the other only by a narrow isthmus. We had read that this peninsula had once been an island, and that the two parts of the castle were formerly connected by a drawbridge. Looking up at the great gap which now divided the two portions, it seemed at first impossible to believe that they had ever been thus united. But a little reflection cleared up the mystery. The fact was that the isthmus, of half the height of the two parts connected by it, had been formed entirely by the fall of portions of the rock and the soil on each side of the narrow dividing space, through which the waters of the Atlantic had been wont to sweep. And now the fragments of walls stood on the very verge of the precipice, and showed that the large portions of the castle itself had fallen into the gulf between. We turned to the left along the edge of the rock, and so by a narrow path reached and crossed to the other side of the isthmus. We then found that the path led to the foot of the rock, formerly island, of the keep, and thence in a zigzag up the face of it to the top. We followed it, and after a great climb reached a door in a modern battlement. Entering, we found ourselves amid grass and ruins haggard with age. We turned and surveyed the path by which we had come. It was steep and somewhat difficult, but the outlook was glorious. It was indeed one of God's mounts of vision upon which we stood. The thought, oh, that Connie could see this, was swelling in my heart, when Percivale broke the silence, not with any remark on the glory around us, but with the commonplace question. You haven't got your man with you, I think, Mr. Walton." "No," I answered. "We thought it better to leave him to look after the boys." He was silent for a few minutes, while I gazed in delight. "Don't you think," he said, "it would be possible to bring Miss Constant up here?" I almost started at the idea, and had not replied before he resumed. "It would be something for her to recur to with delight all the rest of her life." "It would indeed, but it is impossible." "I do not think so. If you would allow me the honour to assist you, I think we could do it perfectly between us." I was again silent for a while, looking down at the way we had come. It seemed an almost dreadful undertaking. Percivale spoke again. "As we shall come here to morrow, we need not explore the place now. Shall we go down at once and observe the whole path, with a view to the practicability of carrying her up?" "There can be no objection to that," I answered, as a little hope, and courage with it, began to dawn in my heart. "But you must allow it does not look very practicable." "Perhaps it would seem more so to you, if you had come up with the idea in your head all the way as I did. Any path seems more difficult in looking back than at the time when the difficulties themselves have to be met and overcome." "Yes, but then you must remember that we have to take the way back whether we will or no, if we once take the way forward." "True, and now I will go down with the descent in my head as well as under my feet." "Well, there can be no harm in reconnoitring it, at least. Let us go." "You know we can rest almost as often as we please," said Percivale, and turned to lead the way. It certainly was steep, and required care even in our own descent, but for a man who had climbed mountains, as I had done in my youth, it could hardly be called difficult even in middle age. By the time we had got again into the valley road, I was all but convinced of the practicability of the proposal. I was a little vexed, however, I must confess, that a stranger should have thought of giving such a pleasure to Connie, when the bare wish that she might have enjoyed it had alone arisen in my mind. I comforted myself with the reflection that this was one of the ways in which we were to be weaned from the world and knit the faster to our fellows. For even the middle-aged, in the decay of their daring, must look for the fresh thought and fresh impulse to the youth which follow at their heels in the march of life. Their part is to will the relation and the obligation, and so, by love to and faith in the young, keep themselves in the line along which the electric current flows, till at length they too shall once more be young and daring in the strength of the Lord. A man must always seek to rise above his moods and feelings, to let them move within him, but not allow them to storm or gloom around him. By the time we reached home, we had agreed to make the attempt, and to judge by the path of the foot of the rock, which was difficult in parts, whether we should be likely to succeed, without danger, in attempting the rest of the way and the following descent. As soon as we had arrived at this conclusion, I felt so happy in the prospect that I grew quite merry, especially after we had further agreed that, both for the sake of her nerves and for the sake of the lordly surprise, we should bind Connie's eyes so that she should see nothing till we had placed her in a certain position, concerning the preferableness of which we were not of two minds. "What mischief have you two been about?" said my wife, as we entered our room in the inn, where the cloth was already laid for dinner. "You look like two schoolboys that have been laying some plot, and can hardly hold their tongues about it." "We have been enjoying our little walk amazingly," I answered, "so much so that we mean to set out for another the moment dinner is over." "I hope you will take Wynnie with you then." "Or you, my love," I returned. "No, I will stay with Connie." Very well, you and Connie too shall go out tomorrow, for we have found a place we want to take you to. And, indeed, I believe it was our anticipation of the pleasure you and she would have in the view that made us so merry when you accused us of plotting mischief. My wife replied only with a loving look, and a dinner appearing at this moment, we sat down at a happy party. When that was over, and a very good dinner it was, just what I like, homely in material but admirable in cooking, Winnie and Percival and I set out again, for as Percival and I came back in the morning, we had seen the church standing far aloft and aloof on the other side of the little valley, and we wanted to go to it. It was rather a steep climb, and Winnie accepted Percival's offered arm. I led the way, therefore, and let them follow. Not so far in the rear, however, but that I could take a share in the conversation. It was some little time before any arose, and it was Winnie who led the way into it. "What kind of things do you like best to paint, Mr. Percival?" she asked. He hesitated for several seconds, which between a question and an answer looked so long, that most people would call them minutes. "I would rather you should see some of my pictures." "I should prefer that to answering your question," he said at length. "But I have seen some of your pictures," she returned. "Pardon me, indeed you have not, Miss Walton. At least I have seen some of your sketches and studies." "Some of my sketches, none of my studies." "But you have made use of your sketches for your pictures, do you not?" "Never of such as you have seen. They are only a slight antidote to my pictures." "I cannot understand you." "I do not wonder at that. But I would rather, I repeat, say nothing about my pictures till you see some of them." "But how am I to have that pleasure then?" "You go to London sometimes, do you not?" "Very rarely. More rarely still when the Royal Academy is open." "That does not matter much. My pictures are seldom to be found there." "Do you not care to send them there?" "I send one, at least, every year, but they are rarely accepted." "Why?" This was a very improper question, I thought, but if Winnie had thought so she would not have put it. He hesitated a little before he replied. "It is hardly for me to say why," he answered. "But I cannot wonder much at it, considering the subjects I choose. But I dare say," he added in a lighter tone, "after all, that has little to do with it, and there is something about the things themselves that precludes a favourable judgment. I avoid thinking about it. A man ought to try to look at his own work as if it were none of his, but not as with the eyes of other people. That is an impossibility, and the attempt a bewilderment. It is with his own eyes he must look, with his own judgment he must judge. The only effort is to get it set far away enough from him to be able to use his own eyes and his own judgment upon it." "I think I see what you mean. A man has but his own eyes and his own judgment. To look with those of other people's is but a fancy." "Quite so. You understand me quite." He said no more in explanation of his rejection by the Academy, till we reached the church. Nothing more of significance passed between them. What a waste, bare churchyard that was! It had 2 or 3 lych gates, but they had no roofs. They were just small enclosures, with the low stone tables, to rest the living from the weight of the dead, while the clergyman, as the keeper of the heaven's wardrobe, came forth to receive the garments they restored, to be laid aside as having ended its work, as having been worn done in the winds and rain, and labours of the world. Not a tree stood in that churchyard. Hank grass was the sole covering of the soil heaped up with the dead beneath. What blast from the awful space of the sea must rush athwart the undefended garden? The ancient church stood in the midst, with its low, strong, square tower, and its long, narrow nave. The ridge bowed with age, like the back of a horse worn out in the service of man, and its little homely chancel, like a small cottage that had leaned up against its end for shelter from the western blasts. It was locked, and we could not enter. But of all world-worn, sad-looking churches, that one, sad even in the sunset, was the dreariest I had ever beheld. Surely it needed the gospel of the resurrection fervently preached therein, to keep it from sinking to the dust with dismay and weariness. Such a soul alone could keep it from vanishing utterly of dismal old age. Near it was one huge mound of grass-grown rubbish, looking like the grave where some former church of the dead had been buried, when it could stand erect no longer before the onsets of the Atlantic winds. I walked round and round it, gathering its architecture, and peeping in at every window I could reach. Suddenly I was aware that I was alone. Returning to the other side, I found that Percivale was seated on the churchyard wall, next the sea. It would have been less dismal had it stood immediately on the cliffs, but they were at some little distance beyond bare downs and rough stone walls. He was sketching the place, and Winnie stood beside him, looking over his shoulder. I did not interrupt him, but walked among the graves, reading the poor memorials of the dead, and wondering how many of the words of laudation that were inscribed on their tombs were spoken of them while they were yet alive. Yet surely, in the lives of those to whom they applied the least, there had been moments when the true nature, the nature God had given them, broke forth in faith and tenderness, and would have justified the words inscribed on their gravestones. I was yet wandering and reading and stumbling over the mounds, when my companions joined me, and, without a word, we walked out of the churchyard. We were nearly home before one of us spoke. "That church is oppressive," said Percivale. "It looks like a great sepulchre, a place built only for the dead, the church of the dead." "It is only that it partakes with the living," I returned. "Suffer with them the buffetings of life, outlasts them, but shows, like the shield of the Red Cross knight, the old dints of deep wounds." "Still, is it not a dreary place to choose for a church to stand in?" "The church must stand everywhere. There is no region into which it must not, ought not to enter. If it refuses any earthly spot, it is shrinking from its calling. Here this one stands for the sea as for the land, high uplifted, looking out over the waters as a sign of the haven from all storms, the rest in God. And down beneath in its storehouse lies the bodies of men. You saw the grave of some of them on the other side, flung ashore from the gulfing sea. It may be a weakness, but one would rather have the bones of his friends laid in the still Sabbath of the churchyard earth, than sweeping and swaying about as Milton imagines the bones of his friend Edward King in that wonderful Lucides. Then I told them the conversation I had had with the sexton at Kilhaven. But I went on. "These fancies are only the ghostly mists that hang about the eastern hills before the sun rises. We shall look down on all that with a smile by and by, for the Lord tells us that if we believe in him we shall never die." By this time we were back once more at the inn. We gave Connie a description of what we had seen. "What a brave old church," said Connie. The next day I awoke very early, full of anticipated attempt. I got up at once, found the weather most promising, and proceeded first of all to look at Connie's litter, and see that it was quite sound. Satisfied of this, I rejoiced in the contemplation of its lightness and strength. After breakfast, I went to Connie's room and told her that Mr. Percivale and I had devised a treat for her. Her face shone at once, but we want to do it our own way. "Of course, Papa," she answered. "Will you let us tie your eyes up?" "Yes, and my ears and my hands too. It would be no good tying my feet, when I don't know one big toe from the other." And she laughed merrily. "We'll try to keep up the talk all the way, so that you shan't weary of the journey." "You're going to carry me somewhere with my eyes tied up? Oh, how jolly! And then I shall see something all at once. Jolly, jolly! Getting tired," she repeated. "Even the wind on my face would be pleasure enough for half a day. I shan't get tired so soon as you will, you dear, kind Papa. I'm afraid I shall be dreadfully heavy, but I shan't jerk your arms much. I will lie so still. And you won't mind letting Mr. Percival help me carry you?" "No, why should I, if he doesn't mind it? He looks strong enough, and I'm sure he is nice, and won't think me heavier than I am." "Very well, then. I will send Mamma and Wynnie to dress you at once, and we shall set out as soon as you are ready." She clapped her hands with delight, then caught me round the neck and gave me one of my own kisses, as she called the best she had, and began to call as loud as she could on her Mamma and Wynnie to come and dress her. It was, indeed, a glorious morning. The wind came in little wafts, like veins of cool white silver amid the great, warm yellow gold of the sunshine. The sea lay before us, a mound of blue closing up the end of the valley, as if overpowered into quietness by the lordliness of the sun overhead, and the hills between which we lay like great sheep, with green wool, basking in the blissful heat. The gleam from the waters came up the pass. The grand castle crowned the left-hand steep, seeming to warm its old bones, like the ruins of some awful megatherium in the lighted air. One white sail sped like a glad thought across the spandrel of the sea. The shadows of the rocks lay over our path, like transient, cool, benignant deaths, through which we had to pass again and again to yet higher glory beyond. And one lark was somewhere in whose little breast the whole world was reflected as in the convex mirror of a dewdrop, where it swelled so that he could not hold it, but let it out again through his throat, metamorphosed into music, which he poured forth over all as the libation on the outspread altar of worship. And all of this we talked to Connie as we went, and every now and then she would clap her hands gently in the fullness of her delight, although she beheld the splendour only as with her ears, or from the kisses of the wind on her cheeks. But she seemed, since her accident, to have approached that condition which Milton represents Samson as longing for in his blindness, wherein the sight should be, through all parts diffused, that she might look at will through every pore. I had, however, arranged with the rest of the company that the moment we reached the cliff over the shore, and turned to the left to cross the isthmus, the conversation should no longer be about the things around us, and especially I warned my wife and Wynnie that no exclamation of surprise or delight should break from them before Connie's eyes were uncovered. I had said nothing to either of them about the difficulties of the way, that, seeing us take them as ordinary things, they might take them so too, and not be uneasy. We never stopped till we reached the foot of the peninsula, nay island, upon which the keep of the Tintagel stands. There we set Connie down, to take breath and ease our arms before we began the arduous way. Now, said Connie eagerly, lifting her hands in the belief that we were on the point of undoing the bandage from her eyes. No, my love, not yet, I said, and she lay still again, only she looked more eager than before. I am afraid I have tired out you and Mr. Percivale, Papa, she said. Percivale laughed so amusedly. Then she rejoined roguishly, "Oh yes, I know every gentleman is a Hercules. At least he chooses to be considered one. But, notwithstanding my firm faith in the fact, I have a little womanly conscience left that is hard to hoodwink." There was a speech for my wee Connie to make. The best answer and the best revenge was to lift her and go on. This we did, trying as well as we might to prevent the difference of level between us from tilting the litter too much for her comfort. "Where are you going, Papa?" she said once, but without a sign of fear in her voice, as a little slip I made lowered my end of the litter suddenly. "You must be going up a steep place. Don't hurt yourself, dear Papa." We had changed our positions and were now carrying her head foremost up the hill. Percivale led and I followed. Now I could see every change on her lovely face, and it made me strong to endure, for I did find it hard work, I confess, to get to the top. It lay like a sunny pool, on which all the cloudy thoughts that moved in some unseen heaven cast exquisitely delicate changes of light and shade as they floated over it. Percivale strode on as if he bore a feather behind him. I did wish we were at the top, for my arms began to feel like iron cables, stiff and stark, only I was afraid of my fingers giving way. My heart was beating uncomfortably too. But Percivale, I felt almost inclined to quarrel with him before it was over. He strode on so unconcernedly, turning every corner of the zigzag where I expected him to propose a halt, and striding on again, as if there could be no pretence for any change of procedure. But I held out, strengthened by the play on my daughter's face, delicate as the play on an opal, one that inclines more to the milk than the fire. When at length we turned in through the Gothic door in the battlement wall, and set our lovely burden down upon the grass. "Percivale," I said, forgetting the proprieties in the affected humour of being angry with him. So glad was I that we had her at length on the Mount of Glory. "Why did you go on walking like a castle, and pay no heed to me?" "You didn't speak, did you, Mr. Walton?" he returned, with just a shadow of solicitude in the question. "No, of course not," I rejoined. "Oh, then," he returned, in a tone of relief, "how could I? You were my captain. How could I give in so long as you were holding on?" I am afraid the Percivale, without the Mr., came again and again after this, though I pulled myself up for it as often as I caught myself. "Now, Papa," said Connie from the grass. "Not yet, my dear. Wait till your mamma and Wynnie come. Let us go and meet them, Mr. Percivale." "Oh yes, do, Papa. Leave me alone here without knowing where I am or what kind of a place I am in. I should like to know how it feels. I have never been alone in all my life." "Very well, my dear," I said, and Percivale and I left her alone in the ruins. We found Ethelwyn toiling up with Wynnie, helping her all she could. "Dear Harry," she said, "how could you think of bringing Connie up such an awful place? I wondered you dared to do it." "It's done, you see, wife," I answered, "thanks to Mr. Percivale, who has nearly torn the breath out of me. But now we must get you up, and you will say that to see Connie's delight, not to mention your own, is quite wages for the labour. Isn't she afraid to find herself so high up? She knows nothing about it yet. You do not mean you have left the child there with her eyes tied up? To be sure, we could not uncover them before you came. It would spoil half the pleasure. Do let us make haste then. It is surely dangerous to leave her so." "Not in the least, but she must be getting tired of the darkness. Take my arm now." "Don't you think Mrs. Walton had better take my arm?" said Percivale. "And then you can put your hand on her back, and help her a little that way." We tried the plan, found it a good one, and soon reached the top. The moment our eyes fell upon Connie, we could see that she had found the place neither fearful nor lonely. The sweetest ghost of a smile hovered on her pale face, which shone in the shadow of the old gateway of the keep, with light from within her own sunny soul. She lay in such still expectation that you would have thought she had just fallen asleep after receiving an answer to a prayer, reminding me of a little known sonnet of Wordsworth, in which he describes as the type of death the face of one sleeping alone within a mossy cave, with her face up to heaven, that seemed to have pleasing remembrance of a thought foregone, a lovely beauty in a summer grave. But she heard our steps, and her face awoke. "Is mamma come?" "Yes, my darling, I am here," said her mother. "How do you feel?" "Perfectly well, mamma, thank you. Now, papa." "One moment more, my love. Now, Percivale." We carried her to the spot we had agreed upon, and while we held her a little inclined, that she might see the better, her mother undid the bandage from her head. "Hold your hands over her eyes, a little way from them," I said to her, as she untied the handkerchief, that the light might reach them by degrees and not blind her. Ethelwyn did so for a few moments, then removed them. Still, for a moment or two more, it was plain from her look of utter bewilderment that all was confused mass of light and colour. Then she gave a little cry, and to my astonishment, almost fear, half rose to a sitting posture. One moment more, and she laid herself gently back, and wept and sobbed. And now I may admit my reader to a share, though at best but a dim reflex in my poor words, of the glory that made her weep. Through the Gothic arched doors in the battlement wall, which stood on the very edge of the precipitous descent, so that nothing of the descent was seen, and the door was a framework to the picture, Connie saw a great gulf at her feet, full to the brim of a splendour of light and colour. Before her rose the great ruins of rock and castle, the ruins of rock with castle, rough stone below, clear green happy grass above, even to the verge of the abrupt and the awful precipice. Over it the summer sky so clear that it must have been clarified by sorrow and thought. At the foot of the rocks, hundreds of feet below, the blue waters breaking in white upon the dark grey sands, all full of the gladness of the sun overflowing in speechless delight, and reflected in fresh gladness from stone and water and flower, like new springs of light rippling forth from the earth itself to swell the universal tide of glory. All this seen through the narrow Gothic archway of a door in the wall, up, down, on either hand. But the main marvel was the look sheer below into the abyss full of light and air and colour, its sides lined with rock and grass, and its bottom lined with blue ripples and sand. Was it any wonder that my Connie should cry aloud when the vision dawned upon her, and then weep to ease a heart ready to burst with delight? "O Lord God," I said, almost involuntarily, "thou art very rich. Thou art the one poet, the one maker. We worship thee. Make but our souls as full of glory in thy sight as this chasm is to our eyes glorious with the forms which thou hast cloven and carved out of nothingness, and we shall be worthy to worship thee, O Lord our God." For I was carried beyond myself with delight, and with sympathy with Connie's delight, and with the calm worship of gladness in my wife's countenance. But when my eye fell on Winnie, I saw a trouble mingled with her admiration, a self-accusation, I think, that she did not and could not enjoy it more, and when I turned from her, there were the eyes of Percivale fixed upon me in wonderment. And for the moment I felt as David must have felt when, in his dance of undignified delight that he had got the ark home again, he saw the contemptuous eyes of Michel fixed on him from the window. But I could not leave it so. I said to him, coldly, I dare say, "Excuse me, Mr. Percivale. I forgot for the moment that I was not amongst my own family." Percivale took his hat off. "Forgive my seeming rudeness, Mr. Walton. I was half envying and half wondering. You would not be surprised at my unconscious behaviour if you had seen as much of the wrong side of the stuff as I have seen in London." I had some idea of what he meant, but this was no time to enter upon a discussion. I could only say, "My heart was full, Mr. Percivale, and I let it overflow." "Let me at least share in its overflow," he rejoined, and nothing more passed on the subject. For the next 10 minutes we stood in absolute silence. We had set Connie down on the grass again, but propped up so that she could see through the doorway, and she lay in still ecstasy. But there was more to be seen ere we descended. There was the rest of the little islet with its crop of down grass, on which the horses of all the knights of King Arthur's round table might have fed for a week, yes, for a fortnight, without by any means encountering the short commons of war. There were the ruins of the castle, so built of plates of the laminated stones of the rocks on which they stood, and so woven in, or more properly incorporated with the outstanding rocks themselves, that in some parts I found it impossible to tell which was building and which was rock, the walls themselves seeming like a growth out of the island itself, so perfectly were they in harmony with, and in kind the same as, the natural ground upon which and of which they had been constructed. And this would seem to me to be the perfection of architecture. The work of man's hands should be so in harmony with the place where it stands that it must look as if it had grown out of the soil. But the walls were in some parts so thin that one wondered how they could have stood so long. They must have been built before the time of any formidable artillery, enough only for defence from arrows. But then the island was nowhere commanded, and its own steep cliffs would be more easily defended than any erections upon it. Clearly the intention was that no enemy should thereon find rest for the sole of his foot, for if he was able to land, farewell to the notion of any further defence. Then there was outside the wall the little chapel, such a tiny chapel, of which little more than the foundation remained, with the ruins of the altar still standing, and outside the chancel, nestling by its wall, a coffin hollowed in the rock. Then the churchyard a little way off full of graves, which, I presume, would have vanished long ago were it not that the very graves were founded on the rock. There still stood old worn-out headstones of thin slate, but no memorials were left. Then there was the fragment of arched passage underground laid open to the air in the centre of the islet. And last, and grandest of all, the awful edges of the rock broken by time and carved by the winds and the water into grotesque shapes and threatening forms. Over all the surface of the islet we carried Connie, and from 3 sides of this sea fortress she looked abroad over the Atlantic's level powers. It blew a gentle ethereal breeze on the top, but had there been such a wind as I have since stood against on that fearful citadel of nature, I should have been in terror lest we should all be blown into the deep. Over the edge she peeped at the strange, fantastic needle rock, and round the corner she peeped to see Winnie and her mother seated in what they called Arthur's chair, a canopied hollow wrought in the plate rock by the mightiest of all solvents, air and water, till at length it was time that we should take our leave of the few sheep that fed over the place, and issuing by the Gothic door, wind away down the dangerous path to the safe ground below. "I think we better tie up your eyes again, Connie," I said. "Why?" she asked in wonderment. "There's nothing higher yet, is there?" "No, my love. If there were, you would hardly be able for it to-day, I should think. It is only to keep you from being frightened at the precipice as you go down." "But I shan't be frightened, papa." "How do you know that?" "Because you are going to carry me." "But what if I should slip? I might, you know." "I don't mind. I shan't mind being tumbled over the precipice if you do it. I shan't be to blame, and I'm sure you won't, papa." Then she drew my head down and whispered in my ear, "If I get as much more by being killed, as I have got by having my poor back hurt, I'm sure it will be well worth it." I tried to smile a reply, for I could not speak one. We took her just as she was, and with some tremor on my part, but not a single slip, we bore her down the winding path, her face showing all the time that, instead of being afraid, she was in a state of ecstatic delight. My wife, I could see, was nervous, however, and she breathed a sigh of relief when we were once more at the foot. "Well, I'm glad that's over," she said. "So am I returned, as we set down the letter. "Poor papa! I've pulled his arms to pieces, and Mr. Percivale's too." Percivale answered first by taking up a huge piece of stone. Then turning towards her, he said, "Look here, Miss Connie," and flung it far out from the isthmus on which we were resting. We heard it strike on a rock below, and then fall in a shower of fragments. "My arms are all right, you see," he said. Meantime, Winnie had scrambled down to the shore where we had not yet been. In a few minutes we were still lingering. She came running back to us, out of breath with the news. "Papa, Mr. Percivale, there's such a grand cave down there. It goes right through under the island." Connie looked so eager that Percivale and I glanced at each other, and without a word lifted her and followed Winnie. It was a little way that we had to carry her down, but it was very broken and insomuch more difficult than the other. At length we stood in the cavern. What a contrast to the vision overhead! Nothing to be seen but the cool dark vault of the cave, long and winding, with the fresh seaweed lying on its pebbly floor, and its walls wet with the last tide, for every tide rolled through in rising and falling, the waters on the opposite side of the islet greeting through the cave, the blue shimmer of the rising sea, and the forms of huge outlying rocks looking in at the further end, where the roof rose like a grand cathedral arch, and the green gleam of veins rich with copper, dashing and streaking the darkness in gloomy little chapels, where the floor of the heaped up pebbles rose and rose within till it met the descending roof. It was like a going down from paradise into the grave, but a cool, friendly, brown-lidded grave, which even in the darkest recesses bore some witness to the wind of God outside, in the occasional ripple of shadowed light from the play of the sun on the waves, that fleeted and reflected, wandered across its jagged roof. But we dared not keep Connie long in the damp coolness, and I have given my reader quite enough of description for 1 hour's reading. He can scarcely be equal to more. My invalids had now beheld the sea in such a different aspect that I no longer feared to go back to Kilkhaven. Thither we went 3 days after, and at my invitation, Percivale took Turner's place in the carriage. End of chapter 10. Volume 2, Chapter 11 of the Seaboard Parish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Jules Hawryluk. The Seaboard Parish by George MacDonald. Chapter 11. Joe and His Trouble. How bright the yellow shores of Kilcaven looked after the dark sands of Tintagel, but how low and tame its highest cliffs after the mighty rampart of rocks which there faced the sea like a cordon of fierce guardians. It was pleasant to settle down again in what had begun to look like home, and was indeed made such by the boisterous welcome of Dora and the boys. Connie's baby crowed aloud, and stretched forth her chubby arms at the sight of her. The wind blew gently around us, full both of the freshness of the clean waters and the scent of the down grasses, to welcome us back, and the dread version of the shore had now receded so far into the past that it was no longer able to hurt. We had called at the blacksmith's house on our way home, and found that he was so far better as to be working at his forge again. His mother said he was used to such attacks, and soon got over them. I, however, feared that they indicated an approaching breakdown. "Indeed, sir," she said, "Joe might be well enough if he liked. It's all his own fault." "What do you mean?" I asked. "I cannot believe that your son is in any way guilty of his own illness." "He's a well-behaved lad, my Joe," she answered, "but he hasn't learned what I had to learn long ago." "What is that?" I asked. "To make up his mind and stick to it, to do one thing or the other." She was a woman with a long upper lip and a judicial face, and as she spoke, her lip grew longer and longer, and when she closed her mouth in mark of her own resolution, that lip seemed to occupy 2/3 of all her face under the nose. "And what is it he won't do?" "I don't mind whether he does it or not, if he would only make up his mind and stick to it." "What is it you want him to do, then?" "I don't want him to do it, I'm sure. It's no good to me, and wouldn't be much to him, that I'll be bound. Whomsoever he must please himself." I thought it not very wonderful that he looked gloomy, if there was no more sunshine for him at home than his mother's face indicated. Few things can make a man so strong and able for his work as a sun indoors, whose rays are smiles, ever ready to shine upon him when he opens the door, the face of wife or mother or sister. Now his mother's face certainly was not sunny. No doubt it must have shone upon him when he was a baby. God has made that provision for babies who need sunshine so much that a mother's face cannot help being sunny to them. Why should the sunshine depart as the child grows older? "Well, I suppose I must not ask. But I fear your son is very far from well. Such attacks do not often occur without serious mischief somewhere. And if there is anything troubling him, he is less likely to get over it, if he would let somebody make up his mind for him, and then stick to it." "Oh, but that is impossible, you know. A man must make up his own mind." "That's just what he won't do." All the time she looked naughty, only after a self-righteous fashion. It was evident that whatever was the cause of it, she was not in sympathy with her son, and therefore could not help him out of any difficulty he might be in. I made no further attempt to learn from her the cause of her son's discomfort, clearly a deeper cause than his illness. In passing his workshop, we stopped for a moment, and I made an arrangement to meet him at the church the next day. I was there before him, and found that he had done a good deal since we left. Little remained except to get the keys put to rights and the rods attached to the cranks in the box. Today he was to bring a carpenter, a cousin of his own, with him. They soon arrived, and a small consultation followed. The cousin was a bright-eyed, cheruby-cheeked little man, with a ready smile and white teeth. I thought he might help me to understand what was amiss in Joseph's affairs, but I would not make the attempt except openly. I therefore said half in a jocular fashion, as with gloomy self-withdrawn countenance the smith was fitting one loop into another in two of his iron rods, "I wish we could get this cousin of yours to look a little more cheerful. You would think he had quarrelled with the sunshine." The carpenter showed his white teeth between his rosy lips. "Well, sir, if you'll excuse me, you see my cousin Joe is not like the rest of us. He's a religious man, is Joe. But I don't see how that should make him miserable. It hasn't made me miserable. I hope I'm a religious man myself. It makes me happy every day of my life." "Ah, well," returned the carpenter, in a thoughtful tone, as he worked away gently to get the inside of the oak chest without hurting it. "I don't say it's the religion, for I don't know, but perhaps it's the way he takes it up. He doesn't look after hisself enough. He's always thinking about other people, you see, sir, and it seems to me, sir, that if you don't look after yourself, why, who is to look after you? That's common sense, I think." It was a curious contrast, the merry friendly face, which shone good fellowship to all mankind, accusing the sombre, pale, sad, severe, even somewhat bitter countenance beside him, of thinking too much about other people, and too little about himself. Of course it might be correct in a way. There is all the difference between the comfortable, healthy inclination and a pained, conscientious principle. It was a smile very unlike his cousin's, with which Joe heard his remarks on himself. "But," I said, "you will allow, at least, that if everybody would take Joe's way of it, there would then be no occasion for taking care of yourself." "I don't see why, sir." "Why? Because everybody would take care of everybody else." "Not so well, I doubt, sir." "Yes, and a great deal better. At any rate, that's a long way off. And meantime, who's to take care of the odd man like Joe there, that don't look after hisself?" "Why, God, of course." "Well, there's just where I'm out. I don't know nothing about that branch, sir." I saw a grateful light mount up in Joe's gloomy eyes as I spoke thus upon his side of the question. He said nothing, however, and his cousin volunteering no further information, I did not push any advantage I might have gained. At noon I made them leave their work and come home with me to have their dinner. They hoped to finish the job before dusk. Harry Cobb and I dropped behind, and Joe Harper walked on in front, apparently sunk in meditation. Scarcely were we out of the churchyard, and on the road leading to the rectory, when I saw the sexton's daughter meeting us. She had almost come up to Joe before he saw her, for his gaze was bent on the ground, and he started. They shook hands in what seemed to me an odd, constrained, yet familiar fashion, and then stood as if they wanted to talk, but without speaking. Harry and I passed, both with a nod of recognition to the young woman, but neither of us had the ill manners to look behind. I glanced at Harry, and he answered me with a queer look. When we reached the turning that would hide them from our view, I looked back almost involuntarily, and there they were still standing. But before we reached the door of the rectory, Joe got up with us. There was something remarkable in the appearance of Agnes Coombes, the sexton's daughter. She was about 26, I should imagine, the youngest of the family, with a sallow, rather sickly complexion, somewhat sorrowful eyes, a smile rare and sweet, a fine figure, tall and slender, and a graceful gait. I now saw, I thought, a good hair's breadth further into the smith's affairs. Beyond the hair's breadth, however, all was dark, but I saw likewise that the well of truth, whence I might draw the whole business, must be the girl's mother. After the men had had their dinner and rested a while, they went back to the church, and I went to the sexton's cottage. I found the old man seated at the window, with his pot of beer on the sill, and an empty plate beside it. "Come in, sir," he said, rising, as I put my head in at the door. "The missus bent in, but she'll be here in a few minutes." "Oh, it's of no consequence," I said. "Are they all well?" "All comfortable, sir. It'd be fine dry weather for them, this, sir. It'd be in the winter, it'd be worse for them. But it's a snug enough shelter you've got here. It seems such, anyhow, though, to be sure, it is the blast of winter that finds out the weak places, both in house and body." "It ben't the wind touched them," he said. "They'd be safe enough from the wind. It be the wet, sir. There ben't much snow in these parts, but when it do come, that be very bad for them, poor things." Could it be that he was harping on the old theme again? "But at least this cottage keeps out the wet," I said. "If not, we must have it seen to." "This cottage do well enough, sir. It'll last my time, anyhow." "Then why are you pitying your family for having to live in it?" "Bless your heart, sir, it's not them. They do well enough. It's my people out yonder. You've got the souls to look after, and I've got the bodies. That's what it be, sir, to be sure." The last exclamation was uttered in a tone of impatient surprise at my stupidity in giving all my thoughts and sympathies to the living, and none to the dead. I pursued the subject no further, but as I lay in bed that night, it began to dawn upon me as a lovable kind of hallucination in which the man indulged. He too had an office in the church of God, and he would magnify that office. He could not bear that there should be no further outcome of his labour, that the burying of the dead out of sight should be the be all and the end all. He was God's vicar, the gardener in God's acre, as the Germans call the churchyard. When all others had forsaken the dead, he remained their friend, caring for what little comfort yet remained possible to them. Hence, in all changes of air and sky above, he attributed to them some knowledge of the same, and some share in their consequences, even down in the darkness of the tomb. It was his way of keeping up the relation between the living and the dead. Finding I made no reply, he took up the word again. "You've got your part, sir, and I've got mine. You up into the pulpit, and I down into the grave. But it'll be all the same, by and by." "I hope it will," I answered. "But when do you go down into your own grave, you'll know a good deal less about it than you do now. You'll find you've got other things to think about. But here comes your wife. She'll talk about the living rather than the dead." "That's natural, sir. She brought 'em to life, and I buried them, at least, best part of them. If only I had the other two safe down with the rest." I remembered what the old woman had told me, that she had 2 boys in the sea, and I knew therefore what he meant. He regarded his drowned boys as still tossed about in the weary, wet, cold ocean, and would have gladly laid them to rest in the warm, dry churchyard. He wiped a tear from the corner of his eye with the back of his hand, and saying, "Well, I must be off to my gardening," left me with his wife. I saw then that, humorous as the old man might be, his humour, like that of all true humourists, lay close about the wells of weeping. "The old man seems to be a little out of sort," I said to his wife. "Well, sir," she answered, with her usual gentleness, a gentleness which obedient suffering had perfected, "this be the day he buried our Nancy. This day 2 years. To-day Agnes be come home from her work poorly, and the two things together they've upset him a bit. I met Agnes coming this way. Where is she?" "I believe she be in the churchyard, sir. I've been to the doctor about her." "I hope it's nothing serious." "I hope not, sir. But you see, 4 of them, sir. Well, she's in God's hands, you know." "That she be, sir. I want to ask you about something, Mrs. Combs." "What be that, sir? If I can tell, I will, you may be sure, sir." "I want to know what's the matter with Joe Harper, the blacksmith." "They do say it be a consumption, sir." "But what has he got on his mind?" "He's got nothing on his mind, sir. He be as good a boy as ever stepped, I assure you, sir." "But I am sure there's something or other on his mind. He's not so happy as he should be. He's not the man, it seems to me, to be unhappy because he's ill. A man like him would not be miserable because he was going to die. It might make him look sad sometimes, but not gloomy as he looks." "Well, sir, I believe you're right, and perhaps I know somewhat, but it's part guessing. I believe my Agnes and Joe Harper are as fond upon one another as any two in the country." "Are they not going to be married then?" "There'd be the pint, sir. I don't believe Joe ever said a word of the sort to Aggie." "She never could have kept it from me, sir." "Why doesn't he then?" "That's the point again, sir. All as I knows him says it's because he be in such bad health, and he thinks he oughtn't to go marrying with one foot in the grave. He never said so to me, but I think very likely that be it. For that matter, Mrs. Combs, we've all got one foot in the grave, I think." "That be very true, sir. And what does your daughter think?" "I believe she thinks the same. And so they go on talking to each other, quiet like old married folks, not like lovers at all, sir. But I can't help fancying it have something to do with my Aggie's pale face." "And something to do with Joe's pale face too, Mrs. Coombes," I said. "Thank you. You've told me more than I expected. It explains everything. I must have it out with Joe now." "Oh, dearie me, sir, don't go and tell him I said anything as if I wanted him to marry my daughter." "Don't be afraid. I'll take good care of that. And don't fancy I'm fond of meddling with other people's affairs. But this is a case in which I ought to do something. Joe's a fine fellow, that he be, sir. I couldn't wish a better for a son-in-law." I put on my hat. "You won't get me into no trouble with Joe, will ye, sir?" "Indeed I will not, Mrs. Coombes. I should be doing a great deal more harm than good if I said a word to make him doubt you." I went straight to the church. There were 2 men working away in the shadowy tower, and there was Agnes standing beside, knitting like her mother, so quiet, so solemn even, that it did indeed look as if she were a long married wife, hovering about her husband at his work. Harry was saying something to her as I went in, but when they saw me they were silent, and Agnes gently withdrew. "Do you think you will get through tonight?" I asked. "Sure of it, sir," answered Harry. "You shouldn't be sure of anything, Harry. We are told in the New Testament that we ought to say, 'If the Lord will,'" said Joe. "Now, Joe, you're too hard upon Harry," I said. "You don't think that the Bible means to pull a man up every step like that, till he's afraid to speak a word? It was about a long journey and a year's residence that the Apostle James was speaking." No doubt, sir, but the principle's the same. Harry can no more be sure of finishing his work before it be dark than those people could be of going their long journey. That is perfectly true, but you are taking a letter from the Spirit, and that, I suspect, in more ways than one. The religion does not lie in not being sure about anything, but in a loving desire that the will of God in the matter, whatever it may be done. And if Harry has not learned yet to care about the will of God, what is the good of coming down upon him that way, as if it would teach him in the least? When he loves God, then, and not till then, will he care about his will. Nor does the religion lie in saying, if the Lord will. Every time anything is to be done, it is a most dangerous thing to use sacred words often. It makes them so common to our ear that at length, when used most solemnly, they have not half the effect they ought to have, and that is a serious loss. What the apostle means is, that we should always be in the mood of looking up to God and having regard to his will, not always writing D.V., for instance, as so many do most irreverently. I think, using a Latin contraction for the beautiful words, just as if they were a charm, or as if God would take offence if they did not make the salvo of acknowledgment. It seems to me quite heathenish. Our hearts ought ever to be in the spirit of those words. Our lips ought to utter them rarely. Besides, there are some things a man might be pretty sure the Lord wills. It sounds fine, sir, but I'm not sure that I understand what you mean to say. It sounds to me like a darkening of wisdom. I saw that I had irritated him, and so had in some measure lost ground. But Harry struck in. How can you say that now, Joe? I know what a parson means well enough, and everybody knows I ain't got half the brains you've got. The reason is, Harry, that he's got something in his head that stands in the way. And there's nothing in my head to stand in the way, returned Harry, laughing. This makes me laugh too, and even Joe could not help a sympathetic grin. By this time it was getting dark. I'm afraid, Harry, after all, you won't get through tonight. I begin to think so too, sir. And there's Joe saying, I told you so, over and over to himself, though he won't say it out like a man. Joe answered only with another grin. I tell you what it is, Harry, I said. You must come again on Monday, and on your way home just look in and tell Joe's mother that I've kept him over tomorrow. The change will do him good. No, sir, that can't be. I haven't got a clean shirt. You can have a shirt of mine, I said, but I'm afraid you'll want your Sunday clothes. I'll bring them for you, Joe. Before you're up, interposed Harry, and then you can go to church with Aggie Coombs, you know. Here was just what I wanted. Hold your tongue, Harry, said Joe angrily. You're talking about what you don't know anything about. Well, Joe, I ben't a fool. If I ben't so religious as you be, you ben't a bad fellow, though you be a Methodist, and I ben't a fool, though I be Harry Cobb. What do you mean, Harry? Do hold your tongue. Well, I'll tell you what I mean first, and then I'll hold my tongue. I mean this, that nobody with two eyes, or one eye, for that matter, in his head, could help seeing the eyes you and Aggie make at each other, and why you don't port your helm and board her. I won't say it's more than I know, but I do say it to be more than I think be fair to the young woman. Hold your tongue, Harry. I said I would when I answered you as to what I meaned. So no more at present, but I'll be over with your clothes afore you're up in the morning. As Harry spoke, he was busy gathering his tools. They won't be in the way, will they, sir? He said, as he heaped them together in the furthest corner of the tower. Not in the least, I returned. If I had my way, all the tools used in the building the church should be carved on the posts and pillars of it, to indicate the sacredness of labor and the worship of God that lies, not in building the church merely, but in every honest trade honestly pursued for the good of mankind and the needs of the workman. For a necessity of God is laid upon every workman as well as on St. Paul. Only St. Paul saw it, and every workman doesn't, Harry. Thank you, sir. I like the way of it. I almost think I could be a little bit religious after your way of it, sir. Almost, Harry, growled Joe, not unkindly. Now you hold your tongue, Joe, I said. Leave Harry to me. You may take him if you like after I've done with him. Laughing merrily, but making no other reply than a hearty good night, Harry strode away out of the church, and Joe and I went home together. When he had had his tea, I asked him to go out with me for a walk. The sun was shining aslant upon the downs from over the sea. We rose out of the shadowy hollow to the sunlit brow. I was a little in advance of Joe. Happening to turn, I saw the light full on his head and face, while the rest of his body had not yet emerged from the shadow. "Stop, Joe," I said. "I want to see you so for a moment." He stood, a little surprised. "You look just like a man rising from the dead, Joe," I said. "I don't know what you mean, sir," he returned. "I will describe yourself to you. Your head and face are full of sunshine. The rest of your body is still buried in the shadow. Look, I will stand where you are now, and you come here. You will soon see what I mean." We changed places. Joe stared for a moment, then his face brightened. "I see what you mean, sir," he said. "I fancy you don't mean the resurrection of the body, but the resurrection of righteousness." "I do, Joe. Did it ever strike you that the whole history of the Christian life is a series of such resurrections? Every time a man bethinks himself that he is not walking in the light, that he has been forgetting himself and must repent, that he has been asleep and must awake, that he has been letting his garments trail and must gird up the loins of his mind, every time this takes place, there is a resurrection in the world. Yes, Joe, and every time that a man finds that his heart is troubled, that he is not rejoicing in God, a resurrection must follow, a resurrection out of the night of troubled thoughts into the gladness of the truth. For the truth is, and ever was, and ever must be, gladness, however much the soul on which it shines may be obscured by the clouds of sorrow, troubled by the thunders of fear, or shot through with the lightnings of pain. Now, Joe, will you let me tell you what you are like? I do not know your thoughts. I am only judging from your words and looks. "You may if you like, sir," answered Joe, a little sulkily, "but I will not be repelled." I stood up in the sunlight, so that my eyes caught only half the sun's disk. Then I bent my face towards the earth. "What part of me is the light shining on now, Joe?" "Just the top of your head," answered he. "There, then," I returned, "that is just what you are like. A man with the light on his head, but not on his face. And why not on your face? Because you hold your head down. Isn't it possible, sir, that a man might lose the light on his face, as you put it, by doing his duty?" "That is a difficult question," I replied. "I must think before I answered it." "I mean," added Joe, "mightn't his duty be a painful one?" "Yes, but I think that would rather etherealize than destroy the light. Behind the sorrow would spring a yet greater light from the very duty itself. I have expressed myself badly, but you will see what I mean. To be frank with you, Joe, I do not see that light in your face. Therefore I think something must be wrong with you. Remember, a good man is not necessarily in the right. St. Peter was a good man, yet our Lord called him Satan, and meant it, of course, for he never said what he did not mean. How can I be wrong when all my trouble comes from doing my duty, nothing else, as far as I know? Then, I replied, a sudden light breaking in on my mind, I doubt whether what you suppose to be your duty can be your duty. If it were, I do not think it would make you so miserable. At least, I may be wrong, but I venture to think so. What is a man to go by then? If he thinks a thing is his duty, is he not to do it? Most assuredly, until he knows better. But it is of the greatest consequence whether the supposed duty be the will of God or the invention of one's own fancy or mistaken judgment. A real duty is always something right in itself. The duty a man makes his for the time, by supposing it to be a duty, may be something quite wrong in itself. The duty of a Hindu woman is to burn herself on the body of her husband. But that duty lasts no longer than till she sees that, not being the will of God, it is not her duty. A real duty, on the other hand, is a necessity of the human nature, without seeing and doing which a man can never attain to the truth and blessedness of his own being. It was the duty of the early hermits to encourage the growth of vermin upon their bodies, for they supposed that was pleasing to God. But they could not fare so well if they had seen the truth that the will of God was cleanliness. And there may be far more serious things done by Christian people against the will of God in the fancy of doing their duty, than such a trifle as swarming with worms. In a word, thinking a thing is your duty makes it your duty only till you know better. And the prime duty of every man is to seek and find, that he may do the will of God. But do you think, sir, that a man is likely to be doing what he ought not, if he is doing what he don't like? Not so likely, I allowed, but there may be ambition in it. A man must not want to be better than the right. That is the delusion of the anchorite, a delusion in which the man forgets the rights of others for the sake of his own sanctity. It might be for the sake of another person, and not for the person's own sake at all. It might be, but except it were the will of God for that other person, it would be doing him or her a real injury. We were coming gradually towards what I wanted to make the point in question. I wished him to tell me all about it himself, however, for I knew that while advice given on request is generally disregarded, to offer advice unasked for is worthy only of a fool. But how are you going to know the will of God in every case? Asked Joe. By looking at the general laws of life and obeying them, except there be anything special in a particular case to bring it under a higher law. Ah, but that be just what there is here. Well, my dear fellow, that may be, but the special conduct may not be the right for the special case for all that. The specialty of the case may not even be sufficient to take it from under the ordinary rule. But it is of no use talking generals. Let us come to particulars. If you can trust me, tell me all about it, and we may be able to let some light in. I am sure there is darkness somewhere. I will turn it over in my mind, sir, and if I can bring myself to talk about it, I will. I would rather tell you than anyone else. I said no more. We watched a glorious sunset. There never was a grander place for sunsets, and went home. End of chapter 11. Volume 2, Chapter 11 of the Seaboard Parish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Hawryluk. The Seaboard Parish by George MacDonald. Chapter 12. A Small Adventure. The next morning Harry came with the clothes, but Joe did not go to church. Neither did Agnes make her appearance that morning. They were both present at the evening service, however. When we came out of the church, it was cloudy and dark, and the wind was blowing cold from the sea. The sky was covered with one cloud, but the waves tossing themselves against the rocks flashed whiteness out of the general gloom. As the tide rose, the wind increased. It was night of surly temper, hard and gloomy. Not a star cracked the blue above. There was no blue, and the wind was gurly. I once heard that word in Scotland, and never forgot it. After one of our usual gatherings in Connie's room, which was much shorter here because of the evening service in summer, I withdrew till supper should be ready. Now I have always had, as I think I have incidentally stated before, a certain peculiar pleasure in the surly aspects of nature. When I was a young man this took form in opposition and defiance. Since I had begun to grow old, the form has changed into a sense of safety. I welcome such aspects, partly at least, because they rouse my faith to look through and beyond the small region of human conditions in which alone the storm can be and blow, and thus induce a feeling like that of a child who lies in his warm crib and listens to the howling of one of these same storms outside the strong-built house which yet trembles at its fiercest onsets. The house is not in danger, or, if it be, that is his father's business, not his. Hence it came that, after supper, I put on my greatcoat and travelling cap, and went out into the ill-tempered night. Speaking of it in its human symbolism, I meant to have a stroll down to the breakwater, of which I have yet said little, but which was a favourite resort, both of myself and my children. At the further end of it, always covered at high water, was an outlying cluster of low rocks, in the heart of which the lord of the manor, a noble-hearted Christian gentleman of the old school, had constructed a bath of graduated depth, an open-air swimming pool, the only really safe place for men who were swimmers to bathe in. Thither I was in the habit of taking my two little men every morning, and bathing with them, that I might develop the fish that was in them. For, as George Herbert says, man is everything, and more. He is a tree, yet bears no fruit; a beast, yet is, or should be, more. And he might have gone on to say that he is, or should be, a fish as well. It will seem strange to any reader who can recall the position of my Connie's room, that the nearest way to the breakwater should be through that room. But so it was. I mention the fact because I want my readers to understand a certain peculiarity of the room. By the side of the window which looked out upon the breakwater was a narrow door, apparently of a closet or cupboard, which communicated, however, with a narrow, curving, wood-built passage, leading into a little wooden hut, the walls of which were by no means impervious to the wind, for they were formed of outside planks, with the bark still upon them. From this hut one or two little windows looked seaward, and a door led out on the bit of sward in which lay the flower-bed under Connie's window. From this spot again a door in the low wall and thick hedge led out on the downs, where a path wound along the cliffs that formed the side of the bay, till, descending under the storm tower, it brought you to the root of the breakwater. This mole stretched its long, strong, low back to a rock a good way out, breaking the force of the waves, and rendering the channel of a small river, that here flowed into the sea across the sands from the mouth of the canal, a refuge from the Atlantic. But it was a roadway often hard to reach, in fair weather even, the wind falling as the vessel rounded the point of the breakwater into the calm of the projecting highlands. The undercurrent would sometimes dash her helpless on the rocks. During all this heavenly summer there had been no thought or fear of any such disaster. The present night was a hint of what weather would yet come. When I went into Connie's room, I found her lying in bed, a very picture of peace, but my entrance destroyed the picture. "Papa," she said, "why have you got your coat on? Surely you are not going out tonight? The wind is blowing dreadfully." "Not very dreadfully, Connie. It blew much worse the night we found your baby." "But it is very dark." "I allow that, but there is a glimmer from the sea. I'm only going on the breakwater for a few minutes. You know I like the stormy night quite as much as a fine one." "I shall be miserable till you come home, papa." "Nonsense, Connie. You don't think your father hasn't sense to take care of himself? Or rather, Connie, for I grant that it is poor ground of comfort, you don't think I can go anywhere without my father to take care of me?" "But there is no occasion. Is there, papa? Do you think I should be better pleased with my boys if they shrunk from everything involving the least possibility of danger because there's no occasion for it? That is just the way to make cowards. And I am certain God would not like his children to indulge in such moods of self-preservation as that. He might well be ashamed of them. The fearful are far more likely to meet with accidents than the courageous. But really, Connie, I'm almost ashamed of talking so. It's all your fault. There is positively no ground for apprehension, and I hope you won't spoil my walk by the thought that my foolish little girl is frightened." "I will be good. Indeed I will, papa," she said, holding up her mouth to kiss me. I left her room and went through the wooden passage into the bark hut. The wind roared about it, shook it, and pawed it, and sung and whistled in the chinks of the planks. I went out and shut the door. The moment the wind seized upon me, and I had to fight with it. When I got on the path leading along the edge of the downs, I felt something lighter than any feather fly in my face. When I put up my hand, I found my cheek wet. Again and again I was thus assailed, but when I got to the breakwater I found what it was. They were flakes of foam, bubbles worked up into little masses of adhering thousands, which the wind blew off the waters and across the downs, carrying some of them miles inland. When I reached the breakwater and looked along its ridge through the darkness of the night, I was bewildered to see a whiteness lying here and there in a great patch upon its top. They were but accumulations of these foam flakes, like soap suds, lying so thick that I expected to have to wade through them, only they vanished at the touch of my feet. Till then I had almost believed it was snow I saw. On the edge of the waves in quieter spots they lay like yeast, foaming and working. Now and then a little rush of water from a higher wave swept over the top of the broad breakwater, as with head bowed sideways against the wind. I struggled along toward the rock at its end. But I said to myself, the tide is falling fast, and salt water hurts nobody, and struggled on over the huge rough stones of the mighty heap, outside which the waves were white with wrath, inside which they had fallen asleep, only heaving with the memory of their late unrest. I reached a tall rock at length, climbed the rude stair leading up to the flagstaff, and looked abroad, if looking it could be called, into the thick dark. But the wind blew so strong on the top that I was glad to descend. Between me and the basin where yesterday morning I had bathed in still water and sunshine with my boys rolled the deadly waves. I wandered on the rough narrow space, yet uncovered, stumbling over the stones and rocky points between which they lay, stood here and there half meditating, and at length, finding sheltered nook in a mass of rock, sat with the wind howling and the waves bursting around me. There I fell into a sort of brown study, almost half asleep. But I had not sat long before I came broad awake, for I heard voices, low and earnest. One I recognized as Joe's voice. The other was a woman's. I could not tell what they said for some time, and therefore felt no immediate necessity for disclosing my proximity, but sat debating with myself whether I should speak to them or not. At length, in a lull of the wind, I heard the woman say, I could fancy with a sigh, I'm sure you'll do what is right, Joe. Don't ye think of me, Joe. It's just of you that I do think, Aggie. You know it's been for my sake. Surely you know that. There was no answer for a moment. I was still doubting what I had best do. Go away quietly or let them know I was there. When she spoke again, there was a momentary lull now in the noises of both wind and water, and I heard what she said well enough. It bent for me to contradict you, Joe, but I don't think you're going to die. You be no worse than last year. Be you now, Joe? It flashed across me how once before a stormy night and darkness had brought me close to a soul in agony. Then I was in agony myself. Now the world was all fair and hopeful around me. The portals of the world beyond ever opening wider as I approached them, and letting out more of their glory to gladden the path to their threshold. But here were two souls straying in a mist which faith might roll away, and leave them walking in the light. The moment was come. I must speak. Joe, I called out. Who's there? He cried, and I heard him start to his feet. Only Mr. Walton. Where are you? We can't be very far off, he answered, not in a tone of any pleasure at finding me so nigh. I rose and peering about through the darkness, found that they were a little higher up on the same rock by which I was sheltered. You mustn't think, I said, that I have been eavesdropping. I had no idea anyone was near me till I heard your voices, and I did not hear a word till just the last sentence or two. I saw someone go up the castle rock, said Joe, but I thought he was gone away again. It will be a lesson to me. I'm no telltale, Joe, I returned as I scrambled up the rock. You will have no cause to regret that I happened to overhear a little. I'm sure, Joe, you will never say anything you need to be ashamed of. But what I heard was sufficient to let me into the secret of your trouble. Will you let me talk to Joe, Agnes? I've been young myself, and, to tell the truth, I don't think I'm old yet. I'm sure, sir, she answered, you won't be hard on Joe and me. I don't suppose there be anything wrong in liking each other, though we can't be married. She spoke in a low tone, and her voice trembled very much, yet there was a certain womanly composure in her utterance. I'm sure it's very bold of me to talk so, she added, but Joe will tell you all about it. I was close beside them now, and fancied I saw through the dusk the motion of her hand stealing into his. Well, Joe, this is just what I wanted, I said. A woman can be braver than a big smith sometimes. Agnes has done her part. Now you do yours, and tell me all about it. No response followed my adjuration. I must help him. I think I know how the matter lies, Joe. You think you are not going to live long, and that therefore you ought not to marry. Am I right? Not far off it, sir, he answered. "Now, Joe," I said, "can't we talk as friends about this matter? I have no right to intrude into your affairs, none in the least, except what friendship gives me. If you say I'm not to talk about it, I shall be silent. To force advice upon you would be as impertinent as useless. It's all the same, I'm afraid, sir. My mind has been made up for a long time. What right have I to bring other people into trouble? But I take it kind of you, sir, though I mayn't look over pleased. Agnes wants to hear your way of it. I'm agreeable." This was not very encouraging, still I thought it sufficient ground for proceeding. "I suppose you will allow that the root of all Christian behaviour is the will of God?" "Surely, sir." "Is it not the will of God, then, that when a man and woman love each other, they should marry?" "Certainly, sir, where there be no reasons against it." "Of course, and you judge you see reason for not doing so, else you would." "I do see that a man should not bring a woman into trouble for the sake of being comfortable himself for the rest of a few weary days." Agnes was sobbing gently behind her handkerchief. I knew how gladly she would be Joe's wife, if only to nurse him through his last illness. "Not except it would make her comfortable too, I grant you, Joe. But listen to me. In the first place, you don't know, and you're not required to know, when you are going to die. In fact, you have nothing to do with it. Many a life has been injured by the constant expectation of death. It is a life we have to do with, not death. The best preparation for the night is to work while the day lasts, diligently. The best preparation for death is life. Besides, I have known delicate people who have outlived all their strong relations, and been left alone in the earth, because they had possibly taken too much care of themselves. But marriage is God's will, and death is God's will, and you have no business to set one against the other, as antagonistic to the other. For anything you know, the gladness and the peace of marriage may be the very means intended for your restoration to health and strength. I suspect your desire to marry, fighting against a fancy that you ought not to marry, has a good deal to do with the state of health in which you now find yourself. A man would get over many things if he were happy, that he cannot get over when he is miserable. But it's for Aggie, you forget that." "I do not forget it. What right have you to seek for her another kind of welfare than you would have yourself? Are you to treat her as if she were worldly when you are not? To provide for her a comfort which yourself you would despise? Why should you not marry because you have to die soon? If you are thus doomed, which to me is by no means clear, why not have the happiness you may for the rest of your sojourn? If you find at the end of 20 years that here you are after all, you will be rather sorry you did not do as I say. And if I find myself dying at the end of 6 months, you will thank God for those 6 months. The whole thing, my dear fellow, is a want of faith in God. I do not doubt you think you are doing right. But, I repeat, the whole thing comes from want of faith in God. You will take things into your own hands and order them after a preventative and self-protective fashion, lest God should have ordained the worst for you, which worst, after all, would be best met by doing his will without inquiry into the future, and which worst is no evil. Death is no more an evil than marriage is." "But you don't see it as I do," persisted the blacksmith. "Of course I don't. I think you see it as it is not." He remained silent for a little. A shower of spray fell upon us. He started. "What a wave!" he cried. "That spray came over the top of the rock. We shall have to run for it." I fancy that he only wanted to avoid further conversation. "There's no hurry," I said. "It was high water an hour and a half ago." "You don't know this coast, sir," returned he, "or you wouldn't talk like that." As he spoke he rose, and going from under the shelter of the rock, looked along. "For God's sake, Aggie," he cried in terror, "come at once. Every other wave be rushing across the breakwater as if it were on the level." So saying, he hurried back, caught her by the hand, and began to draw her along. "Hadn't we better stay where we are?" I suggested. "If you can stand the night in the cold. But Aggie here is delicate, and I don't care about being out all night. It's not the tide, sir. It's a ground swell, from a storm somewhere out at sea, that never asks no questions about tide or no tide." "Come along then," I said. "But just wait 1 minute more. It is better to be ready for the worst." For I remembered that the day before I had seen a crowbar lying among the stones, and I thought it might be useful. In a moment or two I had found it, and returning, gave it to Joe. Then I took the girl's disengaged hand. She thanked me in a voice perfectly calm and firm. Joe took the bar in haste, and drew Agnes towards the breakwater. Any real thoughts of danger had not yet crossed my mind, but when I looked along the outstretched back of the mould, and saw a deep sheet of white sweep across it, I felt that there was grounds for his anxiety, and prepared myself for a struggle. "Do you know what to do with the crowbar, Joe?" I said, grasping my own stout oak stick more firmly. "Perfectly," answered Joe. "To stick between the stones and hold on. We must watch our time between the waves." "You take the command then, Joe," I returned. "You see better than I do, and you know the ways of that raging wild beast there better than I do. I will obey orders, one of which no doubt will be, not for the wind or sea, to lose hold of Agnes. Eh, Joe?" Joe gave a grim enough laugh in reply, and we started, he carrying his crowbar in his right hand towards the advancing sea, and I and my oak stick in my left towards the still water within. "Quick march," said Joe, and away we went out on the breakwater. Now the back of the breakwater was very rugged, for it was formed of huge stones, with wide gaps between, where the water had washed out the cement and worn their edges. But what impeded our progress secured our safety. "Halt!" cried Joe, when we were yet but a few yards beyond the shelter of the rocks. "There's a topper coming." We halted at the word of command, as a huge wave, with combing crest, rushed against the far out sloping base of the mole, and flung its heavy top right over the middle of the mass, a score or two of yards in front of us. "Now for it!" cried Joe. "Run!" We did run. In my mind there was just sense enough of danger to add to the pleasure of excitement. I did not know how much danger there was. Over the rough worn stones we sped stumbling. "Halt!" cried the smith once more, and we did halt, but this time, as it turned out, in the middle front of the coming danger. "God be with us!" I exclaimed, when the huge billow showed itself through the night, rushing towards the mole. The smith struck his crowbar between two great stones. To this he held on with one hand, and threw the other arm around Agnes's waist. I too had got my oak firmly fixed, held on with one hand, and threw the other arm around Agnes. It took but a moment. "Now then," cried Joe, "here she comes. Hold on, sir. Hold on, Aggie." But when I saw the height of the water, as it rushed on us up the sloping side of the mound, I cried out in my turn, "Down, Joe, down on your face, and let it over us easy. Down, Agnes." They obeyed. We threw ourselves across the breakwater with our heads to the coming foe, and I grasped my stick close to the stones with all the power of a hand that was then strong. Over us burst the mighty wave, floating us up from the stones where we lay. But we held on, the wave passed, and we sprung grasping to our feet. Now, cried Joe and I together, and heavy as we were, with the water pouring from us, we flew across the remainder of the heap, and arrived, panting and safe, at the other end, ere one wave more had swept the surface. The moment we were in safety, we turned and looked back over the danger we had traversed. It was to see a huge billow sweep the breakwater from end to end. We looked at each other for a moment without speaking. "I believe, sir," said Joe at length, with slow and solemn speech, "if you hadn't taken the command at that moment, we should all have been lost." It seems likely enough when I look back on it. For one thing, I was not sure that my stick would stand, so I thought I had better grasp it low down. "We were awfully near death," said Joe. "Nearer than you thought, Joe, and yet we escaped it. Things don't go all as we fancy, you see. Faith is as essential to manhood as foresight. Believe me, Joe, it is very absurd to trust God for the future, and not trust him for the present. The man who is not anxious is the man most likely to do the right thing. He is cool and collected and ready. Our Lord therefore told his disciples that when they should be brought before kings and rulers, they were to take no thought what answer they should make, for it would be given them when the time came. We were climbing the steep path up to the downs. Neither of my companions spoke. "You have escaped one death together," I said, at length. "Dare another." Still neither of them returned an answer. When we came near the parsonage, I said, "Now, Joe, you must go in and get to bed at once. I will take Agnes home. You can trust me not to say anything against you." Joe laughed rather hoarsely, and replied, "As you please, sir. Good night, Aggie. Mind you get to bed as fast as you can." When I returned from giving Agnes over to her parents, I made haste to change my clothes and put on my warm dressing gown. I may as well mention at once that not one of us was the worse for our ducking. I then went up to Connie's room. "Here I am, you see, Connie, quite safe. I've been lying listening to every blast of the wind since you went out, papa, but all I could do was trust in God." "Do you call that all, Connie?" "Believe me, there is more power in that than any human being knows the 10th part of yet. It is indeed all." I said no more then. I told my wife about it that night, but we were well into another month before I told Connie. When I left her, I went to Joe's room to see how he was, and found him having some gruel. I sat down on the edge of his bed and said, "Well, Joe, this is better than under water. I hope you won't be the worse for it." "I don't care much what comes of me, sir. It will be all over soon." "But you ought to care what comes of you, Joe. I will tell you why. You are an instrument out of which ought to come praise to God, and therefore you ought to care for the instrument." "That way, yes, sir, I ought. And you have no business to be like some children who say, 'Mamma won't give me so and so,' instead of asking her to give it them." "I see what you mean, sir. But really you put me out before the young woman. I couldn't say before her what I meant. Suppose, you know, sir, there was to come a family. It might be, you know." "Of course. What else would you have? But if I was to die, where would she be then?" "In God's hands, just as she is now. But I ought to take care that she is not left with a burden like that to provide for." "Oh, Joe, how little you know a woman's heart! It would just be the greatest comfort she could have for losing you, that's all. Many a woman has married a man she did not care enough for, just that she might have a child of her own to let out her heart upon. I don't say that is right, you know. Such love cannot be perfect. A woman ought to love her child because it is her husband's more than because it is her own, and because it is God's more than either's. I saw in the papers the other day that a woman was brought before the recorder of London for stealing a baby, when the judge himself said that there was no imaginable motive for her actions but a motherly passion to possess the child. It is the need of a child that makes so many women take to poor miserable broken-nosed lapdogs, for they are self-indulgent and cannot face the troubles and dangers of adopting a child. They would if they might get one of a good family or from a respectable home, but they dare not take an orphan out of the dirt lest it should spoil their silken chairs. But that has nothing to do with our argument. What I mean is this, that if Agnes really loves you, as no one can look in her face and doubt, she will be far happier if you leave her a child. Yes, she will be happier if you only leave her your name for hers, than if you died without calling her your wife. I took Joe's basin from him, and he lay down. He turned his face to the wall. I waited a moment, but finding him silent, bade him good night and left the room. A month after, I married them. End of chapter 12.
Volume 2, Chapter 13 of the Seaboard Parish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Seaboard Parish by George MacDonald. Volume 2, Chapter 13. The Harvest. It was some time before we got the bells to work to our mind, but at last we succeeded. The worst of it was to get the cranks, which at first required strong pressure on the keys, to work easily enough. But neither Joe nor his cousin spared any pains to perfect the attempt, and, as I say, at length we succeeded. I took Wynnie down to the instrument, and made her try whether she could not do something, and she succeeded in making the old tower discourse loudly and eloquently. By this time the thanksgiving for the harvest was at hand. On the morning of that, first of all I would summon the folk to their prayers with the sound of the full peal, and I wrote a little hymn of praise to the God of the harvest, modelling it to one of the oldest tunes in that part of the country, and I had it printed on slips of paper and laid it plentifully on the benches. What with the calling of the bells, like voices in the highway, and the solemn meditation of the organ within, to bear aloft the thoughts of those who heard, and came to the prayer and thanksgiving in common, and the message which God had given me to utter them, I hoped that we should indeed keep holiday. Wynnie summoned the parish, with the 100th psalm pealed from aloft, drooping from the airy regions of the tower on village and hamlet and cottage, calling aloud. For who could dissociate the words from the music, though the words are in the Scotch psalms, written none the less by an Englishman, however English wits may amuse themselves with laughing at their quaintness, calling aloud, "All people that on earth do dwell, sing to the Lord with cheerful voice. Him serve with mirth, his praise forth tell. Come ye before him and rejoice." Then we sang the psalm before the communion service, making bold in the name of the Lord to serve him with mirth as in the old version, and not with the fear with which some editor, weak in faith, had presumed to alter the line. Then before the sermon we sang the hymn I had prepared, a proceeding justifiable by many an example in the history of the Church, while she was not only able to number singers amongst her clergy, but those singers were capable of influencing the whole heart and judgment of the nation with their songs. Ethelwyn played the organ. The song I had prepared was thus: We praise the life of all, from buried seeds so small, who makes the ordered ranks of autumn stand, who stores the corn in rick and barn, to feed the winter of the land. We praise the life of light, who from the brooding night draws out the morning holy, calm and grand, veils up the moon, sends out the sun, to glad the face of all the land. We praise the life of work, who from sleep's lonely dark leads forth his children to arise and stand, then go their way the livelong day, to trust and labour in the land. We praise the life of good, who breaks sin's lazy mood, toilsomely ploughing up the fruitless sand, the furrowed waste they leave, and haste home, home, to till their father's land. We praise the life of life, who in this soil of strife casts us at birth like seed from sower's hand, to die and sow like corn to grow a golden harvest in his land. After we had sung this hymn, the meaning of which is far better than the versification, I preached from the word of St. Paul, if by any means I might attain unto the resurrection of the dead, not as though I had already attained, either were already perfect. And this is something like what I said to them. The world, my friends, is full of resurrections, and it is not always of the same resurrection that St. Paul speaks. Every night that folds us up in darkness is a death, and those of you that have been out early, and have seen the firsts of the dawn, will know it. The day rises out of the night like a being that has burst its tomb and escaped into life. That you may feel that the sunrise is a resurrection, the word resurrection just means a rising again. I will read you a little description of it from a sermon by a great writer and a great preacher called Jeremy Taylor. Listen. But as when the sun approaching towards the gates of the morning, he first opens a little eye of heaven, and sends away the spirits of darkness, and gives light to a cock, and calls up the lark to matins, and by gilds the fringes of a cloud, and peeps over the eastern hills, thrusting out his golden horns like those which decked the brows of Moses, when he was forced to wear a veil, because himself had seen the face of God. And still, while a man tells the story, the sun gets up higher, till he shows a fair face and a full light, and then he shines one whole day, under a cloud often, and sometimes weeping great and little showers, and sets quickly. So is a man's reason and his life. Is not this a resurrection of the day out of the night? Or hear how Milton makes his Adam and Eve praise God in the morning. Ye mists and exhalations that now rise From hill or streaming lake, dusky or grey, till the sun paint your fleecy skirts with gold, in honour of the world's great author, rise, whether to deck with clouds the uncoloured sky, or wet the thirsty earth with falling showers, rising or falling, still advance his praise. But it is yet more of a resurrection to you. Think of your own condition through the night and in the morning. You die, as it were, every night. The death of darkness comes down over the earth, but a deeper death, the death of sleep, descends on you. A power overshadows you. Your eyelids close. You cannot keep them open if you would. Your limbs lie moveless. The day is gone. Your whole life is gone. You have forgotten everything. An evil man might come and do with your goods as he pleased. You are helpless. But the God of the resurrection is awake all the time, watching his sleeping men and women, even as a mother who watches her sleeping baby, only with larger eyes and more full of love than hers. And so, you know not how, all at once you know that you are what you are, that there is a world that wants you outside of you, and a God that wants you inside of you. You rise from the death of sleep, not by your own power, for you knew nothing about it. God put his hand over your eyes, and you were dead. He lifted his hand and breathed light on you, and you rose from the dead, thanked the God who raised you up, and went forth to do your work. From darkness to light, from blindness to seeing, from knowing nothing to looking abroad on the mighty world, from helpless submission to willing obedience, is not this a resurrection indeed? That St. Paul saw it to be such may be shown from his using the two things with the same meaning when he says, Awake, thou that sleepest, and arise from the dead, and Christ shall give thee light. No doubt he meant a great deal more. No man who understands what he is speaking about can well mean only one thing at a time. But to return to the resurrections we see around us in nature. Look at the death that falls upon the world in winter, and look how it revives when the sun draws near enough in the spring to wile the life in it once more out of its grave. See how the pale, meek snowdrops come up with their bowed heads, as if full of the memory of the fierce winds they encountered last spring, and yet ready in the strength of their weakness to encounter them again. Up comes the crocus, bringing its gold safe from the dark of the colourless grave into the light of its parent gold. Primroses and anemones and bluebells, and 1,000 other children of the spring, hear the resurrection trumpet of the wind from the west and south, obey, and leave their graves behind to breathe the air of the sweet heavens. Up and up they come, till the year is glorious with the rose and the lily, till the trees are not only clothed upon with new garments of loveliest green, but the fruit tree bringeth forth its fruit, and the little children of men are made glad with apples and cherries and hazelnuts. The earth laughs out in green and gold, the sky shares in the grand resurrection. The garments of its mourning, wherewith it made men sad, its clouds of snow and hail and stormy vapours are swept away, have sunk indeed to the earth, and are now humbly feeding the roots of the flowers whose dead stalks they beat upon all the winter long. Instead, the sky has put on the garments of praise. Her blue, coloured after the sapphire floor on which stands the throne of him who is the resurrection and the life, is dashed and glorified with the pure white of sailing clouds, and at morning and evening prayer puts on colours in which the human heart drowns itself with delight, green and gold and purple and rose. Even the icebergs, floating about in the lonely summer seas of the north, are flashing all the glories of the rainbow. But indeed, is not this whole world itself a monument of the resurrection? The earth was without form and void. The wind of God moved on the face of the waters, and up arose this fair world. Darkness was on the face of the deep. God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. In the animal world as well, you behold the goings of the resurrection. Plainest of all, look at the story of the butterfly, so plain that the pagan Greeks called it and the soul by one name, Psyche. Psyche meant with them a butterfly or the soul, either. Look how the creeping thing, ugly to our eyes, so that we can hardly handle it without a shudder, finding itself growing sick with age, straightway falls a-spinning and weaving at its own shroud, coffin, and grave, all in one, to prepare, in fact, for its resurrection. For it is for the sake of the resurrection that death exists. Patiently it spins its strength, but not its life, away; folds itself up decently, that its body may rest in quiet till the new body is formed within it; and at length, when the appointed hour has arrived, out of the body of this crawling thing breaks forth the winged splendour of the butterfly, not the same body, a new one, built out of the ruins of the old, even as St. Paul tells us that it is not the same body we have in the resurrection, but a nobler body like ourselves, with all the imperfect and evil thing taken away. No more creeping for the butterfly, wings of splendour now. Neither yet has it lost the feet wherewith to alight on all that is lovely and sweet. Think of it, up from the toilsome journey over the low ground, exposed to the foot of every passer-by, destroying the lovely leaves upon which it fed, and the fruit which they should shelter, up to the path at will through the air, and a gathering of food which hurts not the source of it, a food which is but a tribute from the loveliness of the flowers to the yet higher loveliness of the flower–angel. Is not this a resurrection? Its children too shall pass through the same process, to wing the air of a summer noon, and rejoice in the ethereal and the pure. To return yet again from the human thoughts suggested by the symbol of the butterfly. Here let me pause for a moment, and there was a corresponding pause, though but momentary, in the sermon as I spoke. to mention a curious, and to me at the moment an interesting fact. At this point of my address I caught sight of a white butterfly, a belated one, flitting about the church. Absorbed for a moment, my eye wandered after it. It was near the bench where my own people sat, and for one flash of thought I longed that the butterfly would alight on my Wynnie, for I was more anxious about her resurrection at the time than about anything else. But the butterfly would not. And then I told myself that God would, and that the butterfly was only the symbol of a grand truth, and of no private interpretation, to make which of it was both selfishness and superstition. But all this passed in a flash, and I resumed my discourse. I come now naturally to speak of what we commonly call the resurrection. Some say, how can the same dust be raised again, when it may be scattered to the winds of heaven? It is a question I hardly care to answer. The mere difficulty can in reason stand for nothing with God. But the apparent worthlessness of the supposition renders the question uninteresting to me. What is of import is, that I should stand clothed upon with a body which is my body because it serves my ends, justifies my consciousness of identity by being, in all that was good in it, like that which I had before, while now it is tenfold capable of expressing the thoughts and feelings that move within me. How can I care whether the atoms that form a certain inch of bone should be the same as those which formed that bone when I died? All my lifetime I never felt or thought of the existence of such a bone. On the other hand, I object to having the same worn muscles, the same shrivelled skin, with which I happen to die. Why give me the same body as that? Why not rather my youthful body, which was strong and facile and capable? The matter of the muscle of my arm at death would not serve to make half the muscle I had when young. But I thank God that St. Paul says it will not be the same body. That body dies, up springs another body. I suspect myself that those were right who say that this body being the seed, the moment it dies in the soul of this world, that moment is a resurrection of the new body. The life in it rises out of it in a new body. This is not after it is put in the mere earth, for it is dead then, and the germ of life gone out of it. If a seed rots, no new body comes out of it. The seed dies into a new life, and so does man. Dying and rotting are two very different things. But I am not sure by any means. As I say, the whole question is rather uninteresting to me. What do I care about my old clothes after I have done with them? What is it to me to know what becomes of an old coat or an old pulpit gown? I have no such clinging to the flesh. It seems to me that people believe their bodies to be themselves, and are therefore very anxious about them. And no wonder then. Enough for me that I shall have eyes to see my friends, a face that they shall know me by, and a mouth to praise God withal. I leave the matter with one remark, that I am well content to rise as Jesus rose, however that was. For me the will of God is so good that I would rather have his will done than my own choice given me. But I now come to the last, because infinitely the most important part of my subject, the resurrection for the sake of which all the other resurrections exist, the resurrection unto life. This is the one of which St. Paul speaks in my text. This is the one I am most anxious, indeed the only one I am anxious to set forth and impress upon you. Think then of all the deaths you know, the death of the night when the sun is gone, when friend says not a word to friend, but both lie drowned and parted in the sea of sleep. The death of the year, when winter lies heavy on the graves of the children of summer, when the leafless trees moan in the blasts from the ocean, when the beasts even look dull and oppressed, when the children go about shivering with cold, when the poor and improvident are miserable with suffering, or think of such a death of disease as befalls us at times, when the man who says, "Would God it were morning," changes but his word and not his tune when the morning comes, crying, "Would God it were evening," when what life is left is known to us only by suffering, and hope is amongst things that were once and are no more. Think of all these, think of them all together, and you will have but the dimmest, faintest picture of the death from which the resurrection of which I have now to speak is the rising. I shrink from the attempt, knowing how weak words are, to set forth the death, set forth the resurrection. Were I to sit down to yonder organ, and crash out the most horrible dissonances that ever took shape in sound, I should give you but a weak figure of this death. Were I capable of drawing from many a row of pipes an exhalation of dulcet symphonies and voices sweet, such as Milton himself could have invaded our ears withal, I could give you but a faint figure of this resurrection. Nevertheless, I must try what I can do in my own way. If into the face of the dead body, lying on the bed, waiting for its burial, the soul of the man should begin to dawn again, drawing near from afar, to look out once more at those eyes, to smile once again through those lips, the change on that face would be indeed great and wondrous, but nothing for marvel or greatness to that which passes on the countenance, the very outward bodily face of the man who wakes from his sleep, arises from the dead, and receives light from Christ. Too often indeed the reposeful look on the face of the dead body would be troubled, would vanish away at the revisiting of the restless ghost. But when a man's own right true mind, which God made in him, is restored to him again, and he wakes from the death of sin, then comes the repose without the death. It may take long for the new spirit to complete the visible change, but it begins at once, and will be perfected. The bloated look of self-indulgence passes away like the leprosy of Naaman. The cheek grows pure, the lips return to the smile of hope instead of the grin of greed, and the eyes that made innocence shrink and shudder with their yellow leer grow childlike and sweet and faithful. The mammon eyes, hitherto fixed on the earth, are lifted to meet their kind. The lips that mumbled over figures and sums of gold learn to say words of grace and tenderness. The truculent, repellent, self-satisfied face begins to look thoughtful and doubtful, as if searching for some treasure of whose whereabouts it has no certain sign. The face anxious, wrinkled, peering, troubled, on whose lines you read the dread of hunger, poverty, and nakedness, thaws into a smile. The eyes reflect in courage the light of the Father's care. The back grows erect under its burden with the assurance that the hairs of its head are all numbered, but the face can with all its changes set but dimly forth the rising from the dead which passes within. The heart, which cared but for itself, becomes aware of surrounding thousands like itself, in the love and care for which it feels a dawning blessedness undreamt of before. From selfishness to love, is not this a rising from the dead? The man whose ambition declares that his way in the world would be to subject everything to his desires, to bring every human care, affection, power, and aspiration to his feet, such a world it would be, and such a king it would have, if individual ambition might work its will. If a man's opinion of himself could be made out in the world, degrading, compelling, oppressing, doing everything for its own glory, and such a glory, but a pang of light strikes this man to the heart, an arrow of truth, feathered with suffering and loss and dismay, finds out the open joint in his armour, I was going to say. No, finds out the joint in the coffin, where the heart lies festering in a death so dead that itself calls to life. He trembles, he awakes, he arises from the dead. No more he seeks the slavery of all. Where can he find whom to serve? How can he become, if but a threshold in the temple of Christ, where all serve all, and no man thinks first of himself? He to whom the mass of his fellows, as he massed them, was common and unclean, bows before every human sign of the presence of the making God. The sun, which was to him but a candle with which to search after his own ends, wealth, power, place, praise, the world, which was but the cavern where he thus searched, are now full of the mystery of loveliness, full of the truth of which sun and wind and land and sea are symbols and signs. From a withered old age of unbelief, the dim eyes of which refuse the glory of things a passage to the heart, He is raised up a child full of admiration, wonder, and gladness. Everything is glorious to him. He can believe, and therefore he sees. It is from the grave into the sunshine, from the night into the morning, from death into life. To come out of the ugly into the beautiful, out of the mean and selfish into the noble and loving, out of the paltry into the great, out of the false into the true, out of the filthy into the clean, out of the commonplace into the glorious, out of the corruption of disease into the fine vigour and gracious movements of health. In a word, out of evil into good. Is not this a resurrection indeed, the resurrection of all, the resurrection of life? God grant that with St. Paul we may attain to this resurrection of the dead. This rising from the dead is often a long and painful process. Even after he had preached the gospel to the Gentiles, and suffered much for the sake of his Master, Paul sees the resurrection of the dead towering grandly before him, not yet climbed, not yet attained unto, a mountainous splendour and marvel still shining aloft in the air of existence, still, thank God, to be attained, but ever growing in height and beauty, as, forgetting those things that are behind, he presses towards the mark, if by any means he may attain to the resurrection of the dead. Every blessed moment in which a man bethinks himself that he has been forgetting his high calling, and sends up to the Father a prayer for aid, every time a man resolves that what he has been doing he will do no more, every time that the love of God, or the feeling of the truth, rouses a man to look first up at the light, then down at the skirts of his own garments, that moment a divine resurrection is wrought in the earth. Yea, every time that a man passes from resentment to forgiveness, from cruelty to compassion, from hardness to tenderness, from indifference to carefulness, from selfishness to honesty, from honesty to generosity, from generosity to love, a resurrection, the bursting of a fresh bud of life out of the grave of evil, gladdens the eye of the Father watching his children. Awake then, thou that sleepest, and arise from the dead, and Christ will give thee light. As the harvest rises from the wintry earth, so rise thou up from the trials of this world, a full ear in the harvest of him who sowed thee in the soil, that thou mightest rise above it. As the summer rises from the winter, so rise from the cares of eating and drinking and clothing into the fearless sunshine of confidence in the Father. As the morning rises out of the night, so rise thou from the darkness of ignorance to do the will of God in the daylight. And as man feels that he is himself when he wakes from the troubled and grotesque visions of the night into the glory of the sunrise, even so wilt thou feel that then first thou knowest what thy life, the gladness of thy being, is. As from painful tossing in disease, rise into the health of well-being. As from the awful embrace of thy own dead body, burst forth in thy spiritual body. Arise thou, responsive to the indwelling will of the Father, even as thy body will respond to thy indwelling soul. White wings are crossing, glad waves are tossing, the earth flames out in crimson and green. Spring is appearing, summer is nearing. Where hast thou been? Down in some cavern, death's sleepy tavern, housing, carousing with spectres of night. The trumpet is pealing, sunshine and healing. Spring to the light. With this quotation from a friend's poem, I close my sermon, oppressed with a sense of failure. For ever the marvel of simple awaking, the mere type of the resurrection, eluded all my efforts to fix it in words. I had to comfort myself with the thought that God is so strong that he can work even from our failures. End of Volume 2, Chapter 13.
Volume 3, Chapter 1 of the Seaboard Parish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Hawryluk. The Seaboard Parish by George MacDonald. Chapter 1. A Walk with My Wife. The autumn was creeping up on the earth, with winter holding by its skirts behind. But before I lose my hold on the garments of summer, I must write a chapter about a walk and a talk I had one night with my wife. It had rained a good deal during the day, but as the sun went down, the air began to clear, and when the moon shone out, near the full, she walked the heavens, not like one that hath been led astray, but as queen and huntress, chaste and fair. "What a lovely night it is," said Ethelwyn, who had come into my study, where I always sat with unblinded windows, that the night and her creatures might look in upon me, and had stood gazing out for a moment. "Shall we go for a little turn?" I said. "I should like it very much," she answered. "I will go and put on my bonnet at once." In a minute or two she looked in again, all ready. I rose, laid aside my Plato, and went with her. We turned our steps along the edge of the down, and descended upon the breakwater, where we seated ourselves upon the same spot where in the darkness I had heard the voices of Joe and Agnes. What a different night it was from that! The sea lay as quiet as if it could not move from the moonlight that lay upon it. The glory over it was so mighty in its peacefulness, that the wild element beneath was afraid to toss itself even with the motions of its natural unrest. The moon was like the face of a saint before which the stormy people has grown dumb. The rocks stood up solid and dark in the universal ether, and the pulse of the ocean throbbed against them with a lapping gush, soft as the voice of a passionate child soothed into shame of its vanquished petulance. But the sky was the glory. Although no breath moved below, there was a gentle wind abroad in the upper regions. The air was full of masses of cloud, the vanishing fragments of one great vapour which had been pouring down in rain most of the day. These masses were all setting with one steady motion eastward into the abysses of space, now obscuring the fair moon, now solemnly sweeping away from before her. As they departed, outshone her marvellous radiance, as calm as ever. It was plain that she knew nothing of what we called her covering, her obscuration, the dimming of her glory. She had been busy all the time weaving her lovely opaline damask on the other side of the mass in which we said she was swallowed up. "Have you ever noticed, wifey," I said, "how the eyes of our minds, almost our bodily eyes, are open sometimes to the cubicalness of nature, as it were?" "I don't know, Harry, for I don't understand your question," she answered. Well, it was a stupid way of expressing what I meant. No human being could have understood it from that. I will make you understand in a moment, though. Sometimes, perhaps generally, we see the sky as a flat dome, spangled with star points and painted blue. Now I see it as an awful depth of blue air, depth within depth, and the clouds before me are not passing away to the left, but sinking away from the front of me into the marvellous unknown regions, which, let philosophers say what they will about time and space, and I dare say they are right, and yet very awful to me. "Thank God, my dear," I said, catching hold of her arm as the terror of mere space grew upon me, "for himself. He is deeper than space, deeper than time. He is the heart of all the cube of history." "I understand you now, husband," said my wife. "I knew you would," I answered. "But," she said again, "is it not something the same with the things inside us? I can't put it in words as you do. Do you understand me now?" "I'm not sure that I do. You must try again." "You understand me well enough, only you like to make me blunder where you can talk," said my wife, putting her hand in mine. "But I will try. Sometimes After thinking about something for a long time, you come to a conclusion about it, and you think you have settled it plain and clear to yourself, forever and a day. You hang it upon your wall like a picture, and are satisfied for a fortnight. But some day, when you happen to cast a look at it, you find that instead of hanging flat on the wall, your picture has gone through it, opens out into some region you don't know where, shows you far receding distances of air and sea. In short, where you thought one question was settled forever, 100 are opened up for the present hour. Bravo, wife, I cried in true delight. I do indeed understand you now. You have said it better than I could ever have done. That's the plague of you women. You have been taught for centuries and centuries that there is little or nothing to be expected of you, and so you won't try. Therefore we men know no more than you do whether it is in you or not. And when you do try, instead of trying to think, you want to be in Parliament all at once. Do you apply that remark to me, sir? Demanded Ethelwyn. You must submit to bear the sins of your kind upon occasion, I answered. I am content to do that, so long as yours will help mine, she replied. Then may I go on, I said with interrogation. Till sunrise, if you like. We were talking of the cubicalness, I believe you called it, of nature. And you capped it with cubicalness of thought. And quite right, too. There are people, as a dear friend of mine used to say, who are so accustomed to regard everything in the flat, as dogma cut and, not always dried my moral olfactories aver, that if you prove to them the very thing they believe, but after another mode than that they have been accustomed to, they are offended, and count you a heretic. There is no help for it. Even St. Paul's chief opposition came from the Judaizing Christians of his time, who did not believe that God could love the Gentiles, and therefore regarded him as a teacher of falsehood. We must not be fierce with them. Who knows what wickedness of their ancestors goes to account for their stupidity? For that there are stupid people, and that they are, in every consequence of their stupidity, conceited. Who can deny? The worst of it is that no man who is conceited can be convinced of the fact. Don't say that, Harry. That is to deny conversion. You are right, Ethelwyn. The moment a man is convinced of his folly, he ceases to be a fool. The moment a man is convinced of his conceit, he ceases to be conceited. But there must be a final judgment, and the true man will welcome it, even if he is to appear a convicted fool. A man's business is to see first that he is not acting the part of a fool, and next, to help any honest people who care about the matter to take heed likewise that they are not offering to pull the mote out of their brother's eye. But there are even societies established and supported by good people for the express purpose of pulling out motes. The mote pulling society. That ought to take with a certain part of the public. Come, Harry. You are absurd. Such people don't come near you. They can't touch me, no, but they come near good people whom I know, brandishing the long pins with which they pull the motes out, and threatening them with judgment before their time. They are but pins, to be sure, not daggers. But you have wandered, Harry, into the narrowest underground, musty ways, and have forgotten all about the cubicalness of nature. You are right, my love, as you generally are, I answered, laughing. Look at that great antlered elk or moose, fit quarry for Diana of the silver bow. Look how it glides solemnly away into the unpastured depths of the aerial deserts. Look again at that reclining giant, half raised upon his arm, with his face turned toward the wilderness. What eyes they must be under those huge brows! On what message to the nation is he borne as by the slow sweep of ages, on towards his mysterious goal? "Stop, stop, Harry," said my wife. "It makes me unhappy to hear grand words clothing only cloudy fancies. Such words ought to be used about the truth, and the truth only. If I could carry it no further, my dear, then it would indeed be degrading of words. But there never was a vagary that uplifted the soul, or made the grand words flow from the gates of speech, that had not its counterpart in truth itself. Man can imagine nothing, even in the clouds of the air, that God has not done or is not doing. Even as that cloudy giant yields and is shepherded by the slow unwilling wind, so is each of us borne onward to an unseen destiny, a glorious one if we will but yield to the Spirit of God that bloweth where it listeth, with a grand listing, coming whence we know not, and going whither we know not. The very clouds of the air are hung up as dim pictures of the thoughts and history of man. I do not mind how long you talk like that, husband, even if you take the clouds for your text. But it did make me miserable to think that what you were saying had no more basis than the fantastic forms which the clouds assume. I see I was wrong, though. The clouds themselves, in such a solemn stately march as this, used to make me sad for the very same reason. I used to think, what is it all for? They are but vapours blown by the wind. They come no whence, and they go no whither. But now I see them in all things as ever-moving symbols of the motions of man's spirit and destiny. A pause followed, during which we sat and watched the marvellous depths of the heavens, deep as I do not think I ever saw them before or since, covered with a stately procession of ever-appearing and ever-vanishing forms, great sculpturesque blocks of a shattered storm, the icebergs of the upper sea. These were not far off against a blue background, but floating near us in the heart of a blue-black space, gloriously lighted by a golden rather than silvery moon. At length my wife spoke. "I hope Mr. Percivale is out tonight," she said. "How he must be enjoying it, if he is! I wonder the young man is not returning to his professional labours," I said. "Few artists can afford such long holidays as he is taking." "He is laying in stock, though, I suppose," answered my wife. "I doubt that, my dear. He said not, on one occasion. You may remember." "Yes, I remember. But still he must paint better the more familiar he gets with the things God cares to fashion." "Doubtless, but I'm afraid the work of God he is chiefly studying at present is our Wynnie." "Well, is she not a worthy object of his study?" returned Ethelwyn, looking up in my face with an arch expression. "Doubtless again, Ethel. But I hope she is not studying him quite so much in her turn. I have seen her eyes following him about." My wife made no answer for a moment. Then she said, "Don't you like him, Harry?" "Yes, I like him very much." "Then why should you not like Wynnie to like him?" "I should like to be surer of his principles, for one thing." "I should like to be surer of Wynnie's." I was silent. Ethelwyn resumed. "Don't you think they might do each other good?" Still I could not reply. "They both love the truth, I am sure, only they don't perhaps know what it is yet. I think if they were to fall in love with each other, it would very likely make them both more desirous of finding it still." "Perhaps," I said at last. "But you are talking about awfully serious things, Ethelwyn." "Yes, as serious as life," she answered. "You make me very anxious," I said. "The young man has not, I fear, any means of gaining a livelihood for more than himself. Why should he before he wanted it? I like to see a man who can be content with an art and a living by it. I hope I have not been to blame in allowing them to see much of each other, I said, hardly heeding my wife's words. It came about quite naturally, she rejoined. If you had opposed their meeting, you would have been interfering just as if you had been Providence, and you would have only made them think more about each other. He hasn't said anything, has he? I asked in positive alarm. Oh dear, no. It may be all my fancy. I'm only looking a little ahead. I confess I should like him for a son-in-law. I approve of him, she added, with a sweet laugh. Well, I said, I suppose son-in-laws are possible, however disagreeable. Results of having daughters. I tried to laugh, but hardly succeeded. Harry, said my wife, I don't like you in such a mood. It's not like you at all. It is unworthy of you. How can I help being anxious when you speak of such dreadful things as the possibility of having to give away my daughter, my precious wonder that came to me through you, out of the infinite, the tender little darling? Out of the heart of God, you used to say, Henry. Yes, and with a destiny he has ordained. It is strange to me how you forget your best and noblest teaching sometimes. You are always telling us to trust in God. Surely it is a poor creed that will only allow us to trust in God for ourselves. A very selfish creed. There must be something wrong there. I should say that a man who can only trust God for himself is not half a Christian. Either he is so selfish that satisfies him, or he has such a poor notion of God that he cannot trust him with what most concerns him. The former is not your case, Harry. It is the latter, then. You see, I must take my turn at the preaching sometimes, mayn't I, dearest? She took my hand in both of hers. The truth arose in my heart. I never loved my wife more than at that moment, and now I could not speak for other reasons. I saw that I had been faithless to my God, and the moment I could command my speech, I hastened to confess it. You are right, my dear, I said, quite right. I have been wicked, for I have been denying my God. I have been putting my providence in the place of his, trying, like an anxious fool, to count the hairs on Winnie's head, instead of being content that the grand loving Father should count them. My love, let us pray for Winnie, for what is prayer but giving her to God and his holy blessed will? We sat hand in hand, neither spoke aloud for some minutes, but we spoke in our hearts to God, talking to him about Winnie. Then we rose together and walked homeward, still in silence. But my heart and hand clung to my wife's as to the angel whom God had sent to deliver me out of the prison of my faithlessness. And as we went, lo, the sky was glorious again. It had faded from my sight, had grown flat as a dogma, uninteresting as a foul and pestilent congregation of vapours. The moon had been but a round thing with the sun shining upon it, and the stars were only minding their own business. But now the solemn march towards an unseen, unimagined goal had again begun. Winnie's life was hid with Christ in God. Away strode the cloudy pageant, with its banners blowing in the wind, which blew where it grandly listed, marching as to a solemn, triumphal music that drew them from afar towards the gates of pearl by which the morning walks out of the New Jerusalem to gladden the nations of the earth. Solitary stars, with all their sparkles drawn in, shone, quiet as human eyes, in the deep solemn clefts of dark blue air. They looked restrained and still, as if they knew all about it, all about the secret of this midnight march. For the moon, she saw the sun, and therefore made the earth glad. You have been a moon to me this night, my wife, I said. You were looking full at the truth, while I was dark. I saw its light in your face, and believed, and turned my soul to the sun. And now I am both ashamed and glad. God keep me from sinning so again. My dear husband, it was only a mood, a passing mood, said Ethelwyn, seeking to comfort me. It was a mood, and thank God it's now past. But it was a wicked one. It was a mood in which the Lord might have called me a devil, as he did St. Peter. Such moods have to be grappled with and fought the moment they appear. They must not have their way for a single thought even. But we can't help it always, can we, husband? We can't help it out and out, because our wills are not yet free with the freedom God is giving us as fast as we will let him. When we are able to will thoroughly, then we shall do what we will. At least, I think we shall. But there is a mystery in it God only understands. All we know is that we can struggle and pray. But a mood is an awful oppression sometimes when you least believe in it and most wish to get rid of it. It is like a headache in the soul. What do the people do that don't believe in God? Said Ethelwyn. The same moment Winnie, who had seen us pass the window, opened the door of the bark house for us, and we passed into Connie's chamber and found her lying in the moonlight, gazing at the same heavens as her father and mother had been revelling in. End of chapter 1. Volume 3, Chapter 2 of the Seaboard Parish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Hawryluk. The Seaboard Parish by George MacDonald. Chapter 2. Our Last Shore Dinner. The next day was very lovely. I think it is the last of the kind of which I shall have occasion to write in my narrative of the Seaboard Parish. I wonder if my readers are tired of so much about the common things of nature. I reason about it something in this way. We are easily affected by the smallest things that are of the unpleasant kind, that we ought to train ourselves to the influence of those that are of the opposite nature. The unpleasant ones are like the thorns which make themselves felt as we scramble. For we often do scramble in a very undignified manner through the thickets of life, and, feeling the thorns, we grumble, and are blind to all but the thorns. The flowers and the lovely leaves and the red berries and the clusters of filberts and the birds' nests do not force themselves upon our attention as the thorns do, and the thorns make us forget to look for them. But the scratch would be forgotten, and that in mental hurt is often equivalent to a cure. For a forgotten scratch on the mind or heart will never fester. If we but allow our being a moment's repose upon any of the quiet, waiting, unobtrusive beauties that lie around the half-trodden way, offering their gentle healing, and when I think how, not unfrequently, otherwise noble characters are anything but admirable when under the influence of trifling irritations, the very paltriness of which seem what the mind, which would at once rouse itself to a noble endurance of any mighty evil, I would gladly help so with the sweet anecdotes to defeat the fly in the ointment of the apothecary, that the whole pot shall send forth a pure savour. We ought for this to cultivate the friendships of little things. Beauty is one of the surest antidotes to vexation. Often when life looks dreary about me, for some real or fancied injustice or indignity, Has a thought of truth been flashed into my mind from a flower, a shape of frost, or even a lingering shadow? Not to mention such glories as angel-winged clouds, rainbows, stars, and sunrises. Therefore I hope that in my loving delay over such aspects of nature as impressed themselves upon me in this most memorable part of my history, I shall not prove wearisome to my reader, for therein I shall utterly contravene my hope and intent in the recording of them. This day there was to be an unusually low tide, and we had reckoned on enlarging our acquaintance with the bed of the ocean, of knowing a few yards more of the millions of miles lapped in the mystery of waters. It was to be low water about 2 o'clock, and we resolved to dine upon the sands. But all the morning the children were out playing on the threshold of old Neptune's palace, for in his quieter mood he will, like a fierce mastiff, let children do with him what they will. I gave myself a whole holiday, sometimes the most precious part of my life, both for myself and those for whom I labour, and wandered about on the shore, now passing the children, and assailed with a volley of cries and entreaties to look at this one's castle and that one's ditch, now leaving them behind, with what in its ungraduated flatness might well enough personate an endless desert of sand between, over the expanse of which I could imagine them disappearing on a far horizon, whence however a faint occasional cry of excitement and pleasure would reach my ears. The sea was so calm, and the shore so gently sloping, that you could hardly tell where the sand ceased and the sea began. The water sloped to such a thin pellicle, thinner than any knife's edge, upon the shining brown sand, and you saw the sand underneath the water to such a distance out. Yet this depth, which would not drown a red spider, was the ocean. In my mind I followed that bed of shining sand, bared of its hiding waters, out and out, till I was lost in an awful wilderness of chasms, precipices, and mountain peaks, in whose caverns the sea serpent may dwell, with his breath of pestilence. The kraken, with his scaly rind, may there be sleeping, his ancient, dreamless, uninvaded sleep, while faintest sunlights flee about his shadowy sides, as he lies battening upon huge sea worms in his sleep. There may lie all the horrors that Schiller's diver encountered, the frightful Mulch, and the worst of all, to which he gives no name, which came creeping with 100 knots at once. But here are only the gracious rainbow's woven shells, an evanescent jelly or two, and the queer baby crabs that crawl out from the holes of the bordering rocks. What awful gradations of gentleness lead from such as these down to those cabins where wallow the inventions of nature's infancy, when the little child of untutored imagination, she drew on the slate of her fancy creations, in which flitting shadows of beauty served only to heighten the shuddering, gruesome horror. The sweet sun and air, the hand of man, and the growth of the ages, have all but swept from such upper plains of the earth. What hunter's bow has twanged, what adventurer's rifle has cracked in those leagues of mountain waste, vaster than all the upper world can show, where the beasts of the ocean graze the seaweed, their pasture. Diana of the silver bow herself, when she descends into the interlunar caves of hell, sends no such monsters fleeing from her spells. Yet, if such there be, such horrors too must lie in the undiscovered caves of man's nature, of which all this outer world is but a typical analysis. By equally slow gradations may the inner eye descend from the truth of a Cordelia to the falsehood of an Iago. As these golden sands slope from the sunlight into the wallowing abyss of darkness, even so from the love of the child to his holy mother slopes the inclined plane of humanity to the hell of the sensualist. But with one difference in the moral world, I said aloud as I paced up and down on the shimmering margin, that everywhere in the scale the eye of the all-seeing Father can detect the first quiver of the eyelid that would raise itself heavenward, responsive to his waking spirit. I lifted my eyes in the relief of the thought, and saw how the sun of the autumn hung above the waters oppressed with the mist of its own glory. Far away to the left a man who had been clambering on a low rock, inaccessible save in such a tide, gathering mussels, threw himself into the sea and swam ashore. Above his head the storm tower stood in the stormless air. The sea glittered and shone, and the long-winged birds knew not which to choose. The balmy air of the cool deep, now flitting like arrowheads through the one, now alighting eagerly upon the other, to forsake it anew for the thinner element. I thanked God for his glory. "Oh, papa, it's so jolly," shouted the children as I passed them again. "What is it that's so jolly, Charlie?" I asked. "My castle," screeched Harry in reply, "only it's tumbled down. The water would keep coming in underneath." "I tried to stop it with a newspaper," cried Charlie, "but it wouldn't, so we were forced to let it be, and down it went into the ditch." "We blew it up rather than surrender," said Dora. "We did, only Harry always forgets, and says it was the water did it." I drew near the rock that held the bath. I had never approached it from this side before. It was high above my head, and a stream of water was flowing from it. I scrambled up, undressed, and plunged into its dark hollow, where I felt like one of the sea beasts of which I had been dreaming, down in the caves of the unvisited ocean. But the sun was over my head, and the air with an edge of winter was about me. I dressed quickly, descended on the other side of the rock, and wandered again on the sands to seaward of the breakwater, which lay above, looking dry and weary, and worn with years of contest with the waves, which had at length withdrawn defeated to their own country, and left it as if to victory and a useless age of peace. How different was the scene when a raving mountain of water filled all the hollow where I now wandered, and rushed over the top of that mole now so high above me, and I had to cling to its stones to keep me from being carried off like a bit of floating seaweed. This was the loveliest and strangest part of the shore. Several long ridges of rock, of whose existence I scarcely knew, worn to a level with the sand, hollowed and channeled with the terrible run of the tide across them, and looking like the old and outworn cheek teeth of some awful beast of prey, stretched out seaward. Here and there among them rose a well-known rock, but now so changed in look by being lifted all the height between the base on the waters, and the second base in the sand, that I wondered at each, walking round and viewing it on all sides. It seemed almost a fresh growth out of the garden of the shore, with uncouth hollows around its fungous root, and a forsaken air about its brows as it stood in the dry sand and looked seaward. But what made the chief delight of the spot, closed in by rocks from the open sands, was the multitude of fairy rivers that flowed across it to the sea. The gladness these streams gave me I cannot communicate. The tide had filled thousands of hollows in the breakwater, hundreds of cracked basins in the rocks, huge sponges of sand, from all of which, from cranny and crack, and oozing sponge, The water flowed in restricted haste back to the sea, tumbling in tiny cataracts down the faces of the rocks, bubbling from their roots as from wells, gathering in tanks of sand, and overflowing in broad, shallow streams, curving and sweeping in their sandy channels, just like the great rivers of the continent, here spreading into smooth, silent lakes and reaches, here babbling along in ripples and waves innumerable, flowing, to lose their small beings in the same ocean that met on the other side of the waters of the Mississippi, the Orinoco, the Amazon. All their channels were of golden sand, and the golden sunlight was above and through and in them all. Gold and gold met with the waters between. And what gave an added life to their motion was, that all the ripples made shadows of the clear yellow below them. The eye could not see the rippling on the surface, but the sun saw it and drew it in multitudinous shadowy motions upon the sand, with the play of 1,000 fancies of gold burnished and dead, of sunlight and yellow, trembling, melting, curving, blending, vanishing ever renewed. It was as if all the watermarks upon a web of golden silk had been set in wildest yet most graceful curvilinear motion by the breath of 100 playful zephyrs. My eye could not be filled with seeing. I stood in speechless delight for a while, gazing at the endless ending, which was the humour of the game, and thinking how in all God's works the laws of beauty are wrought out in evanishment, in birth and death. There is no hoarding, but an ever-fresh creating, an eternal flow of life from the heart of the all-beautiful. Hence even the heart of man cannot hoard. His brain or his hand may gather into its box and hoard, but the moment the thing has passed into the box, the heart has lost it and is hungry again. If a man would have, it is the giver he must have. The eternal, the original, the ever outpouring is alone within his reach. The everlasting creation is his heritage. Therefore all that he makes must be free to come and go through the heart of his child. He can enjoy it only as it passes, can enjoy only its life, its soul, its vision, its meaning, not itself. To hoard rubies and sapphires is as useless and hopeless for the heart as if I were to attempt to hoard this marvel of sand and water and sunlight in the same iron chest with the musty deeds of my wife's inheritance. Father, I murmured half aloud, thou alone art, and I am because thou art. Thy will shall be mine. I know that I must have spoken aloud because I remember the start of consciousness and discomposure occasioned by the voice of Percivale greeting me. I beg your pardon, he added. I did not mean to startle you, Mr. Walton. I thought you were only looking at nature's child play, not thinking. I know few things more fit to set one thinking than what you have very well called nature's child play, I returned. Is nature very heartless now, do you think, to go on with this kind of thing at our feet, when away up yonder lies the awful London, with so many sores festering in her heart? You must answer your own question, Mr. Walton. You know I cannot. I confess I feel the difficulty deeply. I will go further and confess that the discrepancy makes me doubt many things I would gladly believe. I know you are able to distinguish between the glad unbelief and the sorrowful doubt. Else were I unworthy of the humblest place in the kingdom, unworthy to be a doorkeeper in the house of my God, I answered, and recoiled at the sound of my own words, for they seemed to imply that I believed myself worthy of the position I occupied. I hastened to correct them. But do not mistake my thoughts, I said. I do not dream of worthiness in the way of honor, only of fitness for the work to be done. For that I think God has fitted me in some measure. The doorkeeper's office may be given him, not because he has done some great deed worthy of the honor, but because he can sweep the porch and scour the threshold, and will, in the main, try to keep them clean. That is all the worthiness I dare to claim, even to hope that I possess. No one who knows you can mistake your words except wilfully, returned Percivale courteously. Thank you, I said. Now I will just ask you, in reference to the contrast between human life and nature, how will you go back to your work in London after seeing all this Child's and other plays of nature? Suppose you had nothing more here but rain and high seas and sea fogs. Would you have been better fitted for doing something to comfort those who know nothing of such influences than you will be now? One of the most important qualifications of a sick nurse is a ready smile. A long-faced nurse in a sick room is a visible embodiment and presence of the disease against which the eager life of the patient is fighting in agony. Such ought to be banished, with their black dresses and their morning shop looks, from every sick chamber, and permitted to minister only to the dead, who do not mind looks. With what a power of life and hope does a woman, young or old, I do not care, with a face of the morning, a dress like the spring, a bunch of wild flowers in her hand, with the dew upon them, and perhaps in her eyes too. I don't object to that. That is sympathy, not the worship of darkness. With what a message from nature and life does she, looking death in the face with a smile, drawn upon the vision of an invalid. She brings a little health, a little strength to a fight, a little hope to endure, actually lapped in the folds of her gracious garments. For the soul itself can do no more than any medicine, if it be fed with the truth of life. But you are not, I beg your pardon for interposing on your eloquence with dull objection, said Percivale. Are you not begging all the question? Is life such an affair of sunshine and gladness? If life is not, then I confess all this show of nature is worse than vanity. It is a vile mockery. Life is gladness. It is the death in it that makes the misery. We call life in death life, and hence the mistake. If gladness were not at the root, whence its opposite sorrow, against which we arise, from which we recoil, with which we fight? We recognize it as death, the contrary of life. There could be no sorrow but for a recognition of primordial bliss. This in us that fights must be life. It is the nature of light, not of darkness. Darkness is nothing until the light comes. This very child play, as you call it, of nature, is her assertion, the secret that life is the deepest, that life shall conquer death. Those who believe this must bear the good news to them that sit in the darkness and the shadow of death. Our Lord has conquered death, yea, the moral death that he called the world. And now, having sown the seed of light, the harvest is springing in human hearts, is springing in this dance of radiance, and will grow and grow until the hearts of the children of the kingdom shall frolic in the sunlight of the Father's presence. Nature has God at her heart. She is but the garment of the invisible. God wears his singing robes in a day like this, and says to his children, "Be not afraid. Your brothers and sisters up there in London are in my hands. Go and help them. I am with you. Bear to them the message of joy. Tell them to be of good cheer. I have overcome the world. Tell them to endure hunger and not sin, to endure passion and not yield, to admire and not desire. Sorrow and pain are serving my ends, for by them will I slay sin, and save my children. I wish I could believe as you do, Mr. Walton. I wish you could, but God will teach you if you are willing to be taught. I desire the truth, Mr. Walton. God bless you. God is blessing you, I said. Amen, returned Percivale devoutly, and we strolled away together in silence towards the cliffs. The recession of the tide allowed us to get far enough away from the face of the rocks to see the general effect. With lisping of the inch-deep wavelets at our heels, we stood and regarded the worn yet defiant, the wasted and jagged yet reposeful face of the guardians of the shore. Who could imagine, in weather like this, and with this baby of a tide lying behind us, low at our feet, and shallow as the water a schoolboy pours upon his slate to wash it withal, that those great cliffs before us bear on their front the scars and dints of centuries, of chiliads of stubborn resistance, of passionate contest with this same creature that is at this moment unable to rock the cradle of an infant. Look behind you, at your feet, Mr. Percivale. Look before you at the chasms, rents, caves, and hollows of those rocks. I wish you were a painter, Mr. Walton, he said. I wish I were, I returned. At least, I know I should rejoice in it, if it had been given me to be one. But why do you say so now? Because you have always some individual predominating idea, which would give interpretation to nature while it gave harmony, reality, and individuality to your representation of her. I know what you mean, I answered, but I have no gift whatever in that direction. I have no idea of drawing, or of producing the effects of life and shade, though I think I have a little notion of colour, perhaps about as much as the little London boy who stopped a friend of mine once to ask the way to the field where the buttercups grew had of nature. I wish I could ask your opinion of some of my pictures. That I should never presume to give. I could only tell you what they made me feel, or perhaps only think. Some day I may have the pleasure of looking at them. May I offer you my address? He said, and took a card from his pocket-book. It is a poor place, but if you should happen to think of me when you are next in London, I shall be honoured by your paying me a visit. I shall be most happy, I returned, taking his card. Did it ever occur to you, in reference to the subject we were upon a few minutes ago, how little you can do without shadow in making a picture? Little indeed, answered Percivale. In fact, it would be no picture at all. I doubt if the world would fare better without its shadows. But it would be a poor satisfaction, with regard to the nature of God, to be told that he allowed evil for artistic purposes. It would, indeed, if you regard the world as a picture. But if you think of his art as expended, not upon the making of a history or a drama, but upon the making of an individual, a being, a character, then I think a great part of the difficulty concerning the existence of evil which oppresses you will vanish, so long as a creature has not sinned. Sin is possible to him. Does it seem inconsistent with the character of God that in order that sin should become impossible, he should allow sin to come? That, in order that his creatures should choose the good and refuse the evil, in order that they might become such, with their whole nature infinitely enlarged, as to turn from sin with a perfect repugnance of the will, he should allow them to fall. That, in order that, from being sweet childish children, they should become noble, childlike men and women, he should let them try to walk alone. Why should he not allow the possible in order that it should become impossible? For possible it would ever have been, even in the midst of all the blessedness, until it had been, and had been thus destroyed. Thus sin is slain, uprooted, and the war must ever exist, it seems to me, where there is creation still going on. How could I be content to guard my children so that they should never have temptation, knowing that in all probability they would fail if at any moment it should cross their path? Would the deepest communion of father and child ever be possible between us? Evil would ever seem to be in the child, so long as it was possible it should be there developed. And if this can be said for the existence of moral evil, the existence of all other evil becomes a comparative trifle, nay, a positive good, for by this the other is combated. I think I understand you, returned Percivale. I will think over what you have said. These are very difficult questions. Very. I don't think argument is of much use about them, except as it may help to quiet a man's uneasiness a little, and so give his mind peace to think about duty. For about the doing of duty there can be no question, once it is seen, and the doing of duty is the shortest, in very fact, the only way into the light. As we spoke, we had turned from the cliffs and wandered back across the salt streams to the sands below. From the direction of the house came a little procession of servants, with Walter at their head, bearing the preparations for our dinner. Over the gates of the loch, down the sides of the embankment of the canal, and across the sands, in the direction of the children, who were still playing merrily. Will you join our early dinner, which is to be out of doors, as you see, somewhere hereabouts on the sands? I said. I shall be delighted, he answered, if you will let me be of some use first. I presume you mean to bring your invalid out. Yes, and you shall help me carry her, if you will. That is what I had hoped, said Percivale, and we went together towards the parsonage. As we approached, I saw Wynnie sitting at the drawing-room window, but when we entered the room, she was gone. My wife was there, however. Where is Wynnie? I asked. She saw you coming, she answered, and went to get Connie ready, for I guessed Mr. Percivale had come to help you carry her out. But I could not help doubting there might be more than that in Wynnie's disappearance. What if she should have fallen in love with him, I thought, and he should never say a word on the subject? That would be dreadful for us all. They had been repeatedly but not very much together of late, and I was compelled to allow to myself that if they did fall in love with each other it would be a very natural on both sides, for there was evidently a great mental resemblance between them, so that they could not help sympathizing with each other's peculiarities, and anyone could see what a fine couple they would make. Wynnie was much taller than Connie, almost the height of her mother. She had very fair skin and brown hair, a broad forehead, a wise, thoughtful, often troubled face, a mouth that seldom smiled, but on which a smile seemed always asleep, and round soft cheeks that dimpled like water when she did smile. I have described Percivale before. Why should not two such walk together along the path to the gates of the light? And yet I could not help some anxiety. I did not know anything of his history. I had no testimony concerning him from anyone that knew him. His past life was a blank to me, his means of livelihood probably insufficient, certainly, I judged, precarious, and his position in society. But there I checked myself. I had had enough of that kind of thing already. I would not willingly offend in that worldliness again. The God of the whole earth could not choose that I should look at such works of his hands after that fashion, and I was his servant, not Mammon's or Belial's. All this passed through my mind in about 3 turns of the winnowing fan of thought. Mr. Percivale had begun talking to my wife, who took no pains to conceal that his presence was pleasant to her, and I went upstairs, almost unconsciously, to Connie's room. When I opened the door, forgetting to announce my approach as I ought to have done, I saw Winnie leaning over Connie, and Connie's arm around her waist. Winnie started back, and Connie gave a little cry, for the jerk thus occasioned had hurt her. Winnie had turned her head away, but turned it again at Connie's cry, and I saw a tear on her face. "My darlings, I beg your pardon," I said. "It was very stupid of me not to knock at the door." Connie looked up at me with large resting eyes, and said, "It's nothing, papa. Winnie is in one of her gloomy moods, and didn't want you to see her crying. She gave me a little pull, that was all. It didn't hurt me much, only I'm such a goose. I'm in terror before the pain comes. Look at me," she added, seeing, doubtless, some perturbation on my countenance. "I'm all right now." And she smiled in my face perfectly. I turned to Winnie, put my arm about her, kissed her cheek, and left the room. I looked round at the door, and saw that Connie was following me with her eyes, but Winnie's were hidden in her handkerchief. I went back to the drawing room, and in a few minutes Walter came to announce that dinner was about to be served. The same moment Winnie came to say that Connie was ready. She did not lift her eyes, or approach to give Percivale any greeting, but went again as soon as she had given her message. I saw that he looked first concerned and then thoughtful. "Come, Mr. Percivale," I said, and he followed me up to Connie's room. Winnie was not there, but Connie lay, looking lovely, all ready for going. We lifted her and carried her by the window out on the down, for the easiest way through the longest was by the path to the breakwater, along its broad back and down from the end of it upon the sands. Before we reached the breakwater, I found that Winnie was following behind us. We stopped in the middle of it and set Connie down, as if I wanted to take a breath, but I had thought of something to say to her, which I wanted Winnie to hear without its being addressed to her. "Do you see, Connie," I said, "how far off the water is?" "Yes, papa, it is a long way off. I wish I could get up and run down to it. You can hardly believe that all those rocks and all that sand, will be covered before sunset." "I know it will be, but it doesn't look likely, does it, papa?" "Not the least likely, my dear. Do you remember that stormy night when I came through your room to go out for a walk in the dark?" "Remember it, papa! I cannot forget it. Every time I hear the wind blowing when I wake in the night I fancy you are out in it, and have to wake myself up, quite to get rid of the thought. Well, Connie, look down into the great hollow there, with rocks and sand at the bottom of it, stretching far away." "Yes, papa. Now look over the side of your litter. You see those holes all about between the stones?" "Yes, papa." "Well, one of those little holes saved my life that night, when the great gulf there was full of huge mounds of roaring water, which rushed across this breakwater with force enough to sweep a whole cavalry regiment off its back." "Papa!" exclaimed Connie, turning pale. Then first I told her all the story, and Winnie listened behind. "Then I was right in being frightened, papa," cried Connie, bursting into tears, for since her accident she could not well command her feelings. "You were right in trusting in God, Connie. But you might have been drowned, papa," she sobbed. "Nobody has the right to say that anything might have been other than what it has been. Before a thing has happened we can say might or might not, but that has to do only with our ignorance. Of course I am not speaking of things wherein we ought to exercise will and choice. That is our department. But this does not look like that now, does it? Think what a change, from the dark night and the roaring water to its fulness of sunlight and the bare sands, with the water lisping on their edge away there in the distance. Now I want you to think that in life troubles will come which look as if they would never pass away. The night and the storm look as if they would last forever, but the calm in the morning cannot be stayed. The storm in its very nature is transient. The effort of nature, as that of the human heart, ever is to return to its repose, for God is peace. "But if you will excuse me, Mr. Walton," said Percivale, "you can hardly expect experience to be of use to any but those who have had it. It seems to me that its influences cannot be imparted." "That depends on the amount of faith in those to whom its results are offered. Of course, as experience, it can have no weight with another, for it is no longer experience. Once removed, and it ceases. But faith in a person who has experience can draw over or derive, to use an old Italian word, some of its benefits to him who has the faith. Experience must thus, in a sense, be accumulated, and we may go on to fresh experience of our own. At least I can hope that the experience of a father may take the form of hope in the minds of his daughters. Hope never hurt anyone, never yet interfered with duty, nay, always strengthens to the performance of duty, gives courage, and clears the judgment. St. Paul says we are saved by hope. Hope is the most rational thing in the universe. Even the ancient poets, who believed it was delusive, yet regarded it as an anecdote given by the mercy of the gods against some, at least, of the ills of life. But they counted it delusive. A wise man cannot consent to be deluded. Assuredly not. The sorest truth rather than a false hope. But what is a false hope? Only one that ought not to be fulfilled. The old poets could give themselves little room for hope, and less for its fulfilment. For what were the gods in whom they believed? I cannot say in whom they trusted. Gods who did the best their own poverty of being was capable of doing for men when they gave them the illusion of hope. But I see they are waiting for us below. One thing I repeat, the waves that foamed across the spot where we now stand are gone away, have sunk and vanished. "But they will come again, papa," faltered Wynnie. "And God will come with them, my love," I said, as we lifted the litter. In a few minutes more we were all seated on the sand around a tablecloth spread upon it. I shall never forget the peace and the light outside and in, as far as I was concerned at least, and I hope the others too, that afternoon. The tide had turned, and the waves were creeping up over the level, soundless almost as thought. But it would be time to go home long before they had reached us. The sun was in the western half of the sky, and now and then a breath of wind came from the sea, with a slight saw edge in it, but not enough to hurt. Connie could stand much more in that way now. And when I saw how she could move herself on her couch, and thought how much she had improved since first she had laid upon it, hope for her kept fluttering joyously in my heart. I could not help fancying even that I saw her move her legs a little, but I could not be in the least sure, and she, if she did move them, was clearly unconscious of it. Charles and Harry were every now and then starting up from their dinner and running off with a shout, to return with apparently increased appetite for the rest of it. And neither their mother nor I cared to interfere with the indecorum. Dora alone took it upon her to rebuke them. Wynnie was very silent, but looked more cheerful. Connie seemed full of quiet bliss. My wife's face was a picture of heavenly repose. The old nurse was walking about with the baby, occasionally with one hand helping the other servants to wait upon us. They, too, seemed to have a share in the gladness of the hour, and, like Ariel, did their spiriting gently. "This is the will of God," I said, after the things were removed and we had sat for a few moments in silence. "What is the will of God, husband?" asked Ethelwyn. "Why, this, my love," I answered, "this living air, and wind, and sea, and light, and the land all about us, this consenting, consorting harmony of nature, that mirrors a like peace in our souls. The perfection of such visions, the gathering of them all in one is, I should say, in the face of Christ Jesus. You will say that face was troubled sometimes. Yes, but with a trouble that broke not the music, but deepened the harmony. When he wept at the grave of Lazarus, you do not think it was for Lazarus himself, or for his own loss of him, that he wept? That could not be, seeing he had the power to call him back when he would. The grief was for the poor troubled hearts left behind, to whom it was so dreadful because they had not faith enough in his Father, the God of life and love, who was looking after it all, full of tenderness and grace, with whom Lazarus was present and blessed. It was the aching, loving heart of humanity for which he wept, that needed God so awfully, and could not yet trust in him. Their brother was only hidden in the skirts of their father's garment, but they could not believe that. They said he was dead, lost, away, all gone, as the children say. And it was so sad to think of a whole world full of grief of death that he could not bear it without the human tears to help his heart, as they helped ours. It was for our dark sorrow that he wept, but the peace could be no less plain on the face that saw God. Did you ever think of that wonderful saying, "Again a little while, and ye shall see me, because I go to the Father"? The heart of man would have joined the "because I go to the Father" with the former result, the not seeing of him. The heart of man is not able, without more and more light, to understand that all vision is in the light of the Father. Because Jesus went to the Father, therefore the disciples saw him tenfold more. His body no longer in their eyes, his very being, his very self was in their hearts, not in their affections only, in their spirits, their heavenly consciousness. As I said this, a certain hymn, for which I had and have an especial affection, came into my mind, and without prologue or introduction, I repeated it. If I him but have, if he be but mine, if my heart hence to the grave ne'er forgets his love divine, know I naught of sadness, feel I naught but worship, love and gladness. If I him but have, glad with all I part, follow on my pilgrim staff, my Lord only, with true heart. Leave them, nothing saying, on broad, bright, and crowded highways straying. If I him but have, glad I fall asleep. I, the flood that his heart gave, strength within my heart shall keep, and with soft compelling make it tender through and through its swelling. If I him but have, mine the world I hail, glad as cherub smiling grave, holding back the Virgin's veil. Sunk and lost in seeing, earthly fears have died from all my being. Where I have but him is my fatherland, and all gifts and graces come heritage into my hand. Brothers long deplored, I in his disciples find restored. "What a lovely hymn, papa!" exclaimed Connie. She could always speak more easily than either her mother or sister. "Who wrote it?" "Frederick von Hardenberg, known, where he is known, as Novalis." "But he must have written it in German. Did you translate it?" "Yes, you will find, I think, that I have kept form, though, and feeling. However, I may have failed in making an English poem of it." "Oh, you dear papa, it is lovely. Is it long since you did it?" "Years before you were born, Connie." To think of you having lived so long, and being one of us," she returned. "Was he a Roman Catholic, papa?" "No, he was a Moravian. At least his parents were. I don't think he belonged to any section of the church in particular." "But oughtn't he, papa?" "Certainly not, my dear, except he saw good reason for it. But what is the use of asking such questions after a hymn like that?" "Oh, I didn't think anything bad, papa, I assure you. It was only that I wanted to know more about him." The tears were in her eyes, and I was sorry I had treated as significant what was really not so. But the constant tendency to consider Christianity as associate of necessity with this or that form of it, instead of as simply obedience to Christ, had grown more and more repulsive to me as I had grown myself, for it always seemed like an insult to my brethren in Christ. Hence the least hint of it in my children I was too ready to be down upon like a most unchristian ogre. I took her hand in mine, and she was comforted, for she saw in my face that I was sorry, and yet she could see that there was reason at the root of my haste. "But," said Wynnie, who I thought afterwards must have strengthened herself to speak from the instinctive desire to show Percivale how far she was from being out of sympathy with what he might suppose formed a barrier between him and me. "But," she said, "the lovely feeling in that poem seems to me, as in all the rest of such poems, to belong only to the New Testament, and have nothing to do with this world round about us. These things look as if they were only for drawing and painting and being glad in, not as if they had relations with all those awful and solemn things. As soon as I try to get the two together, I lose both of them. That is because the human mind must begin with one thing and grow to the rest. At first Christianity seemed to men to have only to do with their conscience. That was the first relation, of course. But even with art it was regarded as having no relation except for the presentment of its history. Afterwards, men forgot the conscience almost in trying to make Christianity comprehensible to the understanding. Now, I trust, we are beginning to see that Christianity is everything or nothing. Either the whole is a lovely fable setting forth the loftiest longing of the human soul after the vision of the divine, or is it such a fact as is the heart not only of theology so called, but of history, politics, science, and art. The treasures of the Godhead must be hidden in him, and therefore by him only can be revealed. This will interpret all things, or it has not yet been. Teachers of men have not taught this, because they have not seen it. If we do not find him in nature, we may conclude either that we do not understand the expression of nature, or have mistaken ideas or poor feelings about him. It is one great business in our life to find the interpretation which will render this harmony visible. Till we find it, we have not seen him to be all in all. Recognizing a discord when they touched the notes of nature and society, the hermits forsook the instrument altogether, and contented themselves with a partial symphony, lofty, narrow, and weak. Their example, more or less, has been followed by almost all Christians. Exclusion is so much the easier way of getting harmony in the orchestra than study, insight, and interpretation, that most have adopted it. It is for us, and all who have hope in the infinite God, to widen its bases as we may, to search and find the true tone and right idea, place, and combination of instruments, until to our enraptured ear they all, with one voice of multiform yet harmonious utterance, declare the glory of God and of his Christ. "A grand idea," said Percivale. "Therefore likely to be a true one," I returned. "People find it hard to believe grand things. But why? If there be a God, is it not likely everything is grand? save where the reflection of his great thoughts is shaken, broken, distorted by the watery mirrors of our unbelieving and troubled souls. Things ought to be grand, simple, and noble. The ages of eternity will go on showing that such they are and ever have been. God will yet be victorious over our wretched unbeliefs. I was sitting facing the sea, but with my eyes fixed on the sand, boring holes in it with my stick, for I could talk better when I did not look my familiar faces in the face. I did not feel thus in the pulpit. There I sought the faces of my flock, to assist me in speaking to their needs. As I drew to the close of my last monologue, a colder and stronger blast from the sea blew in my face. I lifted my head and saw that the tide had crept up a long way and was coming in fast. A luminous fog had sunk down over the western horizon, and almost hidden the sun, had obscured half of the sea, and destroyed all our hopes of a sunset. A certain veil as of the commonplace, like that which so often settles down over the spirit of man after a season of vision and glory and gladness, had dropped over the face of nature. The wind came in little bitter gusts across the dull waters. It was time to lift Connie and take her home. This was the last time we ate together on the open shore. End of chapter 2. Volume 3, Chapter 3 of the Seaboard Parish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Hawryluk. The Seaboard Parish by George MacDonald. Chapter 3, A Pastoral Visit. The next morning rose neither kerchiefed in a comely cloud, nor robed in flames and amber light, but covered all in a rainy mist, which the wind mingled with salt spray torn from the tops of the waves. Every now and then the wind blew a blastful of larger drops against the window of my study, with an angry clatter and clash, as if daring me to go out and meet its ire. The earth was very dreary, for there were no shadows anywhere. The sun was hustled away by the crowding vapours, and earth, sea, and sky were possessed by a grey spirit that threatened wrath. The breakfast bell rang, and I went down, expecting to find my Winnie, who was always down first to make the tea, standing at the window with a sad face, giving fit response to the aspect of nature without, her soul talking with the grey spirit. I did find her at the window, looking out upon the restless tossing of the waters, but with no despondent answer to the trouble of nature. On the contrary, her cheek, though neither rosy nor radiant, looked luminous, and her eyes were flashing out upon the ebb tide which was sinking away into the troubled ocean below. Does my girl reader expect me to tell her next that something had happened, that Percivale had said something to her, or that, at least, he had just passed the window, and given her a look which she might interpret as she pleased? I must disappoint her. It was nothing of a sort. I knew the heart and feeling of my child. It was only that kind nature was in sympathy with her mood. The girl was always more peaceful in storm than in sunshine. I remember that now. A moment of life instantly began in her when the obligations of gladness had departed with the light, her own being aroused to provide for its own needs. She could smile now when nature required from her no smile in response to hers, and I could not help saying to myself, she must marry a poor man some day. She is a creature of the north and not of the south. The hot sun of prosperity would wither her up, Give her a bleak hillside and a glint or two of sunshine between the hailstorms, and she will live and grow. Give her poverty and love, and life will be interesting to her as a romance. Give her money and position, and she will grow dull and haughty. She will believe in nothing that poet can sing or architect build. She will, like Cassius, scorn her spirit for being moved to smile at anything. I had stood regarding her for a moment. She turned and saw me, and came forward with her usual morning greeting. "I beg your pardon, papa. I thought it was Walter." "I am glad to see a smile on your face, my love. Don't think me very disagreeable, papa. I know I am a trouble to you, but I am a trouble to myself first. I fear I have a discontented mind and a complaining temper, but I do try, and I will try hard to overcome it. It will not get the better of you, so long as you do the duty of the moment. But I think, as I told you before, that you are not very well, and that your indisposition is going to do you good by making you think about some things you are ready to think about, but which you might have banished if you had been in good health and spirits. You are feeling as you never felt before, that you need a presence in your soul of which at least you haven't enough yet. But I preached quite enough to you yesterday, and I won't go on the same way again today. Only I wanted to comfort you. Come and give me my breakfast." "You do comfort me, papa," she answered, approaching the table. "I know I don't show what I feel as I ought, but you do comfort me much. Don't you like a day like this, papa?" "I do, my dear. I always did. And I think you take after me in that, as you do in a good many things besides. That is how I understand you so well." "Do I really take after you, papa? Are you sure that you understand me so well?" she asked, brightening up. "I know I do," I returned, replying to her last question. "Better than I do myself?" she asked with an arch smile. "Considerably, if I mistake not," I answered. "How delightful! To think that I am understood even when I don't understand myself. But even if I am wrong, you are yet understood. The blessedness of life is that we can hide nothing from God. If we could hide anything from God, that hidden thing would by and by turn into a terrible disease. It is the sight of God that keeps and makes things clean. But as we are both, by mutual confession, fond of this kind of weather, what do you say to going out with me? I have to visit a sick woman." "You don't mean Mrs. Coombes, papa?" "No, my dear. I did not hear she was ill." "Oh, I dare say it was nothing much. Only an old nurse said yesterday she was in bed with a bad cold, or something of that sort. We'll call and inquire as we pass. That is, if you are inclined to go with me." "How can you put an 'if' to that, papa? I have just had a message from that cottage that stands all alone on the corner of Mr. Barton's farm, over the cliff, you know. That woman is ill, and would like to see me. So the sooner we start, the better." "I shall have done my breakfast in 5 minutes, papa. Oh, here's mamma. Mamma, I'm going out for a walk in the rain with papa. You won't mind, will you?" "I don't think it would do you any harm, my dear. That's all I mind, you know. It was only once or twice when you were not well that I objected to it. I quite agree with your papa that only lazy people are glad to stay indoors when it rains. And it does blow so delightfully," said Wynnie, as she left the room to put on her long cloak and her bonnet. We called at the sexton's cottage, and found him sitting gloomily by the low window, looking seaward. "I hope your wife is not very poorly, Coombes," I said. "No, sir. She be very comfortable in bed." "Bed's not a bad place to be in such weather," he answered, turning again a dreary look towards the Atlantic. "Poor things! What a passion for comfort you have, Coombes. How does that come about, do you think? I suppose I was made so, sir. To be sure you were. God made you so. Surely, sir. Who else? Then I suppose he likes making people comfortable if he makes people like to be comfortable. It do look likely enough, sir. Then when he takes it out of your hands, you mustn't think he doesn't look after the people you would make comfortable if you could. I must mind my work, you know, sir. Yes, surely, and you mustn't want to take his out of his hands and go grumbling as if you would do so much better if he would only let you get your hands to it. I dare say you be right, sir, he said. I must just go and have a look about, though. Here's Agnes. She'll tell you about mother. He took his spade from the corner and went out. He often brought his tools into the cottage. He had carved the handle of his spade all over with the names of the people he had buried. Tell your mother, Agnes, that I will call in the evening and see her, if she would like to see me. We are going now to see Mrs. Stokes. She is very poorly, I hear. Let us go through the churchyard, papa, said Winnie, and see what the old man is doing. Very well, my dear. It is only a few steps round. Why do you humour the sexton's foolish fancy so much, papa? It is such nonsense. You taught us it was, surely, in your sermons about the resurrection. Most certainly, my dear. But it would be of no use to try to get it out of his head by any argument. He has a kind of craze in that direction. To get people's hearts right is of much more importance than convincing their judgments. Right judgment will follow. All such fixed ideas should be encountered from the deepest grounds of truth, and not from the outsides of their relations. Coombes has to be taught that God cares for the dead more than he does, and therefore it is unreasonable for him to be anxious about them. When we reached the churchyard, we found the old man kneeling on the grave before its headstone. It was a very old one, with a death's head and a crossbones carved upon the top of it in very high relief. With his pocket knife he was removing the lumps of green moss out of the hollows of the eyes of the carven skull. We did not interrupt him, but walked past with a nod. You saw what he was doing, Winnie. That reminds me of almost the only thing in Dante's grand poem that troubles me. I cannot think of it without a renewal of my concern, though I have no doubt he is as sorry as I am than ever he could have written it. When, in the Inferno, he reaches the lowest regions of torture, which is a solid lake of ice, he finds the lost plunged in it to various depths, some, if I remember rightly, entirely submerged, and visible only through the ice, transparent as crystal, like the insects found in amber. One man, with his head only above the ice, appeals to him as condemned to the same punishment to take pity on him, and remove the lumps of frozen tears from his eyes, that he might weep a little before they freeze again and stop the relief once more. Dante says to him, "Tell me who you are, and if I do not assist you, I deserve to lie at the bottom of the ice myself." The man tells him who he is, and explains to him one awful mystery of these regions. Then he says, "Now stretch forth thy hand and open my eyes." And, says Dante, I did not open them for him, and rudeness to him was courtesy. But he promised, you said. He did, and yet he did not do it. Pity and truth had abandoned him together. One would think little of it comparatively, were it not that Dante is so full of tenderness and grand religion. It is very awful, and may teach us many things. But what made you think of that now? Merely what Coombes was about. The visual image was all. He was scooping the green moss out of the eyes of the death's head on the gravestone. By this time we were out on the top of the downs, and the wind was buffeting us, and every other minute assailing us with a blast of rain. Winnie drew her cloak closer about her, bent her head towards the blast, and struggled on bravely by my side. No one who wants to enjoy a walk in the rain must carry an umbrella. It is pure folly. When we came to one of the stone fences, we cowered down by its side for a few moments to recover our breath, and then struggled on again. Anything like conversation was out of the question. At length we dropped into a hollow, which gave us a little repose. Down below the sea was dashing into the mouth of the glen, or coombe, as they call it there. On the opposite side of the hollow, the little house to which we were going stood up against the grey sky. I begin to doubt whether I ought to have brought you, Winnie. It was thoughtless of me. I don't mean for your sake, but because your presence might be embarrassing in a small house, for probably the poor woman may prefer seeing me alone. I will go back, papa. I shan't mind it a bit. No, you had better come on. I shall not be long with her, I dare say. We may find some place that you can wait in. Are you wet? Only my cloak. I am as dry as a tortoise inside. Come along, then. We shall soon be there. When we reached the house, I found that Winnie would not be in the way. I left her seated by the kitchen fire, and was shown into the room where Mrs. Stokes lay. I cannot say I perceived, but I guessed somehow, the moment I saw her, that there was something upon her mind. She was a hard-featured woman, with a cold, troubled black eye that rolled restlessly about. She lay on her back, moving her head from side to side. When I entered, she only looked at me, and turned her eyes away towards the wall. I approached the bedside, and seated myself by it. I always do so at once, for the patient feels more at rest than if you stand tall up before her. I laid my hand on hers. "Are you very ill, Mrs. Stokes?" I said. "Yes, very," she answered with a groan. "It be come to the last with me." "I hope not, indeed, Mrs. Stokes. It's not come to the last with us, so long as we have the Father in heaven." "Ah, but it be with me. He can't take any notice of the like of me. But indeed he does, whether you think it or not. He takes notice of every thought we think, and every deed we do, and every sin we commit." I said the last words with emphasis, for I suspected something more than usual upon her conscience. She gave another groan, but made no reply. I therefore went on. "Our Father in heaven is not like some fathers on earth, who, so long as their children don't bother them, let them do anything they like. He will not have them do what is wrong. He loves them too much for that. He won't look at me," she said, half murmuring, half sighing it out, so that I could hardly hear what she said. "It's because he is looking at you, that you are feeling uncomfortable," I answered. "He wants you to confess your sins. I don't mean to me, but to himself. Though if you would like to tell me anything, and I can help you, I shall be very glad. You know Jesus Christ came to save us from our sins, and that's why we call him our Saviour. But he can't save us from our sins if we won't confess that we have any. I'm sure I never said but what I be a great sinner, as well as other people." "You don't suppose that's confessing your sins?" I said. "I once knew a woman of very bad character, who allowed to me she was a great sinner, but when I said, 'Yes, you have done so and so,' she would not allow one of those deeds to be worthy of being reckoned amongst her sins. When I asked her what great sins she had been guilty of, then, seeing these counted for nothing, I could get no more out of her than that she was a great sinner, like other people, as you have just been saying. I hope you don't be thinking I have done anything of that sort," she said with awakening energy. "No man or woman dare say I've done anything to be ashamed of. Then you've committed no sins, I returned. But why did you send for me? You must have something to say to me. I never did send for you. It must have been my husband. Ah, then I'm afraid I have no business here, I returned, rising. I thought you had sent for me. She returned no answer. I hoped that by retiring I should set her thinking, and make her more willing to listen the next time I came. I think clergymen may do much harm by insisting when people are in a bad mood, as if they had everything to do, and the Spirit of God nothing at all. I bade her good day, hoped she would be better soon, and returned to Winnie. As we walked home together, I said, "Winnie, I was right. It would not have done at all to take you into the sick room. Mrs. Stokes had not sent for me herself, and rather resented my appearance. But I think she will send for me before many days are over." End of chapter 3.
Volume 3, Chapter 4 of the Seaboard Parish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Seaboard Parish by George MacDonald. Volume 3, Chapter 4 The Art of Nature. We had a week of hazy weather after this. I spent it chiefly in my study and in Connie's room. A world of mist hung over the sea. It refused to hold any communion with mortals. As if ill-tempered or unhappy, it folded itself in its mantle and lay still. What was it thinking about? All nature is so full of meaning that we cannot help fancying sometimes that she knows her own meanings. She is busy with every human mood in turn, sometimes with 10 of them at once, picturing our own inner world before us, that we may see, understand, develop, reform it. I was turning over some such thought in my mind one morning when Dora knocked at the door, saying that Mr. Percivale had called, and that Mamma was busy, and would I mind if she brought him up to the study. "Not in the least, my dear," I answered. "I shall be very glad to see him." "Not much of weather for your sacred craft, Percivale," I said as he entered. "I suppose if you were asked to make a sketch today, it would be much the same as if a stupid woman were to ask you to take her portrait." "Not quite so bad as that," said Percivale. "Surely the human face is more than nature." "Nature is never stupid." "The woman might be pretty." "Nature is full of beauty in her worst moods. While the prettier such a woman, the more stupid she would look, and the more irksome you would feel the task, for you could not help making claims upon her which you would never think of making upon nature." "I dare say you are right. Such stupidity has a good deal to do with moral causes. You do not even feel that nature is to blame." "Nature is never ugly. She may be dull, sorrowful, troubled. She may be lost in tears and parlor, but she cannot be ugly. It is only when you rise into animal nature that you find ugliness." "True, in the main only, for no lines of absolute division can be drawn in nature. I have seen ugly flowers." "I grant it, but they are exceptional, and none of them are without beauty." "Surely not. The ugliest soul even is not without some beauty. But I grant you that the higher you rise, the more is ugliness possible, just because the greater beauty is possible. There is no ugliest to equal in its repulsiveness the ugliness of a beautiful face." A pause followed. "I presume," I said, "you are thinking of returning to London now. There seems so little to be gained by remaining here. When the weather begins to show itself, I could wish myself in my own parish, but I am sure the change, even though the winter will be good for my daughter." "I must be going soon," he answered, "but if it would be too bad to take offense at the old lady's first touch of temper, I mean to wait and see whether we shall not have a little bit of St. Martin's summer, as Shakespeare calls it, for which, hail London, Queen of Smoke and what?" I asked, seeing he hesitated. "Soap, I was fancying you would say, for you never will allow the worst of things, Mr. Walton." "No, surely I will not. For one first has never been by anybody yet. We have no experience to justify it." We were chatting in this loose manner when Walter came to the door to tell me that a messenger had come from Mr. Stokes. I went down to see him and found her husband. "My wife be very bad, sir," he said. "I wish you could come and see her." "Does she want me to see?" I asked. "She's been more uncomfortable than ever since you was last here," he said. "But," I repeated, "has she said she would like to see me?" "I can't say it, sir," answered the man. "Then it is you who want me to see her?" "Yes, sir, but I be sure she do want to see you. I know her way, you see, sir. She never would say she wanted anything in all her life. She would always leave you to find out. So I got sharp at that, sir." "And then would she allow that she wanted it when you got it her?" "No, never, sir. She be particular, my wife. She always be." "Does she know that you have come to ask me now?" "No, sir." "Have you courage to tell her?" The man hesitated. "If you haven't courage to tell her," I resumed, "I have nothing more to say. I can't go, or rather I will not go." "I will tell her." "Then you will tell her that I refuse to come until she sent for me herself." "Then that rather hard on a dying woman, sir." "I have my reasons, except she send for me herself the moment I will go. She will take refuge in the fact that not send for me. I know your wife's particular too, Mr. Stokes." "Well, I will tell her, sir. It seemed to speak my own mind." "I do think so. It was a long time ago." "When she sends for me, if it be in the middle of the night, I shall be with her at once." He left me, and I returned to Percivale. "I was just thinking, before you came," I said, "about the relation of nature to our inner world. You know, I am quite ignorant of your art, but I often think about the truths that lie at the root of it." "I am greatly obliged to you," he said, "for talking about these things. I assure you, it is of more service to me than any professional talk. I always think that the professions should not herd together so much as they do. They want to be shown upon from other quarters. I believe we all have to help each other, Percivale. The sun himself could give us no light that would be of any service to us but for the reflective power of the airy particles, through which he shines. But anything I know I have found out merely by foraging for my own necessities." "That is just what makes the result valuable," he replied. "Tell me what you were thinking." "I was thinking," I answered, "how everyone likes to see his own thoughts set outside of him, that he may contemplate them objectively, as the philosophers called it. He likes to see the other side, as it were." "Yes, that is, of course, true, else I suppose there would be no art at all." "Surely, but that is not the aspect in which I was considering the question. Those who can so set them forth are artists, and however they may fail of effecting such a representation of their ideas as will satisfy themselves, yet they experience satisfaction in the measure in which they have succeeded. But there are many more men who cannot yet utter their ideas in any form. Mind, I do that, if they will only be good, they shall have this power some day, for I do think that many things we call differences in kind may in God's grand scale prove to be only differences in degree. And indeed the artist, by artist I mean, of course, artistic, musician, painter, poet, sculptor, in many things it requires just as much the most helpless and dumb of his brethren, seeing in proportion to the things that he can do. He is aware of the things he cannot do, the thoughts he cannot express. Hence arises the enthusiasm with which people hail the work of an artist. They rejoice, namely, in seeing their own thoughts, or failings, or something like them, expressed, and hence it comes that of those who have money, some hang their walls with pictures of choice, others— "I beg your pardon," said Percivale, interrupting, "but most people, I fear, hang their walls with pictures of other people's choice, for they don't buy them at all till the artist has got a name." "That is true, and yet there is a shadow of choice even there, for they won't at least buy what they dislike. And again, the growth in popularity may be only what first attracted their attention, not determined their choice." "But there are others who only buy them for their value in the market." "Of such is not the talk, as the Germans would say. In far as your description, such are only tradesmen, and have no claim to be confederation now." "Then pardon for interrupting. I am punished more than I deserve. If you have lost your thread." "I don't think I have. Let me see. Yes, I was saying that people hang their walls with pictures of their choice, or provide music, etc., of their choice. Let me keep to the pictures their choice, consciously or unconsciously, is determined by some expression that these pictures give to what is in themselves. The buyers, I mean, they like to see their own failings outside of themselves." "Is there not another possible motive, that the pictures teach them something?" "That, I venture to think, shows a higher moral condition than the other, but still partakes of the other, for it is only what is already that makes us able to lay hold of a lesson. It is there in the germ, else nothing from without would take it up." "I don't quite see what lies or has to do with nature and her influences." "One more step, and I shall arrive at it. You will admit that the pictures and objects of art of all kinds, with which a man adorns the house he has chosen or built to live in, have thenceforward not a little to do with the education of his tastes and feelings. Even when he is not aware of it, they are working upon him for good. If he has chosen what is good, alone shall be our supposition. Certainly, that is clear. Now I come to it. God, knowing our needs, built our house for our needs, not as one man may build for another, but as no man can build for himself. For our comfort, education, training, he has put into form for all the otherwise hidden thoughts and feelings of our heart. Even when he speaks of the hidden things of the Spirit of God, he uses the forms of pictures of nature. The world is, as it were, the human, unseen world turned inside out, that we may see it. On the walls of the house that he has built for us, God has hung up the pictures, ever-living, ever-changing pictures of all that passes in our souls. Form and color and motion are there, ever modeling, ever renewing, near wearing. Without this living part from within, we should have no word to utter that should represent a single act of the inner world. Metaphysics could have no existence, not to speak of poetry, not to speak of constant language of affection. But all is done in such spiritual suggestion, portrait, and inefficient are so avoided. The whole is in such fluent evanescence that is producing mind is only aided, never overwhelmed. It never amounts to representation. It affords but the material which the thinking, feeling soul can use, interpret, and apply for what its own purposes of speech. It has, as it were, the forms the to cast into a lovely chaos by the inferior laws of matter, thence to be withdrawn by what we call the creative genius that God has given to men, and molded, and arranged, and built up to its own shapes and its own purposes. Then I presume you would say that no mere transcript, if I may use the word, of nature is worthy work of an artist. It is an impossibility to make a mere transcript. No man can help seeing nature as he is himself, for she has all in her, but if he sees no meaning in especial that he wants to give, his portrait of her will represent only her dead face, not her living impassioned countenance. Then artist ought to interpret nature? Indubitably, but that will only be to interpret themselves, something of humanity that is theirs, whether they have discovered it already or not. If to this they add some teaching for humanity, then indeed they may claim to belong to the higher order of art, however imperfect they may be in their powers of representing, however lowly, therefore, their position may be in that order. End of Volume 3, Chapter 4. Read by Elijah Fisher.
Volume 3, Chapter 5 of the Seaboard Parish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Hawryluk. The Seaboard Parish by George MacDonald. Chapter 5. The Sore Spot. We went on talking for some time. Indeed, we talked so long that the dinner hour was approaching, when one of the maids came with the message that Mr. Stokes had called again, wishing to see me. I could not help smiling inwardly at the news. I went down at once and found him smiling too. "My wife do send me for you this time, sir," he said. "Between you and me, I cannot help thinking she have something on her mind she wants to tell you, sir." "Why shouldn't she tell you, Mr. Stokes? That would be the most natural. And then, if you wanted any help about it, why, of course here I am." "She don't think well enough of my judgment for that, sir, and I dare say she be quite right. She always do make me give in before she have done talking. But she have been a right good wife to me, sir. Perhaps she would have been a better if you hadn't given in quite so much. It is very wrong to give in when you think you are right. But I never be sure of it when she talked to me a while." "Ah, then I have nothing to say except that you ought to have been sure. Sometimes, I don't say always. But she do want you very bad now, sir. I don't think she'll behave to you as she did before. Do come, sir." "Of course I will, instantly." I returned to the study and asked Percivale if he would like to go with me. He looked, I thought, as if he would rather not. I saw that it was hardly kind to ask him. "Well, perhaps it is better not," I said, "for I do not know how long I may have to be with the poor woman. You had better wait here and take my place at the dinner table. I promise not to depose you if I should return before the meal is over." He thanked me very heartily. I showed him into the drawing room, told my wife where I was going, and not to wait dinner for me. I would take my chance and join Mr. Stokes. "You have no idea, then," I said, after we had gone about halfway, "what makes your wife so uneasy?" "No, I haven't," he answered, "except it be," he resumed, "that she was too hard, as I thought, upon our Mary, when she wanted to marry beneath her, as wife thought." "How beneath her? Who was it she wanted to marry?" "She did marry him, sir. She has a bit of her mother's temper, you see, and she would take her own way." "Ah, there's a lesson to mothers, is it not? If they want to have their own way, they mustn't give their own temper to their daughters." "But how are they to help it, sir?" "Ah, how indeed! But what is your daughter's husband?" "A labourer, sir. He works on a farm out by Carpstone." "But you have worked on Mr. Barton's farm for many years, if I don't mistake." "I have, sir, but I am a sort of foreman now, you see." "But you weren't so always, and your son-in-law, whether he work his way up or not, is, I presume, much where you were when you married Mrs. Stokes." "True as you say, sir, and it's not me that has anything to say about it. I never gave the man an A. But you see, my wife, she always do be wanting to get her head up in the world, and since she took to the shopkeeping—" "The shopkeeping!" I said, with some surprise. "I didn't know that." "Well, you see, sir, it's only for a quarter or so of the year. You know it's a favourite walk for the folks as comes here for the bathing, past our house, to see the great cave down below, and my wife she got a bit of a sign put up, and put a few gingerbread bottles in the window, and—" "A bad place for the ginger beer," I said. "They were only empty ones, with corks and strings, you know, sir. My wife, she know better than to put the gingerbread in its own self in the sun. But I do think she carry her head higher after that. And a farm labourer, as they call them, was none good enough for her daughter. And hasn't she been kind to her since she married, then? She never done her no harm, sir. But she hasn't gone to see her very often, or asked her to come and see you very often, I suppose. There's ne'er a one of them crossed the door of the other, he answered, with some evident feeling of his own in the matter. Ah, but you don't approve of that yourself, Stokes. Approve of it? No, sir. I be a farm labourer once myself, and so I do want to see my own daughter now and then. But she take after her mother, she do. I don't know which of the two it is as does it, but there's no coming and going between Carpstone and this. We were approaching the house. I told Stokes he had better let her know I was there, for that, if she had changed her mind, it was not too late for me to go home again without disturbing her. He came back saying she was still very anxious to see me. Well, Mrs. Stokes, how do you feel today? I asked by way of opening the conversation. I don't think you look much worse. I he much worse, sir. You don't know what I suffer, or you wouldn't make so little of it. I be very bad. I know you are very ill, but I hope you are not too ill to tell me why you are so anxious to see me. You have got something to tell me, I suppose. With pale and death-like countenance, she appeared to be fighting more with herself than with the disease which yet had nearly overcome her. The drops stood upon her forehead, and she did not speak. Wishing to help her, if I might, I said, "Was it about your daughter you wanted to speak to me?" "No," she muttered. "I have nothing to say about my daughter. She was my own. I could do as I pleased with her. I thought with myself, we must have a word about that by and by. But meantime she must relieve her heart of the one thing whose pressures she feels." Then I said, "You want to tell me about something that was not your own." "Who said I ever took what was not my own?" she returned fiercely. "Did Stokes dare to say I took anything that wasn't my own?" "No one has said anything of the sort. Only I cannot help thinking, from your own words and from your own behaviour, that that must be the cause of your misery." "It is very hard that a parson should think such things," she muttered again. "My poor woman," I said, "you sent for me because you had something to confess to me. I want to help you if I can. But you are too proud to confess it yet, I see. There is no use in my staying here. It only does you harm. So I will bid you good morning. If you cannot confess to me, confess to God. God knows it, I suppose, without that." "Yes, but that does not make it less necessary for you to confess it. How is he going to forgive you, if you won't allow that you have done wrong?" "It be not so easy that as you think. How would you like to say you had took something that wasn't your own?" "Well, I shouldn't like it, certainly. But if I had it to do, I think I should make haste and do it, and so get rid of it." "But that's the worst of it. I can't get rid of it." "But," I said, laying my hand on hers and trying to speak as kindly as I could, although her whole behaviour would have been exceedingly repulsive but for evidently great suffering, "you have now all but confessed, taking something that did not belong to you. Why don't you summon courage and tell me all about it? I want to help you out of the trouble as easily as ever I can. But I can't if you don't tell me what you've got that isn't yours." "I haven't got anything," she muttered. "You had something, then, whatever may have become of it now." She was again silent. "What did you do with it?" "Nothing." I rose and took up my hat. She stretched out her hand as if to lay hold of me, with a cry. "Stop, stop! I'll tell you all about it. I lost it again. That's the worst of it. I've got no good of it." "What was it?" "A sovereign," she said with a groan. "And now I'm a thief, I suppose." "No more a thief than you were before," Rather less, I hope. But you do think it would have been any better for you if you hadn't lost it and had got some good of it, as you say?" She was silent again. "If you hadn't lost it, you would most likely have been a great deal worse for it than you are. A more wicked woman altogether." "I'm not a wicked woman." "It is wicked to steal, is it not?" "I didn't steal it." "How did you come by it then?" "I found it." "Did you try to find out the owner?" "No, I knew whose it was." "Then it was very wicked not to return it. And I say again, that if you had not lost the sovereign, you would have been most likely a more wicked woman than you are now. It was very hard to lose it. I could have given it back, and then I wouldn't have lost my character as I have done this day." "Yes, you could, but I doubt if you would." "I would. Now, if you had it, are you sure you would give it back?" "Yes, that I would," she said, looking me so full in the face that I was sure she meant it. "How would you give it back? Would you get your husband to take it?" "No, I wouldn't trust him." "With the story, you mean? You do not wish to imply that he would not restore it?" "I don't mean that. He would do what I told him." "How would you return it then?" "I should make a parcel of it and send it." "Without saying anything about it?" "Yes. Where's the good? The man would have his own." "No, he would not. He has a right to your confession, for you have wronged him. That would never do." "You are too hard upon me," she said, beginning to weep angrily. "Do you want to get the weight of this sin off your mind?" I said. "Of course I do. I am going to die. Oh dear, oh dear." "Then this is just what I want to help you in. You must confess, or the weight of it will stick there." "But if I confess, I shall be expected to pay it back." "Of course, that is only reasonable." "But I haven't got it. I tell you I have lost it." "Have you not a sovereign in your possession?" "No, not one." "Can't you ask your husband to let you have one?" "There, I knew it was no use. I knew you would only make matters worse. I do wish I had never seen that wicked money." "You ought not to abuse the money. It was not wicked. You ought to wish that you had returned it. But that is no use. The thing is to return it now. Has your husband got a sovereign?" "No, he may ha' got one since I be laid up, but I never can tell him about it, and I should be main sorry to spend one of his hard earnings in that way, poor man." "Well, I'll tell him, and we'll manage it somehow." I thought for a few moments she would break out in opposition, but she hid her face with the sheet instead, and burst into a great weeping. I took this as permission to do as I had said, and went to the room door and called her husband. He came, looking scared. His wife did not look up, but lay weeping. I hoped much for her and him too, for this humiliation before him, for I had little doubt she needed it. "Your wife, poor woman," I said, "is in great distress because, I do not know when or how, she picked up a sovereign that did not belong to her, and, instead of returning, put it away somewhere and lost it. This is what is making her so miserable." "Dearie me," said Stokes, in the tone with which he would have spoken to a sick child, and going up to his wife he sought to draw down the sheet from her face, apparently that he might kiss her. But she kept tight hold of it, and he could not. "Dearie me," he went on, "we'll soon put that all to rights. When was it, Jane, that you found it?" "When we wanted so to have a pig of our own, and I thought I could soon return it," she sobbed from under the sheet. "Dearie me, 10 years ago! Where did you find it, old woman?" "I saw Squire Tresham drop it, as he paid me for some ginger beer he got for some ladies that was with him. I do believe I should have given it back at the time, but he made faces at the ginger beer, and said it was very nasty, and I thought, well, I would punish him for it. You see it was your temper that made a thief of you Then I said, "My old man won't be so hard on me as you, sir. I wish I had told him first." "I would wish that too," I said, "were it not that I'm afraid you might have persuaded him to be silent about it, and so have made him miserable and wicked too. But now, Stokes, what is to be done? This money must be paid. Have you got it?" The poor man looked blank. "She will never be at ease till this money is paid," I insisted. "Well, sir, I ain't got it, but I'll borrow it of some one. I'll go to master and ask him." "No, my good fellow, that won't do. Your master would want to know what you were going to do with it, perhaps, and we mustn't let more people know about it than just ourselves and Squire Tresham. There is no occasion for that. I'll tell you what, I'll give you the money, and you must take it, or if you like I will take it to the squire, and tell him all about it. Do you authorize me to do this, Mrs. Stokes?" "Please, sir, it's very kind of you. I will work hard to pay you again, if it please God to spare me. I am very sorry I was so cross-tempered to you, sir, but I couldn't bear the disgrace of it." She said all this from under the bedclothes. "Well, I'll go," I said, "and as soon as I've had my dinner, I'll get a horse and ride over to Squire Tresham's. I'll come back to-night and tell you about it. And now I hope you will be able to thank God for forgiving you this sin. But you must not hide and cover it up, but confess it clean out to him, you know." She made me no answer, but went on sobbing. I hastened home, and as I entered sent Walter to ask the loan of a horse which a gentleman, a neighbour, had placed at my disposal. When I went into the dining room, I found that they had not sat down to dinner. I expostulated. It was against the rule of the house, when my return was uncertain. "But, my love," said my wife, "why should you not let us please ourselves sometimes? Dinner is so much nicer when you are with us." "I am very glad you think so," I answered. "But there are the children. It's not good for growing creatures to be kept waiting for their meals." "You see, there are no children. They have had their dinner." "Always in the right, wife. But there's Mr. Percivale." "I never dine till 7 o'clock, to save daylight," he said. "Then I am beaten on all points. Let us dine." During dinner I could scarcely help observing how Percivale's eyes followed Wynnie, or rather, every now and then settled down upon her face. That she was aware, almost conscious of this, I could not doubt. One glance at her satisfied me of that. But certain words of the apostle kept coming again and again into my mind, for they were winged words those, and even when they did not enter they fluttered their wings at my window. "Whatsoever is not of faith is sin." And I kept reminding myself that I must heave the load of sin off me, as I had been urging poor Mrs. Stokes to do. For God was ever seeking to lift it, only he could not without my help. For that would be to do me more harm than good by taking the one thing in which I was like him away from me, my action. Therefore I must have faith in him, and not be afraid. For surely all fear is sin, and one of the most oppressive sins from which the Lord came to save us. Before dinner was over, the horse was at the door. I mounted, and set out for Squire Tresham's. I found him a rough but kind-hearted elderly man. When I told him the story of the poor woman's misery, he was quite concerned at her suffering. When I produced the sovereign, he would not receive it at first, but requested me to take it back to her and say she must keep it by way of an apology for his rudeness about her ginger beer. For I took care to tell him the whole story, thinking it might be a lesson to him too. But I begged him to take it, for it would, I thought, not only relieve her mind more thoroughly, but help to keep her from coming to think lightly of the affair afterwards. Of course I could not tell him that I had advanced the money, for that would have quite prevented him from receiving it. I then got on my horse again and rode straight to the cottage. "Well, Mrs. Stokes," I said, "it's all over now. That's one good thing done. How do you feel yourself now?" "I feel better now, sir. I hope God will forgive me." "God does forgive you, but there are more things you need forgiveness for. It is not enough to get rid of one sin. We must get rid of all our sins, you know. They're not nice things, are they, to keep in our hearts? It is just like shutting up nasty, corrupting things, dead carcasses, under lock and key in our most secret drawers, as if they were precious jewels. I wish I could be good, like some people, but I wasn't made so. There's my husband now. I do believe he never do anything wrong in his life. But then, you see, he would let a child take him in. And far better, too. Infinitely better to be taken in. Indeed, there is no harm in being taken in, but there is awful harm in taking in." She did not reply, and I went on. "I think you would feel a good deal better yet, if you would send for your daughter and her husband now, and make it up with them, especially seeing you are so ill." "I will, sir. I will directly. I am tired of having my own way, but I was made so." "You weren't made to continue so, at all events. God gives us the necessary strength to resist what is bad in us. He is making at you now, only you must give in, else he cannot get on with the making of you. I think very likely he made you ill now, just that you might bethink yourself and feel that you have done wrong. I have been feeling that for many a year. That made it the more needful to make you ill, for you have been feeling your duty and yet not doing it, and that was the worst of all. You know Jesus came to lift the weight of our sins, our very sins themselves, off our hearts, by forgiving them and helping us to cast them away from us. Everything that makes you uncomfortable must have sin in it somewhere, and he came to save you from it. Send for your daughter and her husband, and when you have done that you will think of something else to set right that's wrong." "But there would be no end to that way of it, sir." "Certainly not, till everything was put right. But a body might have nothing else to do that way." "Well, that's the very first thing that has to be done. It is our business in this world. We were not sent here to have our own way and try to enjoy ourselves. That is hard on a poor woman that has to work for her bread. To work for your bread is not to take your own way, for it is God's way. But you have wanted many things your own way. Now, if you would just take his way, you would find that he would take care you should enjoy your life. I'm sure I haven't had much enjoyment in mine." "That was just because you would not trust him with his own business, but must take it into your hands. If you will but do his will, he will take care that you have a life to be very glad of, and very thankful for. And the longer you live, the more blessed you will find it. But I must leave you now, for I have talked to you long enough. You must try and get asleep. I will come and see you again tomorrow, if you like." "Please do, sir. I shall be very grateful." As I rode home, I thought, if the lifting of one sin off the human heart was like a resurrection, what would it be when every sin was lifted from every heart? Every sin, then, discovered in one's own soul must be a pledge of renewed bliss in its removing. And when the thought came again of what St. Paul had said somewhere, "Whosoever is not of faith is sin," I thought what a weight of sin had to be lifted from the earth, and how blessed it might be. But what could I do for it? I could just begin with myself, and pray God for that inward light which is his Spirit, that so I might see him in everything and rejoice in everything as his gift, and then all things would be holy, for whatsoever is of faith must be opposite of sin. And that was my part towards the heaving the weight of sin. which, like myriads of gravestones, was pressing the life out of us men, off the whole world. Faith in God is life and righteousness, the faith that trusts so that it will obey, none other. Lord, lift the people thou hast made into holy obedience and thanksgiving, that they may be glad in this thy world. End of chapter 5. Volume 3, Chapter 6 of the Seaboard Parish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Hawryluk. The Seaboard Parish by George MacDonald. Chapter 6. The Gathering Storm. The weather cleared up again the next day, and for a fortnight it was lovely. In this region we saw less of the sadness of the dying year than in our own parish, for there being so few trees in the vicinity of the ocean. The autumn had nowhere to hang out her morning flags, but there, indeed, so mild is the air and so equable the temperature all the winter through, compared with the inland counties, that the bitterness of the season is almost unknown. This, however, is no guarantee against furious storms of wind and rain. Not long after the occurrence last recorded, Turner paid us another visit. I confess I was a little surprised at his being able to get away so soon again, for of all men a county surgeon can least easily find time for a holiday. But he had managed it, and I had no doubt, from what I knew of him, had made thorough provision for his cure in his absence. He brought us good news from home. Everything was going on well. Weir was working as hard as usual, and everybody agreed that I could not have got a man to take my place better. He said he found Connie much improved, and from my own observation I was sure he was right. She was now able to turn a good way from one side to the other, and finding her health so steady besides. Turner encouraged her in making gentle and frequent use of her strength, impressing it upon her, however, that everything depended on avoiding everything like a jerk or a twist of any sort. I was with them when he said this. She looked up at him with a happy smile. "I will do all I can, Mr. Turner," she said, "to get out of people's way as soon as possible." Perhaps she saw something in our faces that made her add, "I know you don't mind the bother I am, but I do. I want to help, and not be helped, more than other people, as soon as possible. I will therefore be as gentle as mamma and as brave as papa, and see if we don't get well, Mr. Turner. I mean to have a ride on Old Spry next summer. I do," she added, nodding her pretty head up from the pillow, when she saw the glance the doctor and I exchanged. "Look here," she went on, poking the eider-down quilt up with her foot. "Magnificent," said Turner. "But mind, you must do nothing out of bravado. That won't do at all." "I have done," said Connie, putting on a face of mock submission. That day we carried her out for a few minutes, but hardly laid her down, for we were afraid of the damp from the earth. A few feet nearer or farther from the soil will make a difference. It was the last time for many weeks. Anyone interested in my Connie need not be alarmed. It was only because of the weather, not because of her health. One day I was walking home from a visit I had been paying to Mrs. Stokes. She was much better, in a fair way to recover indeed, and her mental health was improved as well. Her manner to me was certainly very different, and the tone of her voice, when she spoke to her husband especially, was changed. A certain roughness in it was much modified, and I had good hopes that she had begun to climb up instead of sliding down the hill of difficulty, as she had been doing hitherto. It was a cold and gusty afternoon. The sky eastward and overhead was tolerably clear when I set out from home. But when I left the cottage to return, I could see that some change was at hand. Shaggy vapours of light grey were blowing rapidly across the sky from the west. A wind was blowing fiercely up there, although the gusts down below came from the east. The clouds it swept along with it were formless, with loose fringes. Disreputable, troubled, hasty clouds they were, looking like mischief. They reminded me of Shelley's Ode to the West Wind, in which he compares the loose clouds to hair and calls them the locks of the approaching storm. Away to the west a great thick curtain of fog, of a luminous yellow, covered all the sea horizon, extending north and south as far as the eye could reach. It looked ominous. A surly secret seemed to lie in its bosom. Now and then I could discern the dim ghost of a vessel through it, as tacking from north or south it came near enough to the edge of the fog to show itself for a few moments, ere it retreated again into its bosom. There was exhaustion, it seemed to me, in the air, notwithstanding the coolness of the wind, and I was glad when I found myself comfortably seated by the drawing-room fire, and saw Winnie bestirring herself to make the tea. "It looks stormy, I think, Winnie," I said. Her eyes lightened as she looked out to sea from the window. "You seem to like the idea of it," I added. "You told me I was like you, papa, and you look as if you liked the idea of it too." "Per se, certainly a storm is pleasant to me. I should not like a world without storms any more than I should like that Frenchman's idea of the perfection of the earth, when all was to be smooth as a trim-shaven lawn, rocks and mountains banished, and the sea breaking on the shore only in wavelets of ginger beer or lemonade. I forget which. But the older you grow, the more sides of a thing will present themselves to your contemplation. The storm may be grand and exciting in itself, but you cannot help thinking of the people that are in it. Think for a moment of the multitude of vessels, great and small, which are gathered within the skirts of that angry vapour out there. I fear the toils of the storm are around them. Look at the barometer in the hall, my dear, and tell me what it says." She went and returned. "It was not very low, papa, only at rain. But the moment I touched it, the hand dropped an inch." "Yes, I thought so. All things look stormy. It may not be very bad here, however." "That doesn't make much difference, though, does it, papa?" "No further than that being creatures in time and space, we must think of things from our own standpoint. But I remember very well how, when we were children, you would not let nurse teach us Dr. Watts' hymns for children, because you said they tended to encourage selfishness." "Yes, I remember it very well. Some of them make the contrast between the misery of others and our own comfort so immediately apparent. Mind, I only say apparent, ground of thankfulness, that they are not fit for teaching. I do think that if you could put Dr. Watts to the question, he would abjure any such intention, saying that only he meant to heighten the sense of our obligation. But it does tend to selfishness and, what is worse, self-righteousness, and is very dangerous therefore. What right have I to thank God that I am not as other men are in anything? I have to thank God for the good things he has given to me. But how dare I suppose that he is not doing the same for other people in proportion to their capacity? I don't like to appear to condemn Dr. Watts' hymns. Certainly he has written the very worst hymns I know. But he has likewise written the best, for public worship, I mean." "Well, but papa, I've heard you say that any simple feeling that comes of itself cannot be wrong in itself. If I feel a delight in the idea of a storm, I cannot help it coming. I never said you could, my dear. I only said that as we get older, other things we did not feel at first come to show themselves more to us, and impress us more. Thus my child and I went on, like two pendulums crossing each other in their swing, trying to reach the same dead beat of mutual intelligence. "But," said Winnie, "you said everybody is in God's hands as well as we." "Yes, surely, my dear, as much out in yon stormy haze as here beside the fire." "Then we ought not to be miserable about them, even if there comes a storm, ought we?" "No, surely. And besides, if I think we could help any of them, the very persons that enjoyed the storm the most would be the busiest to rescue them from it. At least I fancy so. But isn't the tea ready?" "Yes, papa. I'll just go and tell mamma." When she returned with her mother, and the children had joined us, Winnie resumed the talk. "I know what I'm going to say is absurd, papa, and yet I don't see my way out of it, logically. I suppose you would call it, what is the use of taking any trouble about them if they are in God's hands? Why should we try to take them out of God's hands?" "Ah, Winnie, at least you do not seek to hide your bad logic, or whatever you call it. Take them out of God's hands? If you could do that, it would be perdition indeed. God's hands is the only safe place in the universe, and the universe is in his hands. Are we not in God's hands on the shore because we say they are in his hands who go down to the sea in ships? If we draw them on shore, surely they're not out of God's hands." I see. But God could save them without us." "Yes, but what would become of us then? God is so good to us that we must work our little salvation in the earth with him, just as a father lets his little child help him a little, that the child may learn to be and to do. So God puts it in our heart to save this life to our fellows, because we would instinctively save it to ourselves, if we could. He requires us to do our best, but God may not mean to save them. He may mean them to be drowned. We do not know. But we know that we must try our little salvation, for it will never interfere with God's great and good and perfect will. Ours will be foiled if he sees that best. But people always say, when anyone escapes unhurt from an accident, 'By the mercy of God.' They don't say it is by the mercy of God when he is drowned. But people cannot be expected, ought not, to say what they do not feel. Their own first sensations of deliverance from impending death would break out in the 'Thank God,' and therefore they say it is God's mercy when another is saved. If they go farther, and refuse to consider it God's mercy when a man is drowned, that is just the sin of the world, the want of faith. But the man who creeps out of the drowning, choking billows into the glory of the new heavens and the new earth, do you think his thanksgiving for the mercy of God which has delivered him is less than that of the man who creeps, exhausted and worn, out of the waves onto the dreary, self-beaten shore? In nothing do we show less faith than the way in which we think and speak about death. O death, where is thy sting? O grave, where is thy victory? Says the apostle. Hear, 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 cry the Christian people everywhere. It is an awful sting, a fearful victory, but God keeps it away from us many a time when we ask him to let it pierce us to the heart. At last, to be sure, but that can't be helped. I mean, this is how they feel in their hearts who do not believe that God is as merciful when he sends death as when he sends life, who, Christian people as they are, yet look upon death as an evil thing which cannot be avoided, and would, if they might live always, be content to live always. Death or life, each is God's, for he is not the God of death, but of the living. There are no dead, for all live to him. But don't you think we naturally shrink from death, Harry? Said my wife. There can be no doubt about that, my dear. Then if it be natural, God must have meant that it should be so. Doubtless, to begin with, but not to continue or end with. A child's sole desires is for food, the very possible to begin with. But how would it be if the child should reach, say, 2 years of age, and refuse to share this same food with his little brother? Or what comes of the man who never so far rises above the desire for food that nothing could make him forget his dinner hour? Just so the life of Christians should be strong enough to overcome the fear of death. We ought to love and believe him so much that when he says we shall not die, we should at least believe that death must be something very different from what it looks to us to be. So different that what we mean by the word does not apply to the reality at all. And so Jesus cannot use the word, because it would seem to us that he meant what we mean by it, which he, seeing it all around, cannot mean. That does seem quite reasonable, said Ethelwyn. Turner had taken no part in the conversation. He, too, had just come in from a walk over the hills. He was now standing, looking out at the sea. She looks uneasy, does she not? I said. You mean the Atlantic, he returned, looking round. Yes, I think so. I am glad she's not a patient of mine. I fear she is going to be very feverish, probably delirious before morning. She won't sleep much, and will talk rather loud when the tide comes in. Disease has often an ebb and flow like the tide, has it not? Often. Some diseases are like a plant that has its time to grow and blossom, then dies. Others, as you say, ebb and flow again and again before they vanish. It seems to me, however, that the ebb and flow does not belong to the disease, but to nature, which works through the disease. It seems to me that my life has its tides, just like the ocean, only a little more regularly. It is high water with me always in the morning and the evening. In the afternoon life is at its lowest, and I believe it is lowest again when we sleep, and hence it comes that to work the brain at night has such an injurious effect on the system. But this is perhaps all a fancy. There may be some truth in it, but I was just thinking when you spoke to me what a happy thing it is that the tide does not vary by even 6 hours, but has the odd minutes, whence we see endless changes in the relation of the water to the times of the day. And then the spring tides and the neap tides. What a provision there is in the world for change. Yes, change is one of the forms that infinitude takes for the use of us human immortals. But come and have some tea, Turner. You would not care to go out again. What shall we do this evening? Shall we go to Connie's room and have some Shakespeare? I could wish nothing better. What play shall we have? Let us have the Midsummer Night's Dream, said Ethelwyn. You like to go by contraries, apparently, Ethel. But you're quite right. It is in the winter of the year that art must give us its summer. I suspect that most of the poetry about spring and summer is written in winter. It is generally when we do not possess that we lay full value upon what we lack. There is one reason, said Winnie with a roguish look, why I like that play. I should think there might be more than one, Winnie. But one reason is enough for a woman at once, isn't it, Papa? I'm not sure of that, but what is your reason? That the fairies are not allowed to play any tricks with the women. They are true throughout. I might choose to say that was because they were not tried. And I might venture to answer that Shakespeare, being true to nature always, as you say, Papa, knew very well how absurd it would be to represent a woman's feelings as under the influence of the juice of a paltry flower. Capital, Winnie, said her mother, and Turner and I chimed in with our approbation. "Shall I tell you what I like best in the play?" said Turner. "It is the common sense of Theseus in accounting for all the bewilderments of the night." "But," said Ethelwyn, "he was wrong after all. What is the use of common sense if it leads you wrong? The common sense of Theseus simply amounted to this, that he would only believe his own eyes." "I think Mrs. Walton is right, Turner," I said. "For my part, I have more admired the open-mindedness of Hippolyta, who would yield more weight to the consistency of the various testimony that could be altogether counterbalanced by the negation of her own experience. Now I will tell you what I most admire in the play. It is the reconciling power of the poet. He brings together such marvellous contrasts, without a single shock or jar to your feeling of the artistic harmony of the conjunction. Think for a moment. The ordinary commonplace courtiers, the lovers, men and women, in the condition of all conditions in which fairy powers might get hold of them. The quarrelling king and queen of fairyland, with their courtiers, blossoms, cobwebs, and the rest, and the court jester, Puck, the ignorant clownish artisans rehearsing their play. Fairies and clowns, lovers and courtiers, are all mingled in one exquisite harmony, clothed with the night of early summer, rounded in the wedding of the king and queen. But I have talked enough about it. Let us get our books." As we sat in Connie's room, delighting ourselves with the reflex of the poet's fancy, the sound of the rising tide kept mingling with the fairy talk and the foolish rehearsal. "Musk roses," said Titania, and the first of the blasts going round by the south to west rattled the window. "Good hay, sweet hay, hath no fellow," said Bottom, and the roar of the waters was in our ears. "So doth the woodbine the sweet honeysuckle gently intwist," said Titania, and the blast poured the rain in a spout against the window. "Slow in pursuit, but matched in mouth like bells," said Theseus, and the wind whistled shrill through the chinks of the bark-house opening from the room. We drew the curtains closer, made up the fire higher, and read on. It was time for supper ere we had done, and when we left Connie to have hers and go to sleep, it was with the hope that, through all the rising storm, she would dream of breeze-haunted summer woods. End of chapter 6.